Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that lethal? That may be a question we're going to be asking a bit later. But of course, welcome to Parallel Prime League Open 4. We have here our casters at the desk. Of course, over at the upper right of our screen, that's going to be somebody that we used to know as Freaktip Scout, the Factor. We have here over the lower right our new resident caster, Qflux. And of course, over the lower left, the head honcho, or one of the head honchos of Paragon Style, and of course our great caster here, Kinto. Guys, how have you been doing so far? And let's start with the Factor. I've been seeing you, dude. I've been seeing you at the minor tournament. How was it? How was your run so far?
What you mean in the Open? In the Open
Yeah,
that
sorry.
happened this weekend? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was good. It was good fun. Like it was equally fun, equally frustrating because I I had like a really amazing start. I won the first 3 games and I was actually top of the rankings. Then the last 3, I then lost all of them. But I played some great players and I kind of mainly play for academic purposes, right? Because I like to kind of see what people are doing and show what I can do as well. It was great. It was really good. I tell you what, I took Kathy to the tournament, which might surprise people because, I'm always talking about how, Kathy winds me up. I took Kathy to the tournament and I never played her. She just got banned every game. No one wanted to see her. So it was good fun. It was good fun, man. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Nobody wants to see the mad Kathy right there, the mad general right there. I always kind of lose at some point. But, let me ask a different question for Qflux. I was thinking of some question regarding the decks or factions that you think will dominate today, and why?
Oh man, what's going to dominate? I think Earthen's really good right now. I mean, listen, of course, Kathy on the ladder is the most efficient and tends to be strongest right now. Not surprising, late in a meta, Kathy emerging as the strongest deck. Shocker. But I really do feel there's a common thing that happens in trading card games. I'm a big fan of looking at the principles of these card games at a very high level, kind of what applies to all games. And one thing I've noticed, and this has come up talking to Veen and Muka, the design team for Parallel, is that when something gets nerfed lightly, people will often run away from it screaming, it's dead, they killed the deck. And in reality, that deck might go from a 75% win rate to a 68% win rate and still be crushing, just less broken than it used to be. I do feel like Earthen is probably in that spot right now. They nerfed Helm back down. It was a 2 cost. They brought it back up to 3.
Yeah.
And what happens is everyone gives up on Earthen and complains about Kathy. What's the best answer for Kathy? Oh yeah, Nehemiah completely counters Kathy. Oh, what's everyone doing? Oh no, they turned Helm back into a 3-drop. I give up on Earthen. Earthen slaps right now. So I haven't actually looked too closely at the 16 lineups of what made it top 16 yet. I'm gonna have to catch up. But I'm guessing whatever Earthens are in there are going to be effective. I think Earthen is the sleeper class right now.
Yeah, definitely a sleeper class, and one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult deck that you can play. And it really has that kind of skill level that we're all looking for, especially in this tournament. For you, Kinto, dude, I'm going to be asking something different here. Are there any sleeper picks, aside from Earthen, that you think might surprise us? Any Paragon or Parallel that you think might surprise us in this tournament?
Well, I do think that with the recent nerfs for CPUs right now, it opens up the door for more, recent nerf to Triumph of Europa and recent nerf, I want to say like super nerf, but the nerf to Cyrene. I think it opens up the door for other decks to, every time CPUs gets nerfed, and this goes hand in hand of what Qflux was saying, Kathy comes to the spotlight. And if you also hit Earthen, then even more Kathy is gonna flourish.
Yeah. Nice play of words right there.
Yeah, but
flourish.
I do think that this also opens the door for Neve to perform well in this meta. It was I think Neve struggles more against CPUs in this regard because of all the times that CPUs can't repopulate the board, keep on the pressure, and Neve has a strength in some way or the other against Earthen, and in that case would be against CPUs too. So yeah, really exciting shakeup of the meta here. I really hope that we see different paragons. I think the last tournament that we casted, I believe was the major that I was here. The amount of compositions that we and matchups that we managed to see during that tournament, I think was the most diverse we have seen ever for parallel. So that's a good sign, and I hope that it continues into this one. So yeah.
That's right. We're seeing kind of a maturity in terms of the how do you say this, the meta right now, the competitive scene. We're seeing a lot of different variations of what decks that are going to be played right now, and you've seen it, but still no Jan, still no John right there. But of course, our players are going to be fighting for some of the prize pool and of course the points for the parallel league leaderboard. And let's see our breakdown for the prize pool and the points as well. And let's give it to the ASMR voice of the Factor to give us a short breakdown.
Did you really introduce me like that? I love that. I'll try and give it my best with my voice there. Yeah, so prize pool's really nice, you know, for an open, when you consider that anyone and everyone could have entered this. There was no requirements at all, which makes these really attractive. So if you're new to the game, or if you're just, you know, still an existing player and you've been playing for a while, but you've never really taken that step into playing into tournaments, get involved in the opens, because as you can see here, if you win $1,000 plus 5 points, which is actually quite a sizable amount of points there that you win, that you earn for the ladder. So for the league, sorry. Second place gets $750, 4 points. Third and fourth each take away $375 and then 3 points. And then if you come outside of the top four, you don't win any money, but you do still go away with some points. So 5th to 8th get 2 points, and then 9th to 16th get a point. So I think it's really healthy, that prize pool, and very, very attractive. As I say, if you're not already playing in the Parallel Prime League, start getting involved. Like maybe take a little toe into the opens and see how you get on, and then who knows, you could be getting into minors and majors after that.
Right, lots of points and lots of prizes as well. You know, it's not as much as the minor tournaments and also the major tournaments, but the points really stack up over at your different participation like points. Like for example, like over the leaderboard, over at the minors, over at the opens, and especially the majors. So it stacks up to your journey towards Worlds. So let's look at the points system that we had for the top 16 and see how it went. You know, I would leave this because there's a lot of numbers over at the board, and you know, you can see all the win rates. Let's leave this to Q Flux to break this down. How did they perform from our top 16?
Yeah, let's take a look. Jan with the 6-0. Brother is unstoppable. I'm scared of Jan. I just don't want to queue into him. Gorak also 6-0. A little bit of a less familiar name, but still very, very strong player for sure. PURP, love to see it. 5-1. The deck building king. I love PURP's decks. And then, I mean, it's all 5-1s and then 4-2s. What kind of, how am I supposed to spin this into a ramble, brother? Like, talk about the win rates? What are you doing to me, Excel? What are you doing, bro? No, I'm gonna take a moment to say something else I was thinking about, which is, in this meta, Kathy's not unstoppable. So I want you guys to stop complaining about Kathy and start changing your decks to beat her. Run your Alvaros, run your Hearth, change your mulligan strategy. This is not the old Kathy meta where Kathy is tier 0, nothing can stop her. This is a tier 1 Kathy meta where there's tons of counterplay. So I don't want to, listen, is the game, are we all waiting for Deception? Are we all excited for Deception? Yes. In that sense, complain away. But in terms of the meta composition, I don't want to hear whiners about Kathy. Counterplay, use your skills, ask for help from the top pro players in the game who all happen to play Parallel, or the top pro players in the world. That's my ramble. I don't know what to do with the 6-0, 5-1, 4-2. So that's your answer, Excel. Flux, Spice to start the day. All right, back to you.
All right, so like we saw a lot of names right there, guys, and let's bring back that graphic. I'm going to be showing you some of the other names that we have seen. And thank you for that. By the way, Qflux. We see here a lot of familiar names, and you can see that there are new names as well. With Head being the top 4 seed, one of the top card players, also porting their skills right here to Parallel, and we have seen some new names as well. Coming back would be Gonkra, Wasted Time, also another from kind of familiar name, but also kind of new here in the Parallel scene, competitive scene. We have seen also Patrick07 and Guggenheim. Now, actually, here's one trivia for you guys. Patrick07 is playing purely on mobile iOS. He doesn't have a PC, a Windows PC. He has a Mac PC and he has an iPhone. He's playing over at iOS. And also Guggenheim, which has played in one of the tournaments or community grassroots tournaments, also showing his stuff here over the top 16. So those are the players we have here. A lot of familiar names and also a lot of new names that we have right here. But we want to see how they fared over at the brackets, or how the brackets are going to be seeded for this tournament. And, here it is. Okay, we're going to give this to Kinto to give us a short breakdown to the matchups right now. And what do you think are of the matchups between for each bracket?
Yeah, interesting matchups here. We have BlizzconJan against Guggenheim. I'm really not too familiar, or I maybe forgot about Guggenheim being a participant in these tournaments. But yeah, definitely BlizzconJan, the Wonder Kid in all of this ecosystem. Really rooting for him to win something. Gonkra is back. Also, we were discussing about him being off from Parallel for some time, but then he's back, and he's coming back strong here against Wasted Time, which I'm not sure about Wasted Time either. Probably a new name here in the Parallel ecosystem. Then we have Jarla and Hawkbacks, two giants in the community. Well, Jarla, obviously the champion, the world champion, versus Hawkbacks, who has been there for a while, trying to get that top spot. He's always on the lookout for it. He's like Pandapo,
Yeah.
like PURP. Like, these are great players that are always there in the final steps of winning, but they are strong players. That's the baseline here. Then we have Head 3968, which I believe we saw him in the majors. I'm not sure about that one. And then Patrick07, probably new names here also in the Parallel ecosystem. Really like to see fresh new names, like we saw Egoric. They might come up strong eventually. Then PURP versus Feno, two well-known names. They're in the same position. Still haven't. I believe Feno won one time, but not quite sure last year. Then Dual Note and Sora, which are two. I believe these guys are friends.
Teammates.
And,
Teammates.
unlucky for them. They're just gonna battle it out in round one here.
Always
Two
happens, right?
Great players. I know them, both of them. Great friends. Jobsat and Sparkling. We have seen these guys also really strong names. Sparkling, I would say an OG in the community since forever. Insane player. And then in the end, Gorak versus Pensoken, Master Chef Pensoken. Very happy to see him here in the open battling out. So yeah, really exciting lineup for today. Yeah, really great games we're gonna watch.
Yeah, really great games indeed. Like, I wasn't able to ask you guys to put up a kind of a bracket breakdown, so to speak, or bracket predictions. But this is just gonna be something that you're gonna be hating me for. I've always asked our casters this question. Right now, looking at the bracket and looking at how they are gonna be faring, who do you think will take the cheese for the day? Let's start with the factor.
Yeah,
Let's start with the factor.
I mean, to be fair, we always talk about BlizzCon, don't we? That he's very talented. He's a very strong competitor, and he always seems to kind of get quite far. I mean, of course, he won as well this season.
Mhm.
I always want to back him again, but you know what? My heart is saying I want Penzo to go all the way. I've been talking with Penzo quite a bit, saying like Penzo. I actually had a go at him, saying like Penzo, man, you know, like get it together, like start doing more in the tournaments, get yourself into tournaments. I was like, why are we not seeing you in the tournaments, right? And I'm glad that he's here. I just hope that he now like takes this opportunity, and I would love him to go all the way. So my heart says Penzo, my head is probably saying BlizzCon.
Yeah, dude. Like, I understand what you're saying, man. Like, we missed Penzo over at Worlds, and maybe he's going to rack up more points just to get to Worlds this time again. And yeah, how about you, QFlux? Who do you think will get the lion's share of the points here?
I'll say it again. Perp. I'm on Team Perp today, baby. Perp, let's go.
Dude, like Perp, man, I think Perp has already bitten his tongue a lot more when you said his name. But yeah, of course, Perp is you know, he has been playing a lot quite well during the first season, and we're now seeing him back again at the top 16, so we might see him
Has he won one yet, Excel? Or I think he's only gotten
oh,
second place in a major, right?
oh,
He's come very close. That's why I want to see him win one. Like I just feel like it's Perp's time. He's ready. He's such a creative deck builder. He's got a good personality too, just a fun guy to watch. And like,
mhm.
you know, I just want to see it. I just feel like it's his time. That's where I'm coming from with that.
Yeah, dude, like I feel it, man. He has been grinding over at the ladder. He has been grinding over it competitive. He has yet to see the spotlight. But yeah, let's see QFlux. Rather Kinto. What do you think? Who will take the spot here for Open Four?
Yeah, I would like to say Pence again, but I would like to see Pence again win something bigger than the Open. So in this one, I would go for Jarla definitely. If he's here, I think he intends to win. So
Yeah.
so yeah, excited to watch him win more stuff.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, so we have different votes for here from our casters. We have the Factor going for Penzokin, Perp going for Perp as the vote for Qflux, and Kinto will be going for Yarla. Now these are like all familiar names, and of course, you know, this has been the pre-show for our Parallel Prime League Open 4. You know, we're gonna be starting to prepare for some action. And guys, we are going to see the first, first open that has a lot of new names, right? Like there's a lot more new names. Over the previous tournaments, we have seen familiar names, but only like maybe one or two new names. But now we have a lot more, and this shows that the parallel competitive scene is growing like much more, right? We're seeing like more players interested from different games and even fresh new players for the ecosystem. And there we go. We're going to be closing this pre-show, and when we come back for a few moments, we're going to start the first match. And who is it going to be? It's going to be PURP versus Feno. Okay, so that's the first one that we're going to be watching.
Perp!
Okay, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few here at the Parallel Prime League Open 4. Hey, I told you we'll be back in a few seconds, and we're back here at the Parallel Prime League Open 4. It's going to be PURP versus Feno. Now, guys, I know you guys already know that these are seasoned players. We actually had Feno in the previous casting that he was able to cast the matches along with Ali. And great player, already top 6 on the leaderboard right now. PURP, on the other hand, has also been in the leaderboard that has not shown any promise during the previous matches or the previous tournaments, and we're now seeing him now at the Open 4. You know, of these two, who do you think will take the cake? Let's start with Kinto.
Yeah, I really like Fino for his experience in this one, playing tournaments. Definitely, it seems that he is more locked in now than he was before. So really excited to see him perform at a professional competitive level. In this case, definitely PURP is a strong contender. no matter what. Like he has been demonstrated time and time again that he can battle it out against professional players in these tournaments. So yeah, but in this case, I would go with Feno.
Okay, so
If we're getting more predictions, more and more predictions, yeah, Feno.
of course, you
Let's
like
start. Write a
I like
book
to see
here.
blind. I like to see blind predictions right here. I'm probably sure that you're not seeing their decks right now because we're gonna be having a deck review quite a bit soon. But how about you, the Factor? What do you think?
Yeah, do you know what? I want to say Perp because I really like Perp. I had the opportunity to meet him in Vegas for the finals, and he
Yeah.
was just a really cool guy. But I'm going to tell you right now, I played Feno in the Open this weekend.
Oh wow.
And yeah, I played him, and I played him when I'd won my first 3 games, and he had also won his first 3 games. So naturally, then we were matched together because I was 1, he was 2. I played him, he absolutely destroyed me. He destroyed me like 2-0. The game was done with like the round was done within like 10 minutes, and it was like I was shell shocked because
Yeah.
like his decks are so strong, but not only that, it was like everything he was doing was like, wow, I can't do anything, I almost couldn't do anything. Like he's so, like as Quinto said, he's so locked in. I feel like he's really reached that, like he's in the zone for this, and I could really tell. And he actually, I think he could have gone on to to have maybe got like a perfect record. But I think I might be wrong here, but I think when he realized that he could have just qualified for this with like 4 wins, I think he then just kind of stepped back. But I think he probably could have gone all the way and won everything. So yeah, like just I'm gonna go with Feno because I was actually my mind was blown. He's a great player.
Yeah,
He's got a reputation for years, right? But like he was just making the game look so easy when I played him, and I was like, wow. Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised. After we said the predictions, just a minute ago, when you asked us, I kind of thought afterwards, oh man, I probably should have said Feno because like he smashed me, and then he was just like so strong. His decks are great as well, which we're going to see in a minute. So yeah, I want to say Perp, but honestly, I think Feno probably get through here. Let's see.
Dude, I feel you guys. Like I was just locked in when you said you played with Fino. No, Fino played with you, man.
Yeah, Feno played with me. Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
I was just a passenger. I was a spectator. Like I was on spectator mode whilst he was playing. Yeah.
Like a song pops out of my head. It's like, you don't play with the Fino, no, no, no. I don't know if you know that song. You don't say Bruno.
Yeah. I've heard it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it
Anyway,
was like that. Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, guys, like we're gonna be starting the deck list right now because our audience is already waiting for whatever is gonna be happening with our match. Let's start with the first deck, and it's gonna be here with the Perps decks. Let's go. Here we go. And as we're waiting for the decks from our players, thank you again to the Echelon Prime Foundation for making these tournament happen and for supporting the Parallel Prime League as well. Let's start with the first deck, and it's gonna be the Universal. Wait, is it Universal? Yes, it is. Universal Workshop. And let's start with Kinto for this one.
Yeah, we have seen the resurgence of Unishop lately. Here, definitely Sanctuary, classic card here, stabilized shard for the ramp. The Cyber Deck console also to counter any effects coming in, going with the 2 drone printer seems the standard lately. Then the whole pack of Avaros, Cunning Diplomats, Parf, the Maya Mancer super important in this matchup. Romaine Researcher for draw, Saboteur for those relics, all the legendary packages, and the Lady the Hacker, which is the central piece of this deck. Then we get No Snitching, Take It or Leave It, Paid Off, which has also been a goated card in the mirror or against Earthen, for example. A really, really great card in this deck, and then Solitary Confinement to top it off. Really nice deck from Perp. I always like Perp lists. They always seem pretty consistent and good overall.
Yeah, pretty consistent. I like the paid off card as well, especially in these mirrors. But let's see the next deck that Perp has brought to the table. And it's gonna be an Earthen deck. It's an MI deck that we're seeing right now. Let's listen to the Factor to break this down.
Yeah, do you know what? I almost wasn't expecting to see this from Pert, but I'm glad that we are seeing it. So yeah, he's gone with a hasty mobilization build for Earthen,
Ooh.
and this is a card which we know was very, very popular when Gafar got buffed, and Gafar saw a little bit of play in the meta, but a lot of players have also seen the potential of using hasty mobilization in Earthen. Because Earthen already gets like quite a good ramp early on with the Steward of the Garden, and then what Perp's done here is that he's not only relying on the Stewie of the Garden, but he's also putting in the stabilized shard with take it or leave it. So the plan with this deck really is to get to some of those big units. You can see that most of the deck actually has kind of units from like 4 and above, 4 costs and above. So we've got like the Meve Star in there, which is really cool. You've got the Bulwark in there, just 1 copies of. But then you've also got like Nehemiah's Faithful, which is an old school card that we haven't really seen much in Earth. We used to see it all the time in Earthen decks, right? And then it kind of faded out. But now you can kind of see that in this deck, the aim is to try and basically get that from a hasty mobilization. And when you get that, it then kind of synergizes really well, of course, with Nehemiah, because then Nehemiah turns that instantly into like an 8/8, which is pretty scary. So like, this is so cool that the aim of this deck is to basically just ramp really quickly, try and get the hasty mobilization down quickly, and then just start getting these monsters down. And against some decks that opponents have brought to the tournament, like for example, Uni Workshop, if you can ramp really quickly and get those big units down, it's almost like they don't have an answer really that early on in the game. So then you can just run away with it. So this is a cool deck.
Dude, I really love also, like, I'd love to just point out that, you know, if you use the hacker and you use hasty mobilization, all of the other big units that like cost more than 6 will actually be easier to come out. But I'm kind of curious why there is no Terra right here, Terra Verdant Mentor, which also might be not useful for this kind of lineup. And hasty mobilization with a lot of units on the play might be a good plan here for this tournament. Yeah, I love this, man. Like, thank you for that, the factor. And we have another deck for Perp. One more, and this is gonna be the third deck. Again, this is a best of 3 ban 1 for our tournament, and it is a surprising Lemieux. Let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, for sure. Perp coming in with Lemieux, known for always bringing some spicy deck lists and different paragons. So we see Lemieux here with the Logistics Mastery, Fleet Support, Scimitar Captain, Cendrillon, Crimson Fleet Machinist, the whole package of one drops, then Lord Harv, the regulars, Ramayan Researcher, Saboteur, Wong. Then we see all the effects because Perp is running a Burn Lemmy. First time I've seen this with Crack Shot, Guerrilla Tactics, Orbital Strike, and Solar Grenade. This is an insane list by Perp. Definitely with the Lemmy regulars, he can battle it out against Earthen really easily because he can deal with the big units and then top it off with a bunch of burn from all the effects, Logistics Mastery, and Fleet Support. Really interesting deck from Perp here. Wonder how will it perform. Well, I mean, he's already here in the round of 16 after I believe using this deck throughout the tournament. So really excited to see how this performs versus the bigger guys in the tournament.
Yeah, dude, like I'm excited to see if Logistics Mastery plus the all the other units are gonna be having like a kind of a play. Plus the burn Lemieux, I don't even see that much. It's usually unit Lemieux that we're seeing being played. But yeah, this probably has something good with it because Perp brought it to the top 16. Let's look at the next deck. It's gonna be Feno for his first deck, and Feno going in with the Skippy, or rather Scipius. It's not gonna be quite soon. Scipius might be played today. Let's listen to the factor to break this down.
Yeah, interesting. So yeah, this is I wasn't expecting to see this actually because I don't think Feno brought this in the qualifiers. But yeah, this is a Sippy deck. We don't see Sippy very often because of the nerf to the Triumph Europa. So we can see now that like a lot of players have just dropped that down to 1. It does say on here that it's a 5 cost. That's not actually true, of course, anymore. It's now a 7 cost. It's just not being reflected on the screen. So this deck is kind of interesting still. I'm a little bit surprised actually that Feno decided to bring this. But it's still very strong, and like he knows how to play it. Like he's got the momentum in here. So the aim of this deck really is to just try and flood the board with all the units, right? He's gone so heavy on like the early cost units. So we've got like 3 Princeps, 3 Reliant Gammas, 3 Strikers, like 3 of everything basically, really early on. Just try and flood the board, get that tempo going, and then if you can, get memento. But if not, you've always got the high density genetic replicator, and of course you've got the standard bearers as well to keep buffing the board. So it's just about flooding the board and then making the board as big and as wide as you can, and just hope that you overwhelm your opponent. So yeah, cool deck, but as I say, I'm a little bit surprised to see it.
Yeah, a little surprising, a little bit surprised indeed as well. But you know, you can see like the swarm is already right here. The swarm is powerful, especially with that Radiant Legion looming at turn 5. I don't know, man. This is going to be crazy. But let's see how it's going to be faring in this tournament. Feno brought 2 more decks. Let's look at the next one. And again, this is going to be Brand. I'm not seeing a lot of Brands in these tournaments, but Feno brought it here. Let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, interesting list here from Feno using Brand. He has the Trusty Belt classic card to pair it up with Brand or with Adira. In this case, even the Spectre Craft. Many synergies here for the Trusty Belt. Then he's running those embedded agents, the Baron, which some people usually don't like running their Baron for some reason. Definitely we see Void Trapper, Malia, Saboteur, Cyrene is being played here. Sacred Cipher is a card that is really interesting because when you're facing some of those aggro decks, definitely Sacred Cipher tends to outperform here. And we have Wong Salvation is another card that we usually don't see in Brand decks, but really interesting here to give that extra tempo if possible during the end game. Then No Snitching, Take It or Leave It, Life Siphon, all the removals, Erasure, Treasure Scheming, running 3 of those, Eclipse Fate, Unseen Ally is a really important card in this deck. He's only running 1 copy of, and then 1 Triumph of the Lost. Really interesting. It seems that Feno essentially tuned this list to be more consistently on the tempo side of filling up the board and managing to set up some type of board that gives him enough tempo to win the game. I would say pretty early. This is like an aggro Brand, I would say.
Yeah, it is.
Really nice.
Very aggro Brand indeed. Like you know, the Factor and I would agree that it's very aggro. You know, we have an answer for you why Baron is not usually put here, because you would want to have like Void Trapper instead, and Baron plus Treacherous Scheming also puts you at the trouble or at the blunt end of that low roll with an Ulterior Designs play. Sometimes it just draws out Ulterior Designs and just messes up your energy, so you don't want that to happen down the line. But yeah, let's look at the last deck, and it's gonna be a quick one. Let's listen to the Factor to break down this Cathy.
Yeah, so we've got Cathy Burn here. Nothing too out of the ordinary that a lot of people haven't seen on the ladder. It just does what it does very efficiently. It's just try to win the board nice and early. So lots of low-cost units. We've got 3 Bloodhounds in here. So that's quite a nice way just to kind of keep that tempo going. If you've got it in your hand, you can play that, of course, second, so that you have 2 units on the first turn, and 1 gets that buff from the Cathy passive. And then, of course, you've got like Red Sand Scout, which pairs up so nice at the moment with Rummaging Researcher. So getting the Sand Scout down nice and early. If it sticks, you can then start to charge it and then get tons of card draw with Rummaging. But if your board doesn't quite get enough of the damage done, or if your board just starts to disappear, you're not worried at all, because you're running 3 Crack Shots, you're running 3 Orbital Strikes as well, and then pair that up with Logistics Mastery and then 3 Fleet Supports. You've got more than enough damage in so many different ways to win the game. So I'll be honest with you, I'll be really surprised if we see this not get banned. But if it does get through, then the aim is to just try and win the game super quick and be very brutal about it.
Yeah, dude, like this is like a crazy deck that Fino is carrying. It's also dangerous, and we might see that get banned. And man, these decks from Perp and Fino have actually brought out like a lot of firepower, so to speak. And they, I'm quite surprised seeing Brand here. And how do you think will each of the decks fare? And just blind predictions from you guys. Which decks are going to be banned? Let's start with Kinto.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that definitely the Cathy lists are gonna be banned. This is something that brings some people some PTSD about the burn Cathy times, which was one of the most insane decks that sticked in the meta in parallel. So yeah, I would say Cathy
Mhm.
in this regard.
Like
Yeah, I'm also going to say I'm going to say Cathy too. I'm just really surprised actually that like Fino changed his list up because he was running yesterday. He was running Cathy, Universal Workshop, and then Earthen, and like his decks were super strong. So it's interesting that he decided to mix it up for the round of 16. But yeah, I think Cathy will get burnt. Cathy will get burnt. She'll get burnt
yeah.
banned. Yeah,
Dude, Kathy loves to see the world burn. Like that's
yeah,
why
she does.
that's why she's the mad general. That's why it's like every deck, every Kathy deck actually has like that kind of aesthetic that you would want to see, like a lot of burn cards, a lot of high damage output. Like she has the support of the fleet as well. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, she does.
And
I
you
like what
know,
you done there.
yeah. And you know what I noticed that the designers love Kathy so much, she made her twice and it made her appear made her appear
Yeah,
in some decks, right? Like I don't know, man.
yeah.
That's sort of golly. I don't know. But nobody plays it though, so it's still a good card for me, but nobody plays it.
It is fun to play. Yeah, when you get the
Yeah.
opportunity to play, it is fun. But yeah, yeah. Anyways,
Anyways, yeah. So anyway, so um we're looking at the let's talk about the brand right there. We saw the brand sometimes be played by some of the players. I think if I remember correctly, there was a brand in majors played Zarathustra, right?
mm,
He played brand, and he was like already going well at it. But before we go and discuss that, we are now looking at the bans right now. Perps Scipius has been banned. Oh, dude, I actually was able to predict
the
it.
Perps
Skippy.
Algencore, you mean?
No, sorry,
Perps Al.
Algencore. Sorry, Algencore.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. It's just Algencore Uni, Algencore, and that's Finos Burn Cathy. Sorry for that. And what do you think about these bans, guys? Let's start with the factor.
Yeah, no surprises at all. I think if you looked at the decks, like if you were Fino, you wouldn't want to be facing the Uni workshop because nobody really does if you have the opportunity to not face it. And then I think for Perp, he just knows how dangerous and how
Ooh.
ruthless the burn can be. So just get rid of it. What I will say is that the Lemmy burn deck that Perp's brought.
Yeah.
I played comfortable with that on the ladder, and that deck is nasty. That deck
Yeah.
is just as nasty as the Cathy burn one. So I wondered, like, we've basically got two decks here that are just trying to win the game super quick and be super
Yeah.
aggressive. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely gonna be interesting with the first match, Perp versus Fino. Let's see if this is gonna be a quick match with our casters, Kinto and the Factor. Guys, take it away.
Here we go. All right,
Yep.
so we're looking at the mulligans here, and we can see that Perp is just opting to keep the trigger happy trooper, but like redraw everything else. And then for Fino, ordinarily in the past you would have kind of kept the half, but half against this deck probably is not as useful. So he's just looking to like throw that back in. His opening hand for Fino's okay. He does have the Spectre attack craft, which I think is really good in this matchup with the evasive there. So yeah, interesting. I think that Perp definitely got the better opening hand. What do you think, Quinto?
I would say that Fino is lacking here in units. Definitely have some answers to Perp, but the fact that Perp has Harv in hand is gonna be really bad for Fino in this case. We have seen how Harv in the latest tournaments have been outperforming, blocking totally any sort of development from Shroud decks. So since Fino is running more of an aggro list, might be able to cover at some point and not worry too much about it. PURP, since he's on the play, might be in a position where he runs out of steam, something that usually happens to Markolian decks. So really interesting to see what's going to happen. But this is the main issue here. Now the take it or leave it from Feno don't work, so he can't get that Spectre attack craft on board, and he essentially has to give a free turn here to PURP. So yeah, this is what Harf does.
This is a bad spot. This is a bad spot actually for Feno because not being able to play anything, like basically floating a turn, is not what you want to be doing against an aggro deck like Lemmy. And that half was so powerful. Now the rummaging comes down. So even if he does get the Spectre attack craft down, you've then got an issue because you almost don't want to attack with it because then you're going to give the PURP some card draw. So it's not looking so great actually for Feno early on. Great start for PURP though.
Yeah, this is a strong start for PURP, definitely with Harf on play. Feno here only has the option to go with the Spectre, and well, he has the embedded agent. However, the embedded agent just dies horrendously against the token. So, I mean, Spectre attack craft is the only option. Dealing with Harf, trying to get those take it or leave it in play, drop a Dira, something like that is going to be the lineup for Feno later in game. But yeah, what I was saying about Markolian decks running out of steam, now PURP has solved that issue with the Romain Researcher, gets that fleet support, which...
Fleet support could be huge.
Yeah, if he drops it now and makes it stick, then it's over for Feno, basically.
Yeah, because he can throw that down, then he can start to get the Scimitar Captain going, and then you're basically just, you're discarding so many cards from Feno's hand. Yeah. Is he going to go for this now? He's going for it now, though, no? Okay, nice. Cool.
Yeah, he's setting up tempo. He knows that Feno's deck doesn't run any sort of whiteboard removal like it would be in the case of Neve, and he's not running Demox. So in this case, PURP can just flood the board, which is Markolian's specialty, and get it going.
Yeah.
He has nothing to worry about with this Lemieux deck right now against Brand.
I mean, yeah, this is obviously not what you want to happen when you're playing an aggro Brand, because when you're aggro Brand, you need to be trying to get on the board as quick as you can. If you can try and get tons of units going, great, that's the way to do it. If not, then you need to try and rush out Brand himself. He's not even been able to do that until he's now just been able to solve the half problem by snitching it. So now it's just a case of getting Brand going. The only issue is that Brand can die, of course, quite quickly, and then there's only one token that comes out. Or two tokens.
Linger and the Orbital Strike combo to just clean up this Brand. He also has the option to go with Lemieux. In some case, I think that will feed Brand a bit. Either way, Feno's going to get a Corrupted Vision. No matter what here, he decides to go with Wong.
Is he just going to race here? I think he's just going to race, right?
PURP wants to set up lethal with Burn, which is what you usually do with a Burn deck, where it's like you are able to reach endgame, drop fleet support, drop the orbital strikes, and do the whole combo.
Yeah, here we go.
The regulars, which are key, also a good card here to deal with Brand. But now Feno is going to drop that Trusty Belt and get recover a lot of tempo here. And PURP knows that.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. PURP gets crack shot. So basically, PURP has everything he needs here to win this game from Burn alone. This is massive. So this is quite smart from Feno because he knows that he doesn't really need to challenge too much on the board. But look at his face. He's like, oh my god, there's so much Burn. I almost need to take all of these cards, But he does take
his fate.
Yeah.
He has seen his fate here. Oh my god. It's like Jesus. He needs to somewhat recover here the board before taking any more damage. gets some clean trades here versus the Wong, and the buff
Yeah.
Scimitar Captain gets
Nice.
3 corrupted visions, and
we
that's
go.
gonna be good for him in this
Yeah.
scenario.
So almost what Feno's praying for here is that there's not tons more burn that Perp gets, so that he can just win through burn, or he gets another fleet support, say, and then he can throw that down and then just like win through lethal that way. But being able to recover the board, Feno's done a great job, isn't he? Like, because it looked like the board was getting away from him. He's able to finally get, rid of half in terms of like nullify him, then get the brand going. And then the trusty belt was perfect because it just meant, okay, I've been a little bit behind, but now I can kind of get these visions out. But Perp is just going to go pure burn here, I think, because he knows that he's probably not going to be able to compete on the board anymore. Just try and win on burn. We do see Lemmy comes down to deal with one of them.
Is that Perp can go full on face. He has some tempo on board, but then Feno, if he gets a Malia, for example, I don't think if Feno would have Perp on a lower health.
Look at that.
Cindy also, look at that. Cyrene won't do much here aside from clearing up the board, but then Perp already has lethal basically in hand.
Yeah, he has lethal.
What.
Yeah.
Treasure Scheming, definitely a card that can help here. But aside from that, and this is what I was saying initially, and we were discussing before the tournament, is that Burn Cathy has something in this game. Well, Burn Markolian has something in this game that many other decks don't have, which is the fact that it has the strategy of going with effects against face, and no matter what, this is a very tempo-based game where you usually win because you have the biggest tempo, the better tempo, but then Burn completely counters any sort of tempo that you might have if you have lethal with it. So
yeah. And the other thing as well is that they've got tempo and burn, a lot of the Marco decks, so they can beat you on the board, but then if they don't quite get it done on the board, they can just switch to their plan B, which is then just burn you directly. And as you say, they're one of the only decks, if not the only deck, or only faction, should we say, that really has that ability just to go super direct and hit you for tons of direct face damage through effects. And we're going to see it in a minute, because Perp just needs to kind of tag. He doesn't even need to tag actually for one. He can just wait this out. He's on 30 health. He can easily play on the next turn Orbital Strike, then hopefully play another Orbital Strike after that if he doesn't get schemed, and then Cindy as well.
Here from Feno might be able to save him in some sort of way.
No,
then
look at that.
Gets the fleet support again. So yeah. At this point, if Feno, if Perp was a lower health, we will be talking about something different.
Yeah, it's done. The power of burn. The power of burn. Look, Feno's so disappointed there, because you can see his face. He's really gutted that he had such a slow start. That's not the way that deck needs to be played. He was just so limited with the fact that his opening hand was not that great. He had not enough units. He had, effects that you don't really need early on. And then to make it even worse is that it was okay, I can still ramp to brand. No, you can't, because then half was played and then it completely disrupted his whole game plan. So he was frustrated there.
Definitely Harf is the key, and we have seen it so many times where it's if that Harf wasn't played, the story would have been different.
Yeah.
Especially in a matchup like this. So Harf is so important, and I like it. I love that Harf is such an important card, because it's a base set, an alpha set card, which is gonna stay in the game forever.
Yeah.
It's gonna stay in the competitive game forever. So definitely Harf being such a strong card, it's super important. But sometimes it's just just by playing it too early or really early, it just changes everything.
Well, what was funny as well in that, what was funny as well is that we saw in the opening mulligan decision for Feno is that he opted not to keep his half. He had it, didn't he? And he was no, I don't need half, because half isn't the sort of card that's going to give him that early aggressive tempo. But he didn't almost anticipate that the half would be played against him. That being said, if he'd have kept his half, he might have still been able to have
Yeah,
got a
correct.
board going
He would
quicker.
have
So
he would have zeroed out the effect.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he would have cancelled
essentially.
it. Yeah. So,
So,
1-0
yeah, interesting.
to PURP.
1-0 to PURP. So it's gonna be probably most likely Earthen versus Brand again. I think
Yeah, I think
that's
so.
what
Yeah, I
makes
think
most
so.
sense.
Yeah,
Feno,
I think so.
did Feno think he was gonna play against Earthen on that first match? That's why he went with Brand.
I think
Like,
so.
why did
Yeah,
he
I think.
why did he ban Workshop, Unishop? That's another question that I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I think that here's the thing. We know that Uni Workshop is like super, super strong. And I think with Fino, maybe he was thinking if I don't quite get the early game with my decks against Uni Workshop, especially with the brand deck, he has no demo, right? So then you have no way to remove their wide board. So I think he was thinking that's probably the weakness. But that being said, like I think the Lemmy burn, any type of burn deck, I think is just very, very strong. So I'm a little bit surprised he let it through, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, again, Harv is that card that just destroys your strategy. Like if you're unaware of it, it might end up like we saw in that match. Here we see PURP keeping the hasty mob, keeping a
Okay,
take it or leave it. Fino right away with the embedded agent has another one in hand and a no snitching.
that's
On
quite
the other hand,
nice.
Perp with the steward of the garden
Yeah.
in
There's no
hand.
answer, does he, Perp? He has no answer to that embedded agent. So he can play the stew and it just dies immediately. It's a great
Yeah,
start. And then having another embedded agent as well is perfect because you know that if one gets snitched, then you can just throw another one down and just basically delay their game. So this is much better for Fino. What he kind of ideally needs here would be something like take it or leave it, or even just to keep the tempo going, maybe a Spectre attack craft. But getting getting a take it or leave it could be nice because then you can get to brand quicker and they can really start to get those corrupted visions out. Hopefully, good start for Fino. Kind of not the best. Oh, there's half again. There's half again.
yeah. Harf again
Perp
here
with his
for
half.
Perp. Oh
Yeah,
my god. So yeah, another
we still
embedded
can't play
agent
it.
for Fino. I mean, in this case, Fino already has the board, has the embedded agents on it.
Yeah.
Harf wouldn't be as bad as it was in the latest matchup. Fino
Oh man.
showing a sign of relief here that he has answers to the big units that Earthen might drop. You see Perp right away with Harf, just as a decoy, essentially,
Yeah.
because
So
that
he
Harf isn't
offered him
doing
up for
anything.
bait. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
she baited. I mean, he has to deal with Harf either way,
Yeah. He has to
no
take
matter
out
what.
one of those embedded agents.
Some tempo here with Malia from
Nice.
Fino, getting that card draw.
Really good
Because,
start here.
yeah,
I
getting
mean,
those
Perp
answers
not
at the
drawing.
Eclipse Fade and the Erasure.
Yeah.
Another embedded agent. So Perp is in that weird position of playing Earthen versus Shroud, where he knows that whatever he drops here, it's gonna get answered.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because Perp not drawing any of the no snitching. Um, I need to check. Is he running no snitching? Actually, I thought you surely got run a couple of no snitching. No, I might need to check his deck actually. But yeah, if he's running them, which I think he is, then not drawing them was a bit of a pain because it's setting back a little bit. So now he's just kind of having to play the delay answer game.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he really wants to get out his big units, doesn't he? But that that embedded
Good,
agent still being alive is going to be an issue.
good chance here for Fino to drop Brand with that take it or leave it. And I think he's gonna go for it. He's just thinking what to bank in this scenario. Gets that Brand growing. Malia into the Maya Mancer here just to keep that invaded agent that can deal with whatever.
This is a perfect start for Fino.
Yeah, Fino
Still
is
having that
dominating
embedded
this matchup.
agent. Like, I can't believe that we're on like 4 energy and the embedded agent is still there. Like, that's incredible, you know? Like, you hardly ever see that. And for PURP right now, it's a disaster because he's just got these amazing big units in his hand. He's got the hasty mobilizations. I mean, he's
Yeah,
gonna
he's
have
gonna
to
go.
get them going just to
He's gonna
see
go
if he
for
can
it.
remove stuff. Yeah, he's got
He's gonna
to,
go for
but like,
the
it's not
first
ideal when the
huge
embedded
one.
agent's there.
Yeah. Ooh, not the greatest cards here to get. They're all gonna get destroyed.
Yeah.
Not strong cards that you want to see that can at least deal with Brand. Gets another Maya Mancer, which in this matchup are essentially expendable. I don't think there's too many battle cries here aside from Wong. I mean Musters aside from Wong that can really do something here for Feno.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, Perp could have almost done with like a formidable presence just to have dealt with that embedded agent and also dealt with the
Ooh,
brand at the same time.
these
He does run
treasures.
2 no snitching, by the way. So Perp is running 2 no snitching, but he's just not found them. And he's now going to
Yeah.
lose something big. You got to take surely the Terror Mech.
Well, yeah, definitely something that Flux mentioned here in chat
He's
is
taking
that
Hasty.
definitely Maya Mancer can stop Brand's aftermath, which is great. Also,
True.
good use here for Maya Mancer. I completely forgot about that one. But overall, we saw the treasure scheming go against the hasty. Interesting.
Yeah.
Not the Terra Mech.
I mean, maybe he thinks actually that you know, he's got enough effects, he's got enough on the board to deal with the Terra Mech, right? And that, but Hasty would just kind of could scale things, get the board going. I think he's just trying to limit his board, isn't he? So it's probably quite smart, actually. I think a lot of people, myself included, might have been really tempted to have taken the Terra Mech there. But Hasty was also a good pull. He does get
Yeah,
formidable
definitely.
finally.
This formidable might give Perp here the advantage of just dealing with the embedded agent, maybe dropping that steward of the garden. He can't do the Maya Mancer combo, sadly, in this situation. Aside from that, we see Phenos with the Eclipse Fade, Erasure, Life Siphon as removals, and then he has that Unseen Allies there that is already strong. He can already, like, usually you want to play it towards the end game so you can have a full on turn to spend on stuff on your Singularity. So we might not see it right now, but definitely Feno is in a strong position here, aside from the fact that Perp has some answers. But yeah, Feno's still too strong with the tempo and all the removals in hand, and on a brand that can definitely. So Perp decided to bank the Maya Mancer. So we're gonna see those corrupted visions drop the board.
Feno looks nice and relaxed. Look, he's even doing his stretches during the game. I love it. He's like, yeah, just take a bit of time just to get my exercise in and then come back to the game. Love it. Yeah, that formidable I think was quite timely because it's just given Perp a little bit of delay game there. Yeah.
On the formidable,s
But
more
perfect fodder.
More juice here for Brand on that Stewie, and then Perp is locked out also because of the formidable. He didn't use in this situation. Hovering over the GG button, just like
How
he
many
wants to say that Perp
corrupted
is
visions?
cooked, but he don't want
How
to.
many
He don't want to BM. Perp gets another formidable presence, forced to ban the Titan, drops the Stabilis shard. What is Perp cooking here? What is he seeing? He knows that there's no debuff, which is good for him.
Yeah. I mean, getting the hasty is quite nice here. I'm really curious as to how many corrupted visions. I've not been keeping track actually because there's so much going on in this game. But there's like tons of corrupted visions in there.
Treasures. He's gonna take that, or maybe he baits him. Let him
take
play
the hasty
and copy it with Triumph. But
I think take the hasty.
Yeah.
Take formidable.
He's gonna do it.
Nice.
I think he's gonna
Interesting.
do it. Gonna debate it. Drops on Unseen Allies already, just to get stuff going. I mean, Feno here can just drop all his corrupted visions.
Yeah, he can just throw them down. I think that's what he's going to do as well. Why not? They're all cost nothing. They're free. Like, there's so many there. Oh, he's got 3. No, he's got 4. Yeah, cool.
They can't
that's
die
that's
to
insane.
Violent Force neither.
No,
So
that's the game for me. I think that's the game. I don't
and this
see
is it.
how can Perp come around from this. He's got a couple of cards in his hand. Yeah, he's got a ton of
And
stuff to do. As you
what
say,
if?
spores can't deal with it. So even if he
So
gets
here's my
spores, it's not going to
prediction.
make a difference.
Here's my prediction: Hasty Mob, then Feno copies it and gets a Dira from the copied Hasty Mob.
That'd be sick, wouldn't it?
Look,
That'd be pretty cool.
look.
Get
Let's
ready
see,
to clip.
Civilization gets Jonah and a hacker. Also,
You got
Still
a lot of
live.
options there.
still life in it here for Perp. The hacker applies the effect for those cards. It
Ugh.
doesn't. It's just the ones that are outside of the scope of the hasty mobilization. Jonah seems to be the most viable answer here, but decides to go with a Terra Glider in a chance, in an effort to get something out of it. He doesn't have the
Oh,
cards
it's not great,
available for
Paul.
some good stuff.
We've still got the embedded agent on the board. I can't believe that. Honestly, this unit just does not want to die. It's not going anywhere. Embedded agent's been there from the get-go. Yeah, this is a really rough one because, like as we can see here, like Feno can just easily clear this board.
Oh, he's gonna
In fact,
go
he doesn't even
face.
need to. He's just going to go face. Yeah,
Yeah, and get the seeds.
just go face.
He's not gonna
And get the
risk it.
formidable. Yeah, he's
Presence
got
and
it.
Go face.
He's got it.
That's it.
Nice.
There we go.
That's how
Really
you
well
play
played
aggro
here.
brand.
Yeah. Really locking down Perp in this situation. Definitely had the advantage all the way. Since dropping those embedded agents, going on the play, getting that embedded agent going, no chance for a Steward of the Garden to survive, and then from there on gets a Malia, gets a lot of resources, manages to play Brand early, and then the rest is history.
I think the big issue in that matchup for Perp is the fact that he only runs 2 no snitching, which is fine. That's an okay number, right? But then against a deck where you know they're going to have like embedded agents, you hope that you can at least draw 1 to deal with one of the embedded agents, but not being able to deal with the embedded agent, the first one, and then the second one comes down and you're like, okay, I've got all these units I can throw down, they die, and I just can't really get going. And that's what I love about the embedded agents. They appear very, very simplistic, but for Shroud, they basically give you the presence where it's like, okay, you're inviting the opponent to come on the board and you just kill it straight away. And so that just gives you the time to build your board. So that was a problem for Perp because he just couldn't deal with the embedded agents, and then it just spiraled from there, didn't it? Really good though from Feno, like amazing. That's how you play it. So 1-1. We've got a game here. It's a good start. Very good start.
Yeah. It's getting spicy. It's getting interesting. So it's gonna be Earthen versus Feno's
Sippy, no?
other deck,
Sippy.
which is
Sippy.
Really interesting. I think here in this regard, Perp has the advantage versus CPUs. Big nerfs have hit CPUs, especially Cyrene, Triumph of Europa. The Recruiter has also been nerfed. So it's gonna be interesting to see how will CPUs manage against the madness that Earthen carries on with all that hasty mobilization and all that ramp that can just overflow the board.
Yeah, I agree. I think Perp maybe has the advantage here, just from the fact that he has like the ability to clear the board with, the spores if it starts to get a little bit out of hand. Also, like looking at Feno's Sippy, he doesn't run Master Poisoner. Not a lot of players are running Master Poisoner anymore since it got changed. But if he had been running Master Poisoner, he might have had at least some kind of a way to deal with these massive units, these big monsters that Perp has built his deck around. Let's see. Who knows? Let's see. So at the moment, Perp is opting. Finally, he gets the no snitching, but he's deciding it doesn't really need the no snitching early on. Opting to keep Moonlit at the moment with the take it or leave it, which is interesting. I think he wants to try and, as I say, try and get those big units out quickly. Try and get to hasty mobs or the hacker. That's not bad. That's not bad from Perp for Feno. That's a really interesting. What do you think about that actually? Like Quinto, the opening hand for Feno.
The opening hand for Feno here is great. He has that early game, which is Cunning Incipient into Ancient Subject, which is Ancient Subject being a super important card against Earthen, primarily because of the fact that you can buff your clones, get out of the way of Virulent Spores in this regard. Perp's hand, on the other hand, he has to take it or leave it, so can play an early hasty mobilization. So yeah, Feno needs to quote unquote mobilize his clones really quickly here to just match what's gonna drop from that hasty, if we're talking about big units coming from it. So it's yet to be seen.
It's good. Yeah.
Feno
One thing I noticed,
high density replicator just to buff his units. He knows that he needs some power right now because it's gonna be soon until Perp drops something that he won't be able to deal with.
I just want to say one thing I noticed is that there was a fist pump moment there from Feno when he realized that Perp, who was going first, did not have a Steward of the Garden. And he was almost like, yes, right. He doesn't have the ramps, and now I've got the advantage here. I can just start to get my early game going. So that was a big moment.
Here. What are we gonna see from this hasty? It's gonna be super interesting. Feno knows that he's in trouble. It should be good.
Yeah.
He knows, he prays, he's praying that nothing comes out of it, and actually it's not that good of a hasty.
No, it's not.
The Mayamancer.
Miasmancer's not bad, yeah.
The better one here. Yeah, Feno, a sigh of relief.
That could have been really nasty, couldn't it? But yeah, luckily for Feno, not so bad. He still has a bit of an issue though, right? He can't cleanly get through that defender.
Well, he can go with genetic correction just to keep up the tempo or something, because he won't have a clean trade here.
No.
Aside from, well, this is Feno doesn't know that this other. Wait, is that defender or it's just a soft defender?
Well, I think doesn't it give adjacent units defender? Oh no, other friendly units. There, guys, having a little look. Yeah, nice.
Okay, the other Belarusi striker just buffs the other one and gets.
That's nice. Wow, he's done great there. Yeah, that's really smart. I like that. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Genetic correction for something bigger. Perp can't still play the hacker. Will probably go with Nehemiah or Nehemiah's Faithful, or for Middle Presence. It's kind of bad in this situation since it's a bunch of resources for practically nothing. Feno's board is already super buffed in that regard. So Perp is in some type of trouble here because a Nehemiah or a Nehemiah's Faithful countered by genetic correction. Feno also has another high density generic replicator. So yeah, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, I really like that that last turn from Feno. Like that was super smart. What he done there. I think a lot of people probably wouldn't have seen it. I didn't quite see that actually. So I love that he was just able to figure that out, get another unit down, clear the board nice and clean. Really smart. And as you say, he's got a board here that is getting stronger and stronger. He's got another genetic replicator relic as well, if he wanted to, plus a nice removal of the genetic correction. Really tough spot. So as we're going to see, this Nehemiah is going to likely get genetic corrected, and then it just leaves the door open, doesn't it, for Feno to keep the pressure going.
Look at that convergent mass. A convergent mass here, how like he has many options. He doesn't have to go with genetic correction here. Can go with another relic, can go with a convergent mass. Definitely that will leave, like he can kind of cleanly trade this Nehemiah if he just focuses on lowering its health. And he decides to go the ATN subjugate buff strategy just to keep his board alive in case of a Virulent Spores, which I'm not sure if PURP is even running Virulent Spores in this deck.
Good play. Good play. I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just
ATN
kept the
subjugate
board
is such
going
a
wide.
good card in this matchup.
Yeah, good play.
Even going as far as trying to keep this Valorous striker alive by buffing him one more time.
Do you know what's good about
yeah.
that as well is that he's not wasted the. I mean, it would have been, I guess, in a way, you have that card to deal with a big unit, right? But I like that Feno kind of thought, you know what, I don't necessarily need to use it now. Like I can just deal with it with the pressure I've got on the board, and then keep my genetic correction for something more nasty that comes along. Like it, super cool. Like Feno seems really locked in at the moment.
Yeah,
Even taking a little drink.
And yeah, it's confirmed. There's no Virulent Spores in this PURP list, which puts Feno in an even bigger spot because this Formidable Presence won't be able to do anything. The 18 subject is already on board. It's going to be very difficult here for PURP to come back from this one. This is the strength of, like, this is the raw strength of Cathari, essentially, with no AoE to counter. I would confidently say that Feno has this in the back. There's nothing that PURP can really do.
Yeah, no, he's got it. He's got it, yeah.
With that 18 subject already on board, to actually do something about this. He like a Belarusi, a 7-2 Belarusi striker already on board that can't be answered really, aside from a Formidable Presence. Then yeah, you could say that this is over for PURP.
I think this this kind of shows the power of the early game in parallel right now, is that if you build a really strong early game, it's very difficult to come back from. There's so much damage here. It's close to lethal. We're 4 off, aren't we? Yeah.
I think
absolutely mental start.
Answer, if for some reason he has like super high roll on his draws, manages to keep Formidable Presence on, for example. But he won't be able to do that here, really, aside from only playing Formidable Presence. But if he managed to essentially have like a Titan and something else big on board and just spam Formidable Presence, there's nothing Feno can actually do about it. So, I mean, that's one way of actually winning, but I think it's too late for PURP. He doesn't have enough energy. He is already at 4 health. So I think this is going to go to Feno, this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. It looks like it anyway. I mean, we don't want to...
He has an ace upon his sleeve.
Like I said, I don't want to I don't want to count it when it's still in play, but like it just looks like he's going to need an absolute Hail Mary here, PURP, to turn it around.
I mean, I like because it's scenarios where it's like, what can PURP actually do to turn this around?
Yeah, but like what can he do? Like the Formidable is the only play. The Formidable is the only play. You do Formidable, you lose energy, and then basically that's it. Like you then the next turn, the door's open, isn't it? For for Feno to just go and smash you. So yeah, I think, you know, we have to just call it.
He can't play only one. He needs to play 2. Yeah, he needs to play 2. So that will bring him to lower energy next turn. So yeah, I don't know. Like,
I mean,
why
Feno doesn't look too stressed at all about it. He is curious though. He was curious there a little bit as to why. I think I just looked at the expression of Feno. He's like, oh, okay, he didn't try and take out any units or anything. Just went face. Just a delay game at this point, isn't it? I mean, Yeah, he can't get the lethal now, but
I
then
mean, he
once
has
the
the
seeds go
hacker
back,
effect already on, so we might see like some big units. I don't know if I mean the genetic correction just probably counters anything that PURP does,
no, it's
but
over. Yeah.
there might be some type of combo here that can actually make PURP turn this around. I'm not sure.
I love it, turning the hacker into a 0-2 shield pod. Brilliant.
So
I think, yeah, for Feno, he knows that, okay, just be patient. And then hopefully next turn, he'll have enough just to ram through any defenders and then get the last 4 remaining damage he needs.
so
Like, I think he's just figuring out, like, okay, is there anything I need to do here additionally? Like, of course, he's
yeah,
got the tabular, but I don't
he
think
needs to
he
bank,
necessarily needs to use it.
but he doesn't want to bank the tabula because of
No.
if he might need CPUs later on. Banking the tabula might be detrimental. This is too
With that
like without
alone, look at
like
that.
if PURP had a virulence spores, I would say like obviously there's still a chance, but he doesn't. So
No.
yeah, Feno is there just waiting for this to end. PURP doesn't get anything really here aside from being able to play a hasty mobilization.
He's just going to play it, isn't he? Just see if he gets a Hail Mary. But
But what could be the Hail Mary here? That's
yeah.
my question. Like
Could-
that this is
Oh, and
definitely
it's
that's definitely
shocking.
not the Hail Mary.
That
But
was
I mean,
terrible.
let's say part of the Hail Mary was a Titan. What else? Then
But
what
you
else? Because he
can't.
had the hacker on, he could have played the Titan on a lower cost. But aside from that, I don't know what else could have saved him.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Well, that was an amazing run, like a really quick run, especially with a BO3. Do we call that a reverse sweep, even though it's a BO3, guys? What do you think?
No, you could technically.
No, reverse sweep has to be like 2-0 when you reverse sweep. I think 1-0 and best of 3. But I mean, technically it is. So yeah,
right?
Yeah.
you can say it was.
Yeah, it could be like I was thinking like, oh, is this a reverse sweep? Because like the first one was won by PURP, and then the last 2 were won by Feno. So it's like, okay, let's call it let's call it as it is, because
It's a mini reverse sweep. Yeah.
mini reverse sweep indeed. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd like, dude, that was a great game though. Bit dodgy at the first part when Feno was lost his first match, but then just picked up over the next 2. And you know, I was looking at the lineups though, like that kind of it was very kind of high rolly in terms of what the lineup that PURP brought in terms of Nehemiah. No virulent spores. Like, how do you deal with large boards like that, right? Do you have any idea, guys? Like, any idea with that kind of lineup, how you can deal with large boards?
Yeah, I think that his game plan really revolved around just trying to get out like quickly big units so that then you have tall units on the board, and then that almost negates the fact that you then don't need like a wide like a board clear, because then they almost need to be answering your board rather than you answering them. So I think that's like the strategy they went for. But of course, if it doesn't quite work out like that and you can't get out the big units quickly, and as you say, it's a bit high rolly because you know, let's say you play the hasty mobilization and you don't quite hit the big units that you're looking for, then you're not going to have a board that sticks. So yeah, I think it was like we always see this with PURP, is that he does something completely off the wall and something very different, right? And so it's no surprise in a way that he doesn't put them in there, but like maybe just having one in there for like the odd situation where you just need to at least deal with it in some way, that could have helped him. But yeah.
Yeah, dude, like that was actually I was kind of thinking that he was still waiting for, he probably thought that like I have these big units, they're probably going to be passing on defenders. But yeah, that's like the last match, like the factor Kinto, like we were looking at the previous match with Brand being played by Feno. Like, what was your favorite play right there? Like, I'm thinking I'm gonna predict what your favorite play was there. It was the Trusty Belt. Is it or is it not?
I mean, definitely a Trust Shield is a great card to include in brand decks, and it can definitely counter the tempo of your opponent. So yeah, I would say that in that case, yeah, definitely the Trust Shield play could have
Yeah.
been the best one.
Yeah, dude, like
Do you know-
unseen allies. Oh
yeah.
yeah, how about you, the factor? Go.
No, I was just going to say, like, there's something else which has come to mind that I've just thought about is that when you play Earthen, of course, right, the main central part that gets that ramp engine going for Earthen is the Steward of the Garden. And whenever you play people who play Earthen, their main priority is to get the Steward of the Garden down early, so you can then
Yeah.
go from like 1 to 3, and
Yeah.
then keep going from there, right? In both
Yeah.
games that we saw PURP playing Earthen, he did not play Steward of the Garden early. He either didn't find it in the mulligan, or he didn't have an opportunity to play it and for it to stick. And I think that was the real blow, is that he couldn't get the ramp going that his whole deck revolved around, right? I think that was
That's
a
right.
big issue. Yeah.
Kind of a sus kind of RNG as well. Like most of the players that I'm facing that are playing Earthen usually have Sword of the Garden turn 1, or if they don't have
Yeah.
it, they just mulligan the whole lineup, and they're like, okay, it's like, and like that's why you see the fist bump right there. I think
He
it was
did, yeah.
Kinto. Yeah, Kinto like pointed out, oh, he did a fist bump because there's no turn 1 Sword of the Garden. Like that's actually really great. But yeah, I mean, guys, that was amazing game 1, and we're gonna be seeing Feno move on to round 2. But with that, let's look at the bracket right now as to how the matches have gone. We're gonna be saying goodbye for now to one of our casters. Let's see which one, guys. Just guess which one is gonna be rotated out for the for the round 1. But yeah. BlizzconJan moves on against Guggenheim with a 2-0, and Wasted Time defeats Gongkra with the 2-0 as well. Jarla defeats Hogbacks with a 2-0. That's our previous world champion. Head Cards tournament Cards player also turned parallel TCG pro player as well, is already going to move on for round 2. Feno, we just watched that with a 2-1, and Sora defeats his teammate Dual Note with a 2-0. Sparkling, on the other hand, defeats Jobsad with a 2-1, and Penzokin defeats Gorak with a 2-1 as well. So this is going to be round 2, and let's welcome our next set of casters. Here we go. And here we go. Oh, there you go. For those who have guessed that Kinto is going to be rotated out for this match, yeah, you just got a prize, like nothing. Bragging rights. Okay, we have here Qflux right here for round 2, and Qflux, I will give you the honor of saying who our match is going to be for this this round. Oh, you're muted, dude. You're muted. No snitching.
Factor, go ahead, introduce the match.
No, you do it. You do
You
it, man.
do it.
Here.
You do it.
Please, thank you.
This is your intro.
It's all
This
you.
is
Thank you.
It's all you. Yeah. Okay. I think our
I'm
guys,
not ready to introduce this match. Please go.
No, these guys don't know because it has been a kind of a secret. It's gonna be Wasted Time versus. What do you think, guys? We just saw it a while ago.
We just saw it. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah.
Was it Wasted Time
No, it's
versus
BlizzconJan. There you go.
is
It's
it?
Wasted
Okay.
Guy versus BlizzconJan. It's
Okay.
gonna be like a new player versus the Wonder Kid, guys. This is gonna be amazing
The
because
Wonder Kid.
the Wonder Kid. Do we call him the Wonder Kid or Wonderkind?
I guess we do. I mean, you just did. Yeah, you can't take it
Yeah.
back now. You said it.
The Wonder Kid versus Wasted Time. Do you guys have any experience or any info regarding Wasted Time? I don't. I'm clearly on the blank right here because this is a very new name for me.
Yeah.
Qflux, do you have any info or no? This is someone
I've only
new for you.
seen someone play cards like once. It's a World War II themed card game. I don't know too much about it. Honestly, I'm not familiar with Wasted Time, but it is cool to see new players coming in the competitive scene. You know, it's probably the strongest aspect of Parallel's whole ecosystem right now is the competitive experience. Just so much, you know, big prize pools, these awesome broadcasts, all that. So I'm not surprised to see a player like him coming over, especially from another game that's if I'm not mistaken, on the smaller side, more of a niche kind of card game. So it just makes sense. Like people who play a variety of these, smaller and earlier card games. They tend to jump around, try different things. I've definitely seen that. And so, yeah, I'm not surprised to see some of the most talented players from a game like Cards interested in Parallel. And it's a testament to his talent. He's already in a top 16 now. Very, very cool.
Oh yeah, no. Just a correction, guys. It's head from Cards, not Wasted. Yeah. So we clearly
Okay, I'm sorry. What game is Wasted from? Do we know?
no, we don't. It's like we clearly have no info from him. Like this, he's gonna be like
Okay.
kind of a dark horse, so to speak, in this tournament.
Definitely. It's quite nice to see that though, right? It's almost nice to have a completely unknown to all of
Yes.
us and unknown to the scene, right? Because then it just creates a nice narrative of like, who is this mysterious stranger, that's just like wiping up and taking people out and progressing, like getting scalped. So I mean, he's got a big challenge now against the Wonder Kid, as you say. Imagine if
That's right.
like this complete unknown to us then takes out BlizzCon. You're like, wow, okay, we really do need to know about this guy. So yeah, I
Yeah,
can't wait. I'm excited for this game.
dude. Yeah,
I
yeah.
tried to
He's
Google it.
yeah.
Sorry, Excel. I tried to Google it and I found a band called Wasted Time, so I'm not making any progress. Probably some good
Dude,
songs though. We should play some while we're
yeah.
waiting. No, I'm kidding.
Dude, there's a song called "Wasted Time" as well. But I'm just like maybe that's his favorite song. I don't know. We haven't seen him yet. But yeah, let's
Closing
start.
time. Closing time. I'm gonna make Excel's life as hard as possible. He's trying to start the match.
Oh,
I'm talking
God,
about
yeah.
music and memes.
Dude,
Hard
we,
mode.
we might get DMCA with your beautiful voice, man. So let's go. Let's not do that right now. Let's we'd have the first match again. Let's start with the first deck list review with BlizzconJan. Let's start with the first one. It's gonna be let's start with Neve, and of course our resident Shroud expert is gonna be right here to discuss this. The factor. Can you break this down?
Yeah, I'll break it down. I think we've got a Trigger Happy Trooper that's also somehow
Yeah,
made
it's
its way
floating there.
into the deck. Yeah, that's just kind of like just obscuring some of the deck. But do you know what? Like a lot of people know BlizzconJan on the ladder for this deck. It's almost what I'd even say he's sort of built his reputation on the ladder. Like he plays this so much, and this deck is just all about getting to Neve as quick as you can. He's got a couple of Mias Mancers in there, which I don't think he ordinarily runs on the. He might have actually added them into the deck now, seeing the Riser Universal Workshop. So he's got a couple of Mias Mancers in there just to disrupt, to make sure that he can get his game plan going. And then of course he's got Unseen Allies. I'm really happy to see Unseen Allies is back in the deck.
There he is.
It was a card that did see it at play. Oh. Why are you guys saying hello to
You're
me?
good. You're good. You're good. There was a
Disappear for
weird
bit.
pause, and you're good.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm really happy to see Unseen Allies that's returned back into the fold, because it was a card that saw a little bit of play in Neve decks, and this card is just super powerful, right? Because it's almost like the insurance, the backup, so that if your plan A fails and you don't win with Neve, then you've still got a way to repopulate the board. And because this deck runs so many effects, you know that whatever you bring out of your Singularity, there's going to be some good stuff in there, right? Because there's 24 effects in this deck, so very strong. It's the sort of Neve deck now that's become the staple on ladder, and whenever anyone brings it to a tournament, this is the deck that we see now.
That's right.
The factor, it's 24 effects, and yet people are still not running Alvaro. What's it gonna take? I'm telling you guys, it's the Alvaro meta. Don't mind me though.
Yeah, definitely. Like
yeah, I guess it is, right?
We'll probably see some Alvaro maybe in some of the decks that our players are carrying. And I love the insight that you said there a while ago. The factor Unseen Allies might be the second wave that Neve might put out, especially it has two turns you can put out from the Singularity as if you played it by hand, right? So yeah.
You know what's
Exactly.
interesting, Excel? You know what's interesting is both this list from Jan here and Feno's brand list are running a single copy of Unseen Allies. Not to spend too much time on this one list, but that's just an interesting thing. I'm noticing a lot of 1x Unseen Allies type lists.
Yeah, it's one of those base cards that really have seen quite a lot in the competitive scene. But let's look at the next deck of BlizzconJan right now. Okay, this is going to be another deck that you can see quite often. This looks like it is a Uni Workshop. Let's listen to Qflux to break this down.
What is this? A deck for ants? Aside from how small it is on the screen, let me attempt to make sense of a very complicated looking list here. So we got 3 coins, 3 no snitchings. We got the paid off and double solitary confinement. Lots of tech on the effect side. Of course, this is a Uni deck, so we've got Ingrid and Freitas. all universal cards, and the hacker is the key. I'm kind of explaining this backwards, but the hacker is the key. So win condition for this deck, pretty simple. Play hacker early. The ladies, Freydis and Ingrid, which are the strong win condition cards at the end of this deck, start out costing 8, but the hacker is able to shuffle the costs. They can cost as low as 1. And basically the counterplay against Uni is to usually use Miasmancer to block the Uni player from playing the ladies, because both ladies have a muster effect that Miasmancer can block for a turn. Problem is, post-hacker, you don't actually know what the ladies are going to cost. You have no way to predict when that Miasmancer comes down. And sure, there's always a little bit of a mystery because they could have coins. Do you play Miasmancer when they're at 7 energy or 8 energy? But the hacker turns that into a completely impossible to predict kind of situation. In fact, I'm going to put out the call right now. Veen, Muka, kill the hacker. It's turned Uni from a cool deck into an RNG fiesta, and I don't like it. I'm calling it out. I'm calling it out. Kill the hacker. Nerf it again. Make it a 6. I don't know. With that said, though, got to play the game as it is. Hate the game, not the player. So Jan's going to take advantage of just how hard it is to play against this deck. His challenge is simple. Can he sustain an early game where he doesn't get overwhelmed on the board? Because to beat this deck, the opponent's going to want to snowball some tempo units, at least if they're running a unit-based deck. A very interesting build. Uni decks are very interesting right now. One other thing, by the way, Cyber Deck Console, very fun cards. I'm hoping we get to see that get played.
Yeah, I love Cyber Deck Console here as well, and of course, one thing that could stop this like a possible snowball would be a Lord Harv, because it would make those Theolis or Take It or Leave It's 1 cost, and it would stop them from even ramping to an early hacker. And also, like, to answer you, Qflux, the hacker cannot be killed. He cannot be found even. He's that good.
You can't kill a hacker that can't be found. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, it's lore. It's lore. Anyway, so we have we're not going to be reviewing the decks that are not going to be banned. So this is going to be the last deck that BlizzconJan has brought to the table, and we're going to be switching to another deck, and it's going to be Wasted Time. Look at that amazing PFP right there, because Wasted Time just sent out a John PFP. He's now getting played. He's that incognito right now. And let's listen to the factor to break this down.
He's almost set that PFP as like in memory of John, because he's been dead for so long. I love it. But yeah, I mean, it's good to see actually that we're still getting Sippy turning up to the tournaments. I think there was a worry that maybe with the nerf to Triumph Europa, that maybe we wouldn't see this. And of course, we've seen the emergence more of Kathy. But it's still quite nice to see Sippy in tournaments. So again, the overall kind of strategy with this is just trying to get the board wide as quickly as you can. Lots of low-cost units. He is running, of course, as well the Convergent Mass, which is fantastic actually at giving Sippy a bit of real deadly late game just from buffing tons of units, and all of the units basically in the deck, the clone ones anyway. Just really, really cool. Really good deck. I like that he's running 2 Triumph of Europas as well. We have seen in some decks now that they're running 1, but he still sees enough value to run 2, so that if he does get to late game, he still just has 2 ways to bring his board out. So I quite like it. I'm not seeing anything like too unfamiliar in here, too different. He is just teched in 1 Convergent Aegis, which I think is really in there just to make life a bit difficult for like someone like a Neve. Or like any other type of shroud. But other than that, it's pretty much the usual suspects that we're used to seeing in this list.
Yeah, the usual suspects indeed. And I like that Convergent Aegis point that you set up right there. Lots of shielded, especially. But the problem is, the downside to that is that if they get revealed or the clones get revealed, your Radiant Legions won't have as much as value with turn 5, right? So like, you have to pick your battles, as you said, like for Banish as well. So let's look at the next deck of Wasted Time. And it's gonna be okay, another uni. Okay, I'm gonna give this to you, Qflux, man. How does it differ from BlizzconJan's deck?
It's about the same. He is running 1 copy of Sanctuary, which is nice because it's a 1-cost universal relic. The relics can be very, very helpful, since the way that the ladies, Freydis and Ingrid again, work is that they have more effects the more universal cards are on the board on your side of the board. And that includes relics, not just units, and relics are a little harder to remove than units sometimes. So Sanctuary is a 1-drop. even if you're not going to use the effect, can be useful. And then as a bonus, Sanctuary can actually give you an additional copy of Freitas or Ingrid for a high roll sort of scenario. We also do see Desmond here. I think that wasn't in the other uni list, actually. I could be mistaken.
No, it was.
Desmond is
It was.
It
yeah.
was? Okay. So I just failed to mention it. Desmond is also highly relevant to uni, and we can mention it here since we didn't talk about it on the previous list. Desmond is a 0/6 for 5, and it has an effect that makes all universal units cost 2 less, as well as a few other things that make it a little hard to kill, giving Defender to other units. And so Desmond, along with the 3 take it or leave it coins, along with Stabilized Shard, gives Wasted Time so many different ways to ramp or play things at a cheaper cost, or in various ways to basically travel across time with the mana curve. And so this deck is very hard to play against, very hard to predict what's going to happen. And on top of that, the counterplay of those Miasmancers. It's going to be really interesting. I do kind of hope we see a crazy uni mirror. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah, I would love to see a crazy uni mirror, like especially with the turn 1, like Sanctuary, turn 2, like go in with double, and a crazy plays with take it or leave it, and even using paid off. Like, yeah, I want to see that happen, maybe down the line. But yeah, those are the 2 decks that we're gonna be seeing for our players. And let's look at the bans. Oh wait, while we're waiting for the bans to be shown, guys, I know you guys know the bans are gonna be Marcolians, right? Because we haven't seen the Marcolians, and we see the Sanctuary website. What do you think about those bans? Like, how good is Kathy right now? I know Qflux is very, very how do you say this? Passionate about this this deck. Like, any thoughts why they have him banned? You know, it's no question that they are Marcolians. What do you think, Qflux?
I mean, Kathy is the strongest right now. She is tier 1, and while she's not impossible to beat, it does require a certain kind of deck list to give you a good chance. I think looking at the decks that both players brought, neither one really has those anti-Kathy lists set up. They don't have like an Earthen with Alvaros and Altars of Gaia. They don't have, I don't know, like something like maybe Augencore with the turrets. That's not as effective these days, but they don't have stuff like that ready. I think they came into this tournament planning on banning Kathy, and so they're just following through. But if they wanted to build a different lineup, they could have planned otherwise. It's just kind of the way they chose to go.
Yeah, like it's like a bait ban already, and like, okay, you're gonna be left with 2 decks, right? That you have to fight with the other 2 decks, and let's see how well they're gonna be playing. Look at that, Wasted Time is Jan over at SPFP.
I love
We
it.
have seen John at a tournament. Then there you go. We're seeing him here at a tournament. You know, you can never say that we didn't see John at a tournament. It's here.
That's right. That's right. This happened technically. Technically.
Yeah. In a sense, there are both Jans because one is BlizzconJan and one is Miss Jan.
Oh,
nice.
Get out of here.
I like it.
The battle of
big
Battle
brain,
of
big brain
Jans.
play
Battle
there.
of Jans.
That's what you got to
Okay.
do. Veen and Muka, change John to John without an H. Just make it Jan. Then it'll be good.
Yeah,
Don't
there you
change
go.
any cards.
Yeah. Let's change it. And with that, guys, we're going to be having the first match. It's going to be Uni Workshop versus Neve with Wasted Time and BlizzconJan at round 2 at the Parallel Prime League Open 4. Qflux and Factor, take it away.
Oh,
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Flux. It's the first time we're casting together. I'm super excited. So yeah, I can't wait. Like, we can see the mulligans already. This looks like an interesting, very actually strong opener for BlizzconJan with the embedded agent, the Dominion. I don't even really feel like he needs to change much there. Actually, I think that's pretty strong.
Oh wow, he disagrees. I was on your
Yeah.
side. I figure you play agent on turn 1. You got those draws with the brand's expertise. Jan completely disagrees. Wasted
Yeah,
time.
that's why he's there.
Looking for coins, I think, to set up that hacker. But yeah, that was a surprise to me. What the heck?
Yeah, I mean the half as well for Wasted Time is actually pretty nice to have, isn't it? We were talking about that. How it's just such a good disruptor, not only against Shroud, but it just, against so many other decks out there. So pretty smart to keep it. And he gets, oh wow, he top decks the
Snitching, very
snitching
nice.
there. That's nice. Yeah, really helpful.
Banking the 1-drop on turn 1 is the mark of a confident player. Can I just say, like, no beginner can ever do that because it just feels so wrong. So that's, that Wasted Time has some confidence. He's prepared his opening lines. And I guess, I mean, it is obvious. Okay, to be fair, this is the one spot where a beginner should see it, though, because you don't want to play the Gunslinger. Obviously, they can life siphon, buffing the Steward if you don't silence it. But he had the no snitching, so Anyway, point is, it's always funny to see a 1-drop banked on turn 1.
No, but I get your point as well, because I think if you are new to the game and you have like an ability to play on 1, you think, oh, I should play on 1, right? But like the experienced players know that, okay, with the sort of deck that you've got there, you don't need to play that on 1. In fact, you shouldn't play that on 1. That should be the bankable card because it's just low fodder, and then everything else is just high value in terms of what you want to do. So yeah, good point, man. Like, because a lot of new players would just be like, oh, I've got something to play on 1, let's play it. But actually,
And this is
no, that's not the
interesting.
play
So
at all.
Jan is banking. I apologize for cutting you off here. Scheming bank and then playing the second scheming. He is going to see 2 hackers in this hand, and he's going to take away the Harf instead. That's what annoys him the most. He wants to make sure he can use Erasure next turn, I suppose, or a cheaper Brand's Expertise. What's interesting here is the question of who wins the long game, right? Neve doesn't have demos, and she has her Neve play. Uni has the 2 ladies. Who do you think is the aggressor here?
Yeah, so
tough question.
it is a tough question, right? Because technically they're both the aggressor, but like Uni is doing it in a much slower way. But Uni has that big explosion that can happen, right? In the mid game, straight after they play Hacker, they can easily then go from a Hacker into Desmond, into like then Freydis and Ingrid. So they can just explode wildly, and then like it's so difficult to come back from. I would say though that one of the big weak sides of the Uni workshop is that if you can get to the late game, then you have the ability to like control them. And for BlizzconJan, even though he doesn't, of course, they don't have demos, he still has the Dominion, which could be super powerful for him. So I think if BlizzconJan can get to his Neve really, really quickly, he has a chance of outlasting, should we say, Uni. But I think that Uni has just such explosion. So it'd be interesting when the hacker comes down, does he get what he needs to explode? If he does, this could be wild.
Yeah, I think if Uni can get close but not quite finish it, like maybe Uni has to bait out a Dominion, get Jan down to 1, and then use a gunslinger to finish him. Or there's all kinds of weird ways. It's definitely interesting. Like you said, they both want to be the aggressor, but Uni has a very hard time clearing the Neve burst at the end. So Neve maybe has a little more inevitability of an unstoppable win condition, whereas Uni is a little more like racing against that clock. With that said, wasted time playing that Sanctuary. Let's see what he discards now. He's going to go hunting for an extra lady or anything else that mimight help. He gives up the PS8, gets a Diplo, is going to bank it right away, it looks like. And we'll see if he wants to play this Alvaro. Alvaro is really nice for this Uni deck against Neve. Neve, as we pointed out, is so many spells. And I was saying, why is no one running Alvaros? But Wasted Time's got the memo. If he can get some chip damage, if he can get some chip damage off of that, it's going to help him get closer to racing Jan down before that Neve burst. Jan draws the Dominion. Defactor, you can take it from here.
Well, do you know what was really cool about that last play is that I was hoping that he would play the Alvaro because it's the perfect deck to be playing Alvaro against. And what I love about it is he not only played it, but he also remembered that you've got to attack first with the support vehicle, charge, and then put a shield on the Alvaro. So it just can't be answered in the traditional way, right? And that's just such a pain because you want that off the board. And he also knows Wasted Time that like on the next turn, he's going to be getting a token. So being able to possibly protect the Alvaro, say from like getting answered on the board, it can't be answered at the moment with an effect. It's just so disruptive. So fantastic from Wasted Time there. But yeah, the Dominion technically can, like, if you were being honest, it could technically answer the board right now, but it's not ideal because then you're kind of removing your own units, you're taking quite a bit of damage, and then the token comes down as well. So it's not great.
Yeah, leaving an open board right before Wasted Time gets the Juggernaut token would be disastrous.
Yeah.
And yeah, getting shielded on Alvaro is huge. I think a lot of beginner players kind of miss how much of the skill of this game comes down to little things. Like, yeah, sure, the right deck, the perfect answers for everything, but also just like, do you attack with the armored shielded vehicle before you play your Alvaro? Do you actually get the shield on it, or do you fumble? Like all those little spots, you'll see top players very consistent. Lambie always talking about that, although Lambie forgot to bank yesterday, so he needs some work. He's playing too much Shadowverse. But anyway, we do see a Dominion come down. and it's going to be a full board clear, right? So Jan is kind of forced into this position of giving Wasted Time an open board on the same turn. Wasted Time's getting a token on the same turn. He draws a coin and is able to get the hacker down. Okay, this is serious. He already had a good play with the researcher, but now he gets the early hacker. Bank one, play the other. What do you think about this, the Factor?
This is mental. Yeah, this is big because this is exactly what it wants. Like a board that's cleared by your opponent, then leaves the door open for you to throw hacker down. And he got a Siren as well, a two-cost Siren, which is amazing. That's really good just to keep control of the board. Gets a token as well. It goes for the armed. Okay, that's not really what you want. He's kind of like hovering over the Freydis. He's a bit disappointed he drew the Freydis. He would have loved to have been able to got that hacked like with a decent cost, but it does not change at all. Yeah, it doesn't change. But this is still really good. I mean, as you say, kind of annoying for BlizzCon that he had to board clear there, but
this is a huge Adira. What's he gonna get?
Oh, gets the solitary confinement. Doesn't waste any time. That was so quick, that decision making, wasn't it? Flux.
He's locked in. Jan is known for playing quickly sometimes, and that was a Jan moment, I think, for sure. A good answer with Adira, but look at Jan's hand now. He doesn't have that many options. He does have the Dominion and one Erasure, so good removal options. Sabo, Miasmancer. His hand is all reactive, but it's not like I feel like Wasted Time has potential to keep up this aggression with the hacker activated. This is, a lot of what's he doing? Is he drawing second? Wrong order. I was just giving you credit for playing stuff in the right order.
That's the perfect order. That's the great order because you don't want to give him a Siren because he could potentially triumph and then get a Siren. Whereas now, if he triumphs, he's going to get a Rummage Researcher. Yeah,
I forgot Triumph of the Lost existed. Bad commentary. Sorry, chat. All right, Defactor saved me though. He knows how to play. That's because you're the Shroud expert.
Exactly. I just played so much Shroud that I just like order is like second nature to me on stuff because you're always thinking of the Triumph when you're up against Shroud. But yeah, he done that so well. It would have been because in a way, technically, if you're not playing Shroud, you almost want to be like playing the Rummaging first, draw, and then you can make a decision, right? But I think it's so good to see him always thinking, right, what do I want to give my opponent the least, or what do they want to have the least? And I think now a Triumph would be kind of useless because he would just get the Rummaging and then he gets more card draw. So really good. I love as well that Wasted Time is keeping hold of the Cyber deck. That could be quite useful later on.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like that card can block a Dominion, for example, if Jan's trying to clear the board or something like that, where you can stop the board clear, get to lethal. It's a very powerful. Jan down to 13 health and Wasted Time drawing a 1-cost Miasmancer, continuing to Sanctuary through. Poisoner, not the most helpful. That's getting banked. Man, if that Ingrid just hadn't costed 8, he'd be in an even stronger position. But the only challenge here, Wasted Time has a very reactive hand, just like Jan. He has a hard time getting tempo right now. That's the only issue he's really running into.
Yeah, he does. Oh,
three cost Ingrid. There we go.
There you go. So 3-cost Ingrid turns up, and this is where it can explode. And the next turn as well, he's getting a token. So that was the perfect top deck for Wasted Time. For BlizzconJan, I think that he's maybe going to be looking at, answering this, and then he can go into the Shard potentially just to try and get to Neve now. Or is he thinking, do I need to play Miasmancer? Because you made such a good point. In the kind of the talk just before this game, it's such a guessing game when you play the Miasmancer now, isn't it? Because you don't know when to play it to block, but technically he could play it and then it would at least delay a little bit more, or he just rushes to get Neve out. What would you be doing here if he was in BlizzconJan's position, Clueflux?
Is Miasmancer active right now? I believe so from last turn, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he played it. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I totally lost track of that. But now we got Wasted Time. What I was thinking about while you were saying that is how Wasted Time has these 2 relics, right? So I was thinking about another part of what we talked about earlier, which is how useful these relics are in this uni match, specifically so Wasted Time can get effects off of the ladies, even with no units on the board. I don't know. I mean, Ingrid could make Jan discard 2 here, and that's very compelling to reduce Jan's card advantage.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He
I
could.
was getting a bit carried away as well. I remember now, like I was talking about Miasmancer, but yeah, of course, BlizzconJan couldn't play the Miasmancer because the Miasmancer was already played. Yes.
Was already
apologies.
it's like a Mies Mancer
Yeah.
chain. That's okay. But
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
with the Ingrid here, he could make Jan discard 2, and he could follow up with the second Miasmancer. That 3+1 feels very powerful to me. He's
Yeah.
losing the chance to use Ingrid to steal a unit and get an unexpected lethal. But the thing is, it's not that unexpected because Jan's going to know it's a possibility. So makes sense to me. Play Ingrid here, reduce Jan's card advantage, card availability, and just keep pushing. I think Wasted Time needs to take risks now. He needs to make threats, attempt to threaten lethal. The longer this game goes, the more likely Jan is to find the comeback and get to his inevitability with a stronger win condition against Uni not having removal. So Wasted Time needing to stay aggressive. I do believe that's why we see this Ingrid coming down here. And this next draw for Jan is very, very important. He's only got a Life Siphon available right now. That arm token. This is everything right here. Jan, what are you going to get?
Oh, he gets a Dominion. That answers it. That answers the board.
And there's no way to block it with Cyber
He has a
Deck.
Miasmancer. He has a one. Yeah, he has a 1-cost Miasmancer.
Oh, it costs
so he
1.
can block it.
Oh, it's a 1-cost from the hacker. That's what I was talking about with that Cyber Deck. That's lethal right there. Well, not yet, but that's close to lethal. Now that means Wasted Time will get to hit for 9 and keep his board intact, as opposed to Jan taking 6, but then the board being clear. Wasted Time now has lethal in 2. Lethal in 2 turns, and it's a question of if Jan can somehow stop it. On top of that, Wasted Time has the... Wait, Freitas +4/+4 is lethal now. What am I talking about? It's
it's done. That's done.
It's GG.
There you go. Wow.
That's this a complicated match, man.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is kind of what we were talking about, is that for like BlizzconJan running Neve, you need to try and get to that Neve as quick as you can. If you don't, then it leaves the door open for them to have those explosive moments. And they had him, didn't they? They had him, Flux. Like, he had the hacker that opened up so nicely after the Dominion. Get the hacker down, then get your Cyrene, which he was then able to play for 2 to keep the pressure going. And then he got like a 3-cost Ingrid. I mean, it wasn't the best Ingrid, but it was still Ingrid on the board, wasn't it? Causing terror.
Yeah, there was 3 moments there. Moment 1 was playing hacker. Moment 2 was getting that 2-cost Cyrene, being able to do the 2+3 Cyrene into researcher turn, blocking Triumph, as you said, as well as establishing a huge board, continuing to draw. And then finally, the 3-cost Ingrid, letting him shut down Jan's hand, establishing that Miasmancer right after on top of the arm token, lining up the tempo spike with the Juggernaut token, which is very, very important and easy to miss for beginner players. Just a masterclass in exactly how you play Uni against Neve. A very deep matchup. That game was an example of parallel at its best right there. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was. It really was. And like, I think for BlizzconJan, I don't think there was much else he really could have done. Like, maybe he could have hoped to get like a better opening hand so he could cycle through, find better things. The fact is that he had the Dominions, which I think he used 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. So he used his board clears. He just couldn't get on the board. And great play. So 1-0 to Wasted Time. He draws first blood. But this is going to be an interesting one because we have 2 decks, one of them Sippy, that has been dominant for so long and now probably not as dominant anymore, but we've got it going up against a deck which is completely dominant. Where do you see this one going, Flux?
I just feel embarrassed because like a few weeks ago, I'm like talking to the designers, Veen and Muka. I'm like, hey, why did you guys kill Skippy before Deception? It's not fair. We got to bring back Triumph. Here we are watching Skippy multiple times in the top 16 post-nerf. Guess I was wrong. Sorry, Veen. Sorry, Muka. So interesting to see Skippy finding some life at the high end. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be, the question is, how can Skippy do without that turn 5 Triumph to refill the board? That was giving Skippy so much board presence, it was basically impossible to keep the board clear. Now you have to use some trickier tools, using the Radiant Legion to burst a board out of with a bunch of 1/1 tokens, hopefully having some of those high genetic densities to buff them. So similar strategy, flood the board over and over, go face, but it's a little harder to pull off. Still, we're seeing these top players bring it again and again. Clearly, there's still something to it. And Wasted Time with a strong opening hand here. Looks like he's thinking about banking the Harf, although the Wong is, it's not playable till 5. Banking the Harf, but that's what he chooses to do. Slams down the Striker, and we're going to see Jan play his first turn from here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised too because he deliberately kept that in the mulligan with, I'm assuming, the intention to kind of like just try and block and disrupt Yan from getting to Hacker and getting that quicker. But yeah, he's opted, looking at his hand, he's thinking, you know what, like I can just go really quick here with like a lot of the units I've got, and then keeping the Wong as a way to potentially refill. Because often like Wong is one of those cards that you would bank, right? If you have that in your opening hand against Sip, or if you're playing
Especially going
Sippy. But
second, because you already have card
yeah,
advantage and Wong's a 5. So wasted time is really committing to that idea of refilling the hand later, which does make sense because we know Skippy is going to go wide, play lots of cards quickly. And I mean, with this hand, we have the standard bearer. We possibly have a 2+1+0 kind of old school line where you play the tabula just to get buffed stats. Used to see that all the time before Naeus got nerfed back in the day. It's kind of coming back with the new Skippy. And so because of that, he is going to need to refill on 5. Meanwhile, Jan drawing a Wong as well. Wong's everywhere. Jan in a tough spot here. Not an easy opening for this uni.
No, he's got to try and look at, say, rummaging to find better things here, isn't he? Yeah, rummaging comes down. He needs to try and find Hacker, doesn't he? His whole deck really revolves around that.
Yeah,
That's
Jan
where he's
needs
going
to
to
be
get that
really
explosion.
controlling. Like he has to stabilize hard with the ladies and fully take over the board so that even when wasted time refills after that, it's not enough, right? And wasted time needs to just kill Jan before that happens. So wasted time definitely has the simpler strategy. Jan needs to kind of galaxy brain this and get to a stable board position without taking too much damage in the process.
Yeah, wasted time's got a great opportunity here to go super wide with the energy and the units he's got in his hand. He's got, of course, the tabula, which he plays. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Is it first to get a 2-cost out of the bank? Oh, he's taking the
Oh, he's
hearth
going for
out.
that.
We didn't think
Nice.
of it. That's why he
Nice.
banked it. We're
Yeah,
so
yeah.
silly.
That's nice. Yeah, that's
Chat's making
nice.
fun of us again. Yeah, so
Yeah, I
big.
bet
And
they
what
are.
happens
Yeah.
here that people might not realize, when you use Tabula to copy something out of the base, you give that unit the clone tag. So this Harf is getting buffed by the relic, which only banks clones. If he had played Harf directly from hand in this spot, the Harf would only be 1/3. So actually, extremely smart way to handle this situation of, I've got high density replicator, the relic, I've got Harf, I've got Tabula. Okay, let's bank Harf. Let's play it from Tabula. And then even beyond that, playing the Tabula with 2 energy before banking, then having that extra energy to play the Striker, establishing a big board. But it's not as easy as you just look at the board. Oh, he played a bunch of units and he's wide on the board. It's actually a really skillful line to get there. So it's cool to see wasted time giving us a masterclass on Skippy. And now Jan playing a Diplo, trying to find his way back.
Yeah, it's so easy to forget that, isn't it? Like we were thinking, why is he banking the half when he kept it? But it's so easy to forget. Like Tabula just brings it back out, and you can keep bringing that unit out, which would be huge, right? Imagine if he gets another Tabula, he's able to get another half going by spending that energy. Oh, that could just be really disruptive.
So genetic correction, getting rid of the defender. Wasted time has found his knife, the memento in hand, ready for the right moment. Don't see a lot of memento in the meta these days. After it's been nerfed a few times, it's still good, but definitely a lot more situational. So cool to see it here. I mean, Yan's going to really need to defend. He does get to Hacker next turn, but wasted time is close to bursting a lot of damage, I feel like.
Do you know what? Like that genetic correction on the token is a heartbreaker one, isn't it? Because you think you rely on the tokens to at least help you to stabilize, and then when it just comes down and it doesn't even see the light of day to get an attack in, it just immediately gets transferred to a 0/1. That's so rough. But it's fantastic from wasted time. So here we've got an option, haven't we? Like he's surely got to be playing Hacker. What do you reckon here, Flux? Are you playing Hacker?
Feels like he has to play Hacker. I mean, the game is definitely encouraging it, having given him the 3rd one on the draw, but no, he's playing the Wong instead. It's so surprising because you would think you play Hacker to do the Hacker effect and then Wong to draw the cards after Hacker has shuffled the costs. Very surprising to see him play Hacker and just like not even worry about the playing the Wong before. Yeah, very, very odd. Wasted time, drawing a subjugate. And now wasted time has an interesting choice. Does he go recruiter for the draws? Does he go Wong for the draws? Or does he just go knife to establish his board? I'd be tempted to knife, but I'm guessing he Wongs.
Yeah. See, I'd be tempted to, yeah, it's interesting like how people play differently, right? Because I'd be really just keen to get Wong down, maybe get a buff on one of those units and then just refill the board that way. But like I think the knife's also a really cool play. Because once that's
'Cause
down, it's a
you can
pain,
put
isn't
knife
it?
on the token, right? You knife on the token,
Yeah,
you trade it in, you
exactly.
get another token when you bank. There's a lot there, but he's going Wong. So
I
he's
like
with you.
this.
He
This
wants
is
to draw.
cool. Let's see if Wong's going to be selfish like usual, or is he feeling quite giving today? What do you
It's a
reckon? We
1
should
in
almost
6.
start taking. Yeah, right. He's surely not
So
going to give it to
50%.
another. He is.
Okay, it
Look at
goes
that.
on
He's
the
giving it
hearth.
to the half. Oh my
Big
god!
hearth.
Of all things, that's massive. That's exactly what you want.
That's so
So
good.
just racing
What's
face
cool
now.
here is he's got the shield pod to block the 6/6 Harp on Jan's side from even clearing any units. And with Jan down to 20,
Oh,
like
what did he
Waste of
waste?
Time already has
Oh, he
10 plus
wasted a
damage on
half.
board.
I just wanted to see what he milled there. He milled a
The Harp.
half.
That's sad.
Yeah.
But Sabo's huge here. He's going to reduce everything by
Yeah.
1/1 on the board. That's a big one.
Yeah, that's quite nice.
Following with the
And then
Miasma.
this is decent. So now he
Mm.
can clear if he wants to. The half. Fantastic. We like that. We definitely like that here.
Wasted time with that Triumph that would have been playable except for this Harf getting cleared. A little bit of thinking, but the Harf's definitely going to go away.
Yeah. He was kind of looking in his waist there, wasn't he? He was thinking, what do I potentially want to allow back at this point? And he was like, okay, it's fine. I'll just take out the half. It means then he can't bring out anything super nasty. He still has an extra turn to bring it out. But yeah, what looked like quite a nice strong opening for Wasted Time has now almost been balanced out because BlizzconJan's been able to get to a point where the board isn't super scary. But as you say, here we go. The knife is down. So the knife could do some damage here.
It just feels like that Wong play for Wasted Time did not accomplish much. And if he'd knifed last turn, the tempo would have been a lot better. I could be wrong. Maybe the knife wouldn't have survived, but it just feels like he gave Yan a chance to come back on the board. And now the knife is less likely to stick. But we'll see. I mean, Wasted Time has this Cunning Scipion ready to go to get wide again. And Yan doesn't have any big board clears or anything. So I guess it could work out. Wasted Time just really needs to make this knife get a lot of value because it's definitely getting dangerous. Yan's getting close to playing a lady. Granted, he hasn't drawn one yet, but Wasted Time doesn't know that. If Yan can find one of the ladies, get it down, and establish that board, it could begin that stabilization that would end Wasted Time's chances. So Wasted Time needs to step up a tempo from here. The board is looking better and better as this turn plays out. I gotta admit, it's looking. Maybe the Wong worked out just fine now because definitely board is favoring Skippy here.
Yeah, I mean the token's coming down the next turn for BlizzconJan, so like that will give him another opportunity just to again try and reduce some of the damage. But at the same time, we need to see a lady soon, don't we? We need to see something that's going to give that explosiveness for BlizzconJan. Yeah,
Drone printer draw, give him a chance to get more draws so we can get closer to that lady.
Yep. I like this here. Nice little slinger. The slingers are so good, aren't they, Flux? Like they have so much versatility. Yeah. They're so situational, but they can help in so many ways.
This is huge. So the solitary confinement going to take that knife away completely, and Wasted Time really needed that knife value. Now he's in that nightmare scenario where he's playing aggressive, but Yan is at 20 health on turn 7. The stabilization is starting to happen. Yan doesn't have a lady yet, but he's got the drone printer to set up the draws, and he's got a lady now. So it's the tides are turning. What started out as a good aggressive opener for Wasted Time is quickly turning into a controlled situation where Yan can control the flow of the game and probably pilot to a win. How does Wasted Time come back here, de facto, or at least how does he stop himself from falling behind?
Well, I think he's actually hovering over the convergent mass, isn't he? Thinking, do I get this down now just to try and at least start getting some of my clones in my deck buffed up so that now we're going into a bit of a long fight. I have a chance in the long fight.
That's a big one because if he gets this mass set up, which he is, he's building his inevitability of now his units are going to be a lot bigger. That could help him at least somewhat counterbalance the lady value, stop Yan's stabilization from shutting him down. That's very, very true.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those. This always reminds me of. I'm quite into boxing. This always reminds me of a boxing match where some boxers will be sort of going in, training for the match, and thinking, "I don't want to take this guy to like the late rounds because if I take him to the late rounds, like he can do me. I want to try and get them done nice and early, the knockout punch, within the first few rounds." And this is very similar. Where for Wasted Time, he was he's trying to go for the knockout punch nice and early. Hasn't quite worked, having to adapt a little bit. But the longer this goes on, you really don't want to be going into the later games against the universal deck. But Convergent Mass 8-8 on the board is huge, and that's a problem.
And it's still on the.
that,
Sorry. Yeah. It's. I was gonna say it's still on the board, like a whole turn had passed. I'm the one traveling through time. Let's see if Yan can remove. So how does Yan actually remove it here? I guess if he uses Freitas, 4 damage to mass, and then buff +4/+4 on his side of the board, he is going to get through it. I think he has to leave at least 1 or 2 units though, so wasted time can have some good tempo next turn. Let's see what he does here. So +4/+4 on the defense Juggernaut. That's going to be able to hit the mass and not even die. Now playing a unit from the waste. See what he gets here.
Okay. Yeah, let's see what's in his waist there, what he's going to play. Oh, okay.
Think. Too bad he can't Sabo a relic yet. Wasted time has held that in his hand, which is looking really smart now. Miasmancer makes sense.
I guess good play. It's always good Miasmancer, isn't it, when you're playing Uni? No matter
it's
what
like
deck you're up against, if you can Miasmancer.
Even if you're not countering anything super specific, shutting down all musters always reduces the opponent's options unless they're running no musters. And so it's often better than people realize as a mid-game just awkwardness play to make your opponent's life as awkward as possible. Wasted time hovering over the Skippy. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, the great thing about that Miasmancer is it completely shuts down that Radiant Legion if he wanted to play that anyway. So that's kind of big. Stops him from being able to go wider and wider. He does have the Triumph, but playing the Triumph is not that ideal when there's a Miasmancer that's come down, right? Because then you're not going to get those musters that come in. But it allows him to go wide again. So what would you be doing here, Flux? Would you be looking at getting the Triumph?
Not be banking Subjugate. Is that what he's doing? Oh, he's playing it. Okay. I was thinking he would save the Subjugate and try to do a Subjugate plus Radiant Legion next turn. He's choosing to play it here. And then he's playing the Relic. I think he figures, okay, Freitas came down. I'm not going to get Saboed from the waste anymore. Now I can establish the Relic. I was thinking more of a Triumph this turn, Subjugate Radiant next turn. But yeah, he's taking a completely different line. So
this is cool. Yeah,
maybe setting up Triumph for next turn. I think he might want to. He's trying to get the Subjugate to stick on the board and then Triumph next turn with Subjugate still on the board. I think that's at least an idea he's working towards, seeing if Jan can answer it.
That'd actually be really cool, wouldn't it? I mean, it's smart play because once that Subjugate's on, it's difficult to remove. And then if you can bring loads of stuff back, the buffs that you can get could actually present lethal. So
and here's the thing. Yan used Miasmancer to get around the shield pod. That pod is now defending again, making it even harder to clear Subjugate.
Yeah. So true. And we can see as well that Wasted Time's just got the it's got the
no
Domina.
snitching. No snitching can at least silence the Subjugate. So that will be a little bit for Yan to not be getting fully hit with that combo, but it's still not enough to make him feel safe at all. I mean, Wasted Time's board is very strong. I'm guessing Yan needs to do a PS8 into a Cyrene and a Gunslinger, just like clear everything as best he can, but it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, I mean, that is the play, isn't it? I think just to kind of be able to keep on top of the board a bit. But as you say, it's not ideal. But that being said, I mean, yeah, it's the only thing he can do, really, isn't it?
It's also tough because, like, if he wants to play Gunslinger in PS8, he has to bank that no snitching because he can't bank the coin.
Yeah.
Coin can't be banked.
Yeah.
So he has to kind of pick, like, is he going to be able to clear the Subjugate or is he just going to snitch it and then have to bank one of these 1-drops? It's a tricky... The main thrust of this line is clear, but the details are tricky. And he's going to... so he's going to silence the pod to set up a kill on the Subjugate, but he's going to have to bank the Gunslinger. Okay. Or no, has he already banked? Am I being silly? He's already banked. Forget about the banking. This is a complicated game, de facto. It's almost like a good strategy.
This is quite nice, actually. I like this. He's going to tag that so that then he doesn't have to hit directly into the Subjugate, and he can use the counter from Cyrene just to tag that and get rid of the Subjugate. It's
the
really
fact that you're saying
play.
You like that, I'm so sorry I talked too soon, but the fact that you're saying that you like that is a sign of how bad this is for Yan, because Wasted Time has 10 attack on the board, and we're like, yeah, this is pretty good. So it's Domina in hand. Wait. I mean, Domina, still... Radiant Legion, maybe, but those aren't convergence, right? He's going to Triumph. Okay.
Yeah, Triumph is decent here. Bring back the Subjugate.
Right? Oh, and then you start buffing. He just can't. There's no way he can get 20 damage here, but he can do something big. He's going standard bearer. I think he's going to go as wide as he can because Uni's not good at answering wide boards, and he's hanging on Yan, not finding Ingrid. I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think once he didn't go and get the subjugate straight away, I was like, okay, he's just going to go super wide here. As you say, they can't deal very well with wide boards. And he's so close to getting this done, right? He just needs to, oh, that's nice.
Sabo to clear the draw.
That.
Yeah, now Yan can't draw anymore. This is such a powerful play. This is a masterclass. Wasted Time is playing this really well, given that the mid game got tricky and he just didn't miss a beat. He's like, okay, that's fine. And he just reestablished tempo. Really well played by Wasted Time. Because Yan's not making it easy. If there's a way to shut this down, Yan's going to find it. Wasted Time is just like, nah, screw you. I'm reestablishing the board. You can't stop me. This is Skippy's game.
Yeah, and he's completely running out of cards as well, isn't he, BlizzconJan? He can't bank. They'll take it or leave it. He does have a Desmond, but he's lacking card draw now. That drone printer was his way to at least cycle through, get some more options. This is not nice at all. He's
not even playing Desmond. He's just, is that just game right there? Wow. Yeah, this is impressive showing from Wasted Time, the new player on the block, making a good performance here. I am impressed. Wasted Time, a player to watch. Very, very impressive.
Indeed, yeah. And you know what? We have to point it out. Wasted Time was the number 9 seed. BlizzconJan was the number 1 seed, and he just 2-0'd him. So that is, right. We're going to start finding out about this guy. We're saying, who is this mysterious stranger? And look, I mean, he's just taken another scalp. Incredible, absolutely incredible.
Dude. Like BlizzconJan was just got decimated right there, guys, with like a 2-0. Who does that to BlizzconJan? Who does that?
Yeah.
It's like the Black Knight. Like this Black Knight just appeared and just slashing everyone. This is this guy. Wasted Time. It's not wasting any time.
He's not wasting. I was waiting for you to say that. I was waiting for the dad joke to come, and it came.
Dude, I was waiting.
Right, end the broadcast. End the broadcast.
I was waiting for him to get the 2-0, man. I was waiting for him to get the 2-0. If it's possible, if he gets a 2-0. He'll do like I'll do that line like okay, this locked in. Anyway, so what was the point right there? Right, I was watching the matches like Universal case done and done. Just like the Scipius done and done again. Like, what were the key points during the matches that you found? You guys found that like okay, Wasted Time is going to be winning this. Let's start with Qflux.
Wasted Time did a really good job of identifying his win condition in both matchups. It's so important, probably the most important concept in all trading card games, to know if you are the one racing against the clock or you're the one favored by the clock. In other words, do you need a fast match or a slow match? And it's not always as simple as just one is pure aggressor, one is pure beatdown. They can switch during the match as conditions change. But we saw that Wasted Time just found both matches. He just played towards the correct win condition. He kept it aggressive. He didn't let the games go long. He avoided situations he couldn't answer, kept Jan backed into the corner and didn't let him fight his way out. So it's just a really good example of someone understanding these matchups, understanding the dynamics of the decks, and knowing how to adjust to specific matchups, which is so important for pro play. Beginners, intermediate players will try to think, what's the one strategy? Pro players will think, what's the strategy for this matchup, not just this deck? And so that's what I really see Wasted Time doing at a very high level.
Like, how about you, Defector? I think you're already logged into your insight about this. Thank you for that, Qflux.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was just like a really good breakdown for Flux there. I think he pretty much nailed it. Like, knowing your win cons is so central to being able to execute your strategy. And he built his decks knowing that, okay, this is how I need to play. These are the decisions I need to make, the cards I need to be playing in order to get closer to my win condition. What I really liked about Wasted Time is that when you looked at his the way he was playing, he pretty much made no errors whatsoever. He made no mistakes. Every decision he was making was so spot on. And so you can tell that he's spent a lot of time practicing with those decks. And he also was not phased. He's not phased by this at all. Coming into a tournament, going up against the number 1 seed, Flux always talks about it on his streams and, over on his social media about the mental game. You can have a good deck and you can come in and have a good plan. But if your mental game is just all over the place, and if you get tilted, if you make bad decisions, if you let your opponent start to impose on themselves, you can just wither away, and your whole strategy, your whole good deck can end up being like useless, really, because you end up killing your deck rather than the deck killing your opponent. So I think what he done was fantastic, and honestly, for the sake of the story of this Open, I really hope now that he goes all the way to the final. Wouldn't that just be amazing? No.
Yeah, that will be definitely amazing. Seeing Wasted Time defeat. I mean, I want to see, of course, a bit later the breakdown of bracket, but of course, that's gonna be coming a bit later. But you know, guys, this is amazing because so I want to see which guys Wasted Time defeated over round 1 and round 2. Like, look at this, Gonkra out round 1. Like, that's one pro that he already beat. BlizzconJan, lots of top 8s, lots of placements as well from the previous tournaments. Even one of the tournaments in this season already out. So we've seen this time and again. It was Ego Rick in one of the tournaments. Maybe it was, we can see some other names. Wasted Time might be that 1-1 that we might see in this tournament to take it all. But yeah,
it was like Ego Rick, Job Sad, and now maybe Wasted Time. I think there's always someone who's unfamiliar to the parallel community and they just crush. And maybe it's Wasted Time's name. Another one I'm noticing, not a new name, but a classic on the opposite side, OG. Penzo in the top 4, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, Penzo, like, fan favorite as well. Like,
I mean, I have to say, like we said at the start, like it's so good to see Penzo back in tournaments. It was such a sad story last season where he qualified for Worlds, but then he was denied going to Worlds because of visa issues. And so like that was gutting because he definitely deserved to be there. And so like I know that he was really driven to like do well, as good as he done last season. We haven't quite seen him at any tournaments though. And as I say, I was sort of saying to Penza, like, come on, man, like step it up. Let's start seeing you at tournaments. And it's good that like he's not only turned up at this tournament, but he's taken out some really top players as well. So who knows? Can we see Penzo return and win this Open? What do you reckon?
And well, we might as well, but because it might be a wasted time Penzo matchup in the finals, but we'll see, right? We'll see.
I think that's what it's starting to feel like. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So with that, guys, we are going to be taking a short break. This has been round 2 of the Parallel Prime League Open 4, and we'll go for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Yeah, Kathy is tier 1. It's not tier S or anything. But when you open up the door to Markolian to produce this sort of madness, then there's where we see the how overpowered it can be.
That's right. It's like
I think Penzo is just gonna beat Kathy with Nehemiah and make Quinto look silly. I hope. I'm praying. Come on, Penzo, make me look good.
Come on, man. Let's see.
There we go,
dude.
First
match. It's gonna be Nehemiah versus Kathy. Guys, you said it. I'm gonna be passing it to you already. Qflux and Quinto, take it away.
I have a feeling Nehemiah can do this. Kathy has a really hard time against Nehemiah, but we'll see. If anyone can prove me wrong, it's gonna be Feno. Let's see what these mulligans look like. No Steward right away for Penzo. Feno with the Trooper and the Snitching. Penzo only keeping a Fungi is not what I expected there. I figured he'd send back the Fungi. Okay, so he's got Tanakh, Fungi, and Spores as his keep.
This is a good hand for Penzo again, for sure.
Wait a second here. See when Feno's hand pops up. Let's see what their hands are. Can you see it, Quinto? I can't see their hands.
No. We're waiting here for the screen.
There we go.
There it is. So Feno with an interesting initial hand here. Lots of units to drop. Definitely the no snitching. He might want to keep it. Bank Irene. Very good. And, well, I, for some reason, what happened there? Why did Pentagon draw a card?
His turn started, yeah? He drew.
Yeah, it was how the game was showed.
Feno's chopping a little bit, I think, yeah. So Penzo...
Feno is shopping.
I'm not sure. Is there some kind of desync or something? I'm not positive. I think something's slightly desynced, but let's just keep going. So Penzo with the Tanakh on the board, and he got the 4-drop relic there, the Terraformation off of Tanakh. Is that what happened? He got something off of Tanakh. It's a little hard because the screen was slightly buggy there, but Feno.
Relic repurposing. No?
Okay. And
Oh, no,
the relic.
what's
Okay.
the other one? What's the other one?
Gotcha.
Okay. So
So
yeah.
Feno with the 3/1 drops. Why don't you take it from here, Quinto?
Yeah, I mean, this is a point where I don't know if it is gonna be managed to actually set up a sticky board, since we're probably gonna see Virulent Spores as soon as possible, leaving Feno, who is on the play, low on cards. He's not drawing as much as Penzo can. It's gonna be key to see if Feno manages to stick the tempo, to stick the board mainly. But yeah, that's sort of my main thoughts here.
Board going in
Okay, we
haunted house
change
mode here.
now.
Invisible. We got Penzo with an Altar of Gaia in his hand, so he's going to be able to block some burn damage pretty well.
Yep.
He's also got that relic repurposing. Yo, I can hear you in the chat, production, just so you know. And so Penzo is going to be able to use that relic repurposing to remove. The hands are now reversed. I'm trying.
Yeah, it's a reverse now. Now we're seeing Penzo again. Penzo again is the one below, since Feno's stream was a bit choppy. Or am I tripping here?
The players are on the wrong side of the board now, which makes it pretty hard. I'm just going to talk Earthen versus Marco to keep this going. So the Earthen player wants to play Altar of Gaia and basically defend from the burn damage, start to stack up some tokens on there. Otherwise, he could try to save it and just use it as a burst with Terra later. Production, tell me if you pause. I don't know. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going. Basically, Earthen just needs to stop the burn. Kathy needs to push the burn, and we're gonna see who pulls it off. But listen, I mean, what do you want me to say? It's kind of hard to track. I think we're all gonna just take a second here.
No,
And
Petsukin has a lot of answers here. He has Virulent Spores, he has Cyberdeck Console, has a lot of healing there with Relic Repurposing, Moonlit, the Altar of Gaia, has Harp. He has, like, from what it seems, at first glance, Pensukin has a lot of answers if he manages to stop Feno's tempo in this case. So I think he's in a good position. The heals, the counters, it's definitely a good spot here for Penzo. So yeah, now we see Penzo in his rightful place, playing Earthen.
Thank you, Quint. I was just trying to keep up, and I was not able to. Now we're good. Yeah, Penzo got that cyber deck down. Feno chipping away a little damage now. He's got a board going. Not too overwhelming of a board, but definitely some units. That 5 health on the vehicle is going to be a little bit of a thing to deal with. And Penzo's got a big hand. He's got a lot of options.
Yeah, has a lot of options. Has Nehemiah also, which can definitely stop. Like, Nehemiah by itself can stop this aggro from Feno, which, yeah, counters definitely my point before the match, where I could say that definitely Kathy tends to be a bit super strong in this scenario. So yeah.
Yeah, Kathy getting wide.
Here coming in from Feno.
He's got that spores, that 1 spores, but it's not exactly enough against a Kathy on the left and a 2/5 unit on the right. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That's a lot to deal with. Maybe I was wrong to think that Nehemiah could easily slap down Kathy. Kathy definitely pushing hard. Feno's low on cards, so that gives Penzo some room to maneuver. Problem is, he does have that orbital strike in hand. Penzo dropping a Tanakh, getting corrupted hand. That's not going to be very helpful, I don't think. Play a random unit from the enemy deck with some conditions on it. Not a card you see played very often.
So yeah,
Terra's nice, but
the wipe that you want to see, leaving Kathy there with 6 attack, it's too much. The orbital strikes. I mean, the heals might save Pensogen. This is the silver lining here in this regard. So another orbital right
There's
to
so
the
much
face.
burn.
He's not wasting time here. He's just gonna try to lock it in as soon as possible, which is what he has to do.
Feno knows he needs to win fast. The longer the match goes, the more likely Penzo can stabilize. He is not wasting any time, like you said, Quinto. And Penzo he's a little shy of the answers he needs.
Finger. Yeah.
Gunslinger
Maximize
there,
the
indeed.
damage. Maximize the burn.
Even one more
There we go.
damage, Feno's like, yes, give it to me. Penzo can heal for 2 off of the Moonlit. That takes him from 5 to 7, but
Yeah.
Feno has 5 damage in hand already. It's a lot to answer. It's a lot.
Okay,
Can Penzo
The
do
red
this?
scout survives here if that slinger doesn't. If that slinger survives, the red sun scout survives. So that's the 2 damage right there that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Here, I think Cyrene to deal with the Kathy, and then there's no heal aside from it. So this is gonna go to Feno right away. Oh wait,
Really good line here with Cyrene. It's sometimes tricky to find these.
Is there a 4 cost here? A 4 cost card from Penso. Ken gets the formidable presence. He can counter the orbital strike.
He's still in it.
My God.
Oh wow.
Penso Ken. Master Chef.
The Cyber Deck console might be the entire reason Penzo wins this game. He would have lost right now without it. That is incredible.
Countered. And Feno, look at Feno's reaction. No way. Oh my God,
He was feeling triumphant. He was hoping.
So close. He was so close.
Now he's top decking. Now he's got to really dig in and find the right answers. If his draws are awkward, Feno could be in a tough spot.
What am I gonna do? Because after this, we get Moonlit. He can't drop fleet support because of the relic repurposing. Pensogen also with the Altar of Gaia, and Feno already used 2 of his orbital strikes in this situation. Let's see.
Penzo picks up a Moonlit.
for Penzo.
Lots of heal available, not even counting the Altar of Gaia, the double Moonlit. Feno found a trigger Happy Trooper at the end of his last turn. I'm guessing Penzo is going to 3+3 here, unless he wants to do something really wacky. He could have played Heart. He could have relic repurposed his own relic, but he's going to keep it up to keep blocking spells. If he needs a cheeky 3 heal, he can always destroy his own Cyber Deck. It's like a stored up heal for 3 if he needs it really desperately.
So another orbital here for Feno. The last one, gets the Rumbaying to keep cycling. So
he's looking for more burn.
This is gonna Feno has 1 more turn before we see an Altar of Gaia into Terra. So that's, oh my God, Pensogen stopped the train, dude.
Logistics mastery. Feno has all the pieces of the gun, but no bullet to fire, Although he can get a little trigger Happy Trooper if it lives, but it's not going to live.
A crack shot solves this. I mean, we're going to see a lot of heal here from Pensogen. Like, if he wants to get out of harm's way, he essentially just uses his altar. He maximizes the damage so he can heal with the altar, relic repurposing. He uses everything just to make sure he's out of harm's way.
Yeah, you can use altar and then attack. You can hit the researcher twice if you want to maximize your tokens. I'm not sure if that's how he'll do it, but continuing to stabilize. Harf slowing down Feno even more. Alvaro, very nice. See, I was saying, man, Nehemiah with the Alvaros and the Altar Gaia, you can totally shut down Kathy.
To be honest, it wasn't the Alvaros, it wasn't the altars. It was mainly like a high roll for middle presence with a Cyber Deck console already in place.
It might be true, but I don't have to admit that it's true. So no, I disagree anyway. I think it's all thanks to Altar and Alvaro. No, you're right. It's definitely the Cyber Deck clutch top deck formidable, which was huge there. Penzo definitely scraping by. Very lucky to still be in this game, but it looks like he's stabilized, right? I mean, Feno very unlikely to find a win here.
Yep. Yeah.
And it is worth
I would
noting.
even say, like, I mean,
It's-
Pensogen even banked Terra in this
Yeah,
scenario.
he did. Wow, I didn't even think about it. That goes to show how he's thinking. I'm surprised he banks Terra. Why doesn't he bank the Steward of the Garden? What the heck?
Orbital doesn't. Orbital is not lethal, right? And well, Pensogen can't counter it. So Bloodhound transfer. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, this is the weakness of Unit Cathy, where it's like at this stage of the game, you get a Bloodhound transport. What are you gonna do with it?
Yeah,
Um,
like the worst draw now. Yeah, and even
it's
if
like,
even if Feno was able to get extra energy out of the void and play fleet support logistics into orbital, he would only. I guess that would be lethal, but he doesn't have enough energy. And without all that, what he's doing is he's taking damage from Alvaro if he even tries to chip away at Penzo's face, is what I'm getting at. So it's like he can't even really cast spells unless it completely finishes it, because it just takes him closer to dying. He's going to play that logistics, get him munitions, basically a desperation play, hoping to top deck some munitions maybe into some lethal later. Penzo has so much on the board. 13 health is decent. And I wonder if he considers taking that 3 heal by repurposing his own cyber deck with the double draw there.
He would trigger 3 damage from the Alvaro. Like,
oh, true. It wouldn't do anything. You're right. Okay, so he does have the option to remove the logistics mastery. He's going to slam down the Nehemiah. This lethal, not quite, right? 12, 16, 18, 19. He's so close to lethal. If he uses fungi, it's
he will
lethal.
lock it down either way, because, well, he can play Aurora fungi yet, so I think this is lethal.
Yeah, I believe he's got lethal right here, actually. A turn earlier than expected.
Yeah, so, wow, so close.
Wow.
So
that's a great example of how to use Nehemiah for burst damage. Yeah, he established the moonlets, high health, low attack, and then plays Nehemiah. Again, I'm holding this. I wasn't on camera. He sets up those high health units, and then he's able to play Nehemiah as a damage burst, turning those defensive units into offensive units. That's a really powerful play pattern, because you're going from stabilized defense to burst lethal and avoiding them somehow finding a way to get their rare outs and find a win. Like, really powerful, excellently played by Penzo, but definitely, as you said, Quinto, that top deck formidable to block orbital with cyber deck was a very, very clutch moment.
Yeah, correct. I mean, definitely it's what you're saying. Pensogen was trying to just find the easiest way to win as fast as possible. I believe that's why he just decided to go and bank the Terra. He knew that he just needed the buff on his moonlets, and then drop Nehemiah to essentially do a lot of damage there and utilize his other weapons in this case, like the Aurora fungi. So yeah. In the end, the game was won after that counter with the cyber deck console. After that, it was just about finishing the game as quickly as possible, so he wouldn't let Feno come back from it. But there were low odds of that happening, actually.
It's one of those things, Nehemiah didn't get Steward of the Garden on turn 1, so they did rely on the formidable top deck to block orbital. But the opening wasn't great. I really feel like over a lot of matchups, there's a lot of ways that Nehemiah is able to survive and come back against the Burn Cathy. But it's definitely, nothing is super safe against Burn Cathy. Even the best matchup, they can just go really fast sometimes. So it's never safe.
Exactly. So yeah. So what do we have now for the next matchup? It's gonna be Pensogen's second deck, which is Cipius, versus Cipius from Feno.
It's either a Sippy mirror or Sippy versus Cathy, right?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah. What's
We're
up?
back. Do we have the game? But yeah,
No.
Do you feel okay? Sorry. Do you feel that Cathy or Skippy will be favored if it is a Cathy versus Skippy?
Well, that was what I was gonna say. Like, we're back to that place where it's like the classic matchup: Cipius versus Cathy, or just Markolian versus Cathari. It's like the fundamentals of this game, essentially. These two parallels have been at the top most of the time. So yeah, I was just gonna say that I really can't say that we have a favorite here. Definitely in the mirror, anything can happen since they are also playing like really similar decks. But when it comes to Markolian versus Cathari, then there's where I wouldn't call it to either of them. So yeah.
Yeah, it should be fun. We got the Skippy mirror. Feno decides to take it there. Aggro mirrors, fun and fast paced. So we'll see if that's still the case in this Sippy mirror. Post nerf, Triumph at 7, Recruiter at 3. Lots has changed. Feno with that Praetor in his opening mulligan, sending it back. They're both full mulling.
Yeah. So this matchup essentially comes up to who establishes tempo first, basically. Once CPUs establishes good tempo, you can even like leave your units at 1 health, and you will win. Like this is what usually happens in this matchup. Definitely, the one who also manages to play Memento on a good board has the advantage too.
Yeah, with a lack of board clears makes it such a aggro battle. Whoever gets more tempo is going to win because there's basically no way to play the control. Like once you lose tempo, lose board, there's just no comeback mechanics. Not until next set, Deception with Bombardment bringing in a neutral board clear. So
yeah,
super
Pensacola
important.
in a tricky spot here. No initial 1 cost to play in this scenario, which is really bad. Feno, on the other hand, with a clear curve in his hand.
The fact that it's a prime variant just makes it more insulting to Penzo. It's like, you missed your 1 drop, I play prime variant. Sheesh.
So yeah, this is going to be a trade until a board is set up. Going to see a cunning Cipian here, definitely by Pensacola. However, he's thinking about the Princeps.
He banks the Scipion and goes Tabula to pull it back. Okay, yep, never mind. Forget me getting confused there. Feno does have a relic in his hand and Penzo doesn't, but Penzo's got the Sabo, so there's a good chance that Feno... The question is, do you think Feno goes for the relic right away on 2 and runs into that Sabo, or is he going to play it cooler? You think he just goes cunning Scipion? I guess we're about to find out.
Ooh, Feno with
Knife
Memento.
drawn. That's huge. Domina going to the bank.
I think Feno's just going to go with the Cipian here. Pensacola, in his last turn, was thinking what to bank, actually.
He plays the relic.
Yeah.
So that's going to be bad for Feno. Penzo gets to immediately shut that down.
Yep.
Although it will leave him with only a Sabo on the board. So I guess it's not too
there.
much.
Too ambitious there by Feno dropping that relic so early. However, it's not like the end of the world for Feno.
Yeah, honestly, it's still a good spot since Feno just trades his 2-1 into the 3-2. He has the tempo again. Ooh. And Penzo doesn't have any relics in his hand to fight back with yet. Plus, Feno has a Sabo. So there's not much for Penzo to do to really reclaim the tempo. Feno playing the standard bearer, presumably about to play the Reliant Gamma as well. Banking Saboteur is interesting. I didn't really see that coming.
He didn't bank Saboteur. He banked the 18 subject. So here I see a Memento dropping in this board once Pensacola builds up his, because Pensacola has a really nice turn going in. Won't be able to sacrifice his adjutant for the looks of it. So he will just count on that, possibly count on that cunning Cipian in his bank, maybe, or just the double Princeps and Striker combo to then say Feno possibly go in with the knife on his own board and start trading to effectively have the, like, once you set up the knife in your board with a good unit, it's so difficult to remove, especially in CPUs.
Especially, yeah, because I believe Penzo has genetic correction, not solitary confinement, so he's not able to get rid of the knife with a solitary, if I'm not mistaken. Penzo playing the subjugate, and it looks like a 1+0 from here, buffing his token probably to clear out the pod. I mean, it's tough. Penzo is getting he's setting up answers for Feno to kind of bat away. But as long as Feno maintains his tempo advantage and card advantage, Penzo is absolutely in a tough spot. It's definitely the relic's nice there for Penzo. But yeah, Feno's in the driver's seat if he can just have a good turn right here. And the Convergent Mass is a big draw potentially if he thinks he has time to play it here. Gamma can clear Subjugate, but then he wouldn't have a super clean way to clear the rest of the board. What do you think, Quinto?
I mean, this gameplay reminds me so much to the pre-Triumph days of Cipius. It's essentially it. This is the gameplay. Like, whoever drops that memento on the board first with the sticky board wins the game. Like, it's so difficult to remove. I mean, definitely Penzo has a contesting board here, and I'm not sure if Feno's gonna actually play it right now. But once he does, it's gonna be insane.
All right, so Feno going ahead, slamming down the Convergent Mass as a 7/7, buffing his whole deck. Penzo looking sad, looking a little stressed.
Looking concerned Penzo again.
Swiveling back and forth, he's all right. He's a little nervous now.
Yeah. So, what do you think about Replicator here from Penzogen?
I mean, he doesn't have a lot of options, so you might have to, but it's just without the wide board to take advantage of it. And with Feno having that Sabo, we know if Penzo plays that, it's just going to get removed. Domina is a little better. Penzo just doesn't have any synergy here. He doesn't have anything to set up to combine stuff together. He's just got like individual pieces. Meanwhile, Feno has counterplay, a win condition in the knife, inevitability in that Convergent Mass. It's just a lot of stuff on Feno's side, and it feels like Penzo is running out of time to get out of this inevitability of Feno just hitting him in the face and completely dominating the board. It's hard to see how Feno can lose here, assuming he just plays that Sabo next turn, clears the relic, and Penzo has basically only played a standard bearer this turn after that. It's hard for Penzo here, and it kind of just feels like it's mostly coming down to the draws and stuff. This is how Skippy mirrors tend to be. It feels like Feno and Penzo are practically flipping a coin for this match.
Yeah, this is exactly how I feel also in this matchup.
Like if the hands are reversed, if they both played the opposite spots, I think Penzo would be exactly where Feno is. It's just kind of the nature of a Skippy mirror, which I was kind of hoping for the Kathy versus Skippy. That might have not been much better, but yeah, Skippy mirrors. The casters usually use them as a little bit of a mental break, right? It's like, okay, this one's pretty easy. We can just chill and see who's able to win the tempo battle, and there's not too much else to it right now. Although it's going to change in the next set. Deception is going to bring Bombardment, the 4 mana, 3 damage board clear. That could really change a lot. But for now, this is what we're pretty much used to. Penzo, I think, kind of just gave up there. When he saw that Sabo, I think his body language said, okay, that's probably it. Probably about to concede. Let's see if he gets a draw that changes his mind. But if not, I think he's going to go to the concede. Or at least in his head, he'll have conceded. It is top 4. He might play it out. Yeah, GG, right? Penzo has nothing, right?
Yeah. In this scenario, like, Feno didn't even have to play the knife. But, I mean, a good player always recognizes when he has lost, and Penzogen, more than anyone, knows his deck from the inside out. He knew that he wouldn't be able, especially after Convergent Mass dropping, buffing all of Feno's clones. He knew
and
that.
And then again, staying on the board for more buffs.
And
it's just
staying
like,
yeah, and staying on the board. I mean, that's just too much to handle.
There's a balance, right, Quinto? There's on one hand, you don't want to concede almost ever in a tournament in case you're missing some chance to come back. But there is a mental cost, the stress. Even if you tell yourself, I know it's lost, I'm just gonna play it out just in case, you might still experience the frustration, even though you're in your head like, I choose not to care, but then your actual self is frustrated, like, oh my god, I'm still in this match, this sucks. Like, sometimes it's just better to hit the eject, bail out of that airplane, and get into the next game, because it's and in that case Penzo is so far behind. So I think it's reasonable to concede there, especially since, like you said, Penzo knows those decks in and out. So it's just, why stay in there and risk tilt, right?
Risk tilt.
Risk tilt. And I'm not talking about the guild. Shout out to tilt, but I'm talking about the experience. But it's going to be a fun final match, right? They both have one win. We got now it's going to be Kathy versus Skippy. I get the one that I wanted.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Essentially, this is where we were talking about, like, so we have Feno with a unit / burn Kathy deck versus Pensuken's classic CP. If Feno manages to utilize his unit side of the deck in the early game and manages to establish tempo, he will be able to win this game, especially since we have a lower count and a nerfed Triumph of Europa right now, which is one of the key, like what was one of the key cards that can actually deal with Markolian effectively. Because Markolian can run out of steam. And before, Cathari could just repopulate with their triumphs, but now that can't happen. So we maybe have a more fair match in this regard, especially also with the burn side of things, where Feno can land the kill if he establishes early tempo just to finish it off. So it's going to be an exciting matchup here to watch. I think we haven't watched this matchup specifically in the whole tournament. Well, in the whole day today. Not sure.
That's what I was thinking. Is like, it's been a while since I thought about Kathy versus Skippy, and the change to Triumph. That's why I'm actually quite curious. One thing that seems like it'll be different is Kathy's board clears. As you pointed out with Triumph at 7, Kathy's board clears are just going to be more effective. Like, now if you use a Cindy to clear on 5, or especially if you can use a volley and maintain some tempo while clearing their board, they can't Triumph on 5 to replay. So there's a chance for Kathy to wipe those early boards and actually have time to build that advantage before Skippy refills. Should make a big difference for how effective those clears are.
Yeah. So hopefully Feno has managed to fix his choppy game in this regard, and we will be able to see their perspective.
Yeah, thanks to Comfortable for saying that the casters did a good job. I'll admit I got a little bit overwhelmed with the switching the players there for a minute, but we locked back in, no problem. Commentator practice for me.
Yeah.
Always more to learn how to handle every possible situation in the games, in the content, in life. But I'm excited for this this final match here. I mean, it's two great players, and it's all on the line. Top 4 going for top 2. This is where you really feel that intensity start to rise, the stakes going up. And so any minute now, we should get into that match. Here we go. Let's see what these opening hands look like.
Okay.
Let's see.
That Kathy skin is actually wild.
Yeah, actually, low key. I wasn't even thinking about it, but it goes hard. It's nuts.
It's really cool.
I didn't even know about that one, I feel like.
Okay. So either way, these matchups feel that they're running pretty quick now. I haven't felt that there's like a super long matchup throughout the day.
Yeah, our job hasn't been too hard. No fatigue versus fatigue, mostly aggressive decks, or at least like
sometimes when it runs for a while, like by the last matches, you're really exhausted of speaking. So yeah,
I've seen it with Muka and Ali commentating like a 2-hour set at the end of a long day, and I'm just like so happy I'm not them right there. But yeah, Penzo with a good opening, striker plus token, Feno with a good hand as well. Logistics and fleet support already established in there. 2 1-drops, 2 3-drops. Feno might have an awkward turn too if he doesn't draw something to fill in his curve. That's the biggest downside to this hand.
Out here, it's good actually. I mean,
that's nice. Okay, very nice. Oh yeah, because that's a machinist. It's the prime variant. I didn't recognize it. I thought that was the scout. Yeah. It's the machinist. Okay, gotcha.
Pensuken, on the other hand, doesn't really like. Well, he has the Aegis, to play. He's thinking about what to bank because the recruiter is key in this situation. Recruiter, he's going on the play. He will tend to run out of steam later on. He
There's that
doesn't want to
subjugate
bank
bank.
the tabula. So
Yeah.
ace it is.
It takes confidence to bank subjugate, but Penzo knows when to do it. And like you said, he's going first. He has low cards. He needs that recruiter to refill, especially for Skippy because he's going to play a lot of cards pretty quickly. Feno has no issue with cards. Hand is full as hell. And he's going to need
But I don't
to...
know. Well, here Feno has the option of just buffing that Red Sun Scout and playing the Slinger, or buffing the Slinger, playing the Red Sun Scout. Whatever he decides in this situation, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Definitely expecting a recruiter next turn from Pensoken. I mean, he's not expecting it. We are expecting it. But might give Feno some advantage there, some breathing room versus this CPU's swarm.
The nice 2-4 scout on the board. Not an awkward second turn at all. I was way off. It's a great second turn for Feno. Penzo going to grab that subjugate back out of the bank. Oh, wait, he's Is he? Yeah, he is. He's shielding it and then also playing it. So a shielded subjugate, very powerful. No shield? I guess it's not shielded, or is it a visual glitch, or is it not? I thought he just shielded it.
Yeah.
What happened when you revealed that card? Am I crazy?
I'm not
just
I'm
from the
not sure
tabula.
what happened there.
It's just from the tabula. Aegis is a reveal too, right? These cards have a lot of text on them. Okay, so it's tabula subjugate. I thought he was revealing for Aegis to shield. That's why I got mixed up there, but no shield. Still, Feno doesn't have an immediate way to clear this subjugate, which is actually really bad for him. So Penzo is going to get a turn to take advantage of that. And it's going to be a recruiter turn if he wants it to be. So that's very powerful.
Ooh, artillery volley is really nice. It's really nice here for Feno, definitely.
Just like I was saying, right? He's going to have the ability to use that, and the Triumph won't be there on 5 to refill right away. Penzo, if Triumph was at 5, could be chilling here. As it is, it's actually a very scary volley. Like, that's a big threat. Second subjugate is nuts, though. He's able to do a 3+1 if he wants with the subjugate, bank Triumph, hold on to recruiter. That's a very powerful tempo play that also leaves the draw in the hand for next turn. I'm pretty sure that's what we're seeing here. Unless he banks recruiter, which is wild. It's a wild play. He's banking the recruiter with only a Triumph in his hand. Do you think that's right?
I think it's fine. Pensoken knows that an artillery volley is still a bit too far away. Pensoken wanted, he definitely wanted to play it this way. He was not wrong. He wanted to erase the board because he could have gone clear his own adjutant, respawn it, get more buffs, but he just wanted to have a clean board here. So because if there is not a clean board, then artillery volley is more scary in this scenario. Definitely in this scenario, also, Feno can't play Cendrillon, so Pensoken is a good spot where he can just drop a bunch of clones next turn and buff his whole board, and he's gonna be actually out of the way of an artillery volley. Like, Feno will need 8 energy, something like that, to actually make use of that artillery volley efficiently, but by that time, Pensoken will be out of harm's way, I think.
This is where the slower timer in parallel feels not bad at all, because Feno really needs a lot of time to think. He's got a very complicated spot to try to plan out his next few turns and find a way out of this. It goes to show the downside of Burn, Kathy, which is that if you don't have a good opening, you can be in these kinds of spots where it's like you have all these pieces to set up your combos, but you don't have an immediate answer. That seems like that's what Feno is dealing with here. Penzo drawing the perfect 2-drop there to fill out the curve, depending on what Magna does. I guess Penzo is going to draw from this Magna. Presumably.
This one you draw, definitely. Or
get a double
maybe
buff.
use that 1 damage. I don't know.
You think 1 damage to face? That would be very aggressive.
For the chess, he knows that that 1 damage
he almost did it.
Make a difference.
He backed off. He clicked on the damage, and then he switched. You can see him
Ooh.
laughing too. I think he was kind of being a
It's
little
hard.
silly there.
So now Pensoken is in a pickle here because, well, not a pickle, but he wanted to play a Harf.
Yeah.
You could see it in his face,
But he
but
wants the buffs here, right?
yeah, missing the buff here, the maximized damage wasn't an option.
I like this, yeah, because like Harf is slowing things down to try to block them from stopping you, whereas Standard Bearer is speeding things up to just try to get lethal before Feno can do anything. And it does feel like where Penzo's at, that's the right mode, is just race it to the face.
Also, he could have played Triumph of Europa earlier with Harf. So next
True,
turn.
that would set up a Triumph on turn 6. That's very true.
So
But that's next turn, Quinto. He's hitting face this turn. Aggro.
Yeah, that's a thing. Either way,
That's his mindset right now.
He has lethal. It doesn't matter. Like in this point is where you have to take those decisions where it's like, okay, I'm gonna have a big, insane turn next turn, but I'm also gonna have lethal. So what do I prioritize? Lethal, which is what you need, or just having a big board?
Yeah,
So,
it's like a big board is a step to lethal. Do you go for the big board or just go straight for lethal?
Yeah.
You go for lethal. Is that a cat or what did he just grab? Is that his dog? Oh, so cute. Penzo with his dog.
And Feno looks totally beaten up. He's like, no way.
He's disciplined. He's looking, but you can tell from his posture, he's not feeling very confident.
Sure,
Look at that posture, bro.
Yeah.
I love how expressive. You can tell Feno's a streamer from his expressiveness during the tournament, just like laying down on his arm.
Yeah.
You know he's not even that sad. He's just kind of hamming it up, I feel like.
I think what can he do actually here?
I mean,
Red Sun Scout.
He can't even volley because there's nothing on the board.
Red Sun Scout buffed. He can't volley that. He will have
all
to
he can do is Gunslinger the Subjugate. That's 4-2, right? Which doesn't do enough. He's dead. 7, 9, 11. Yeah, he's dead to lethal, right? What is
the
this?
The volley does 2. Wait.
Oh,
this is a clear. This is a wipe, right?
Oh, okay. It's still a 7-1 on that one Subjugate, not a full wipe because he can't cast a second volley on anything. But that's actually, he's not dead yet. Whereas it would have been easy to just give that up. No, he's looking for any out. This is tournament play. This is high level play. That was very cool to see. Penzo, wait, is he doing what is he? He's not banking the recruiter. I must be seeing it wrong. What is happening?
Yeah, he banked the recruiter. He's
going happening?
For Memento Skippy. Or he's going for knife or CPUs in this regard.
He must be playing Skippy, right? He must be. What is he? He played a Magna already, so he's skippying for Magna to get the triple proc. That's what he's doing. Okay, that makes sense. For a second, I was just like, wait, how do you bank your draw in this? But yeah, I think it has to be. There's no way he plays knife here. I will be shocked if he plays knife. If he plays knife and wins, I'm hiring him to coach me on Skippy because I do not see that being
He's thinking
here.
What to do here. I mean, either way, I think, proccing Magna in this scenario, also having CPUs in there could be good, but I don't think this is bad either, playing Memento.
I guess just lethal next turn is the idea. I don't see this as being the right line, but I'll trust you and see what happens here.
I mean, Feno, like, he knows that Feno is gonna has to use his burn on face, so he already knows that artillery ball is out, only Centrillion is up, but Feno won't use his orbital. Like, he's thinking Feno won't use it, but he definitely
has to, because the alternative is just dying. So even though this is a terrible position for Feno, it's better than just losing the tournament, right? That's what he's thinking now.
Exactly.
I see a dancing mouse on the screen.
The other thing that you can think about is that Pensoken was baiting the orbital strikes some way or the other.
That's the only way that play makes sense to me. He's baiting the burn, baiting Feno into having to make a play that he doesn't want to play. You see Feno shaking his head rather, and now Penzo's all set up for the 7-cost Triumph. and then possibly follow that up with a Skippy if he needs to. I can see that line now. Feno out of cards all of a sudden, but fleet support plus crack shot in
Oh my
hand.
God. Convergent
Mass. Oh, does he play it or does he
Yeah.
go to the Triumph though? He's got a Triumph, right?
Yeah, there's
Or is Mass? I mean, Mass
Convergent
kind of
Mass
works the
is-
same way as last turn, where he baits out more burn, I guess.
no, he doesn't he doesn't need to bait at this point. The Convergent Mass by itself can just end this. Like there's nothing in this
He's
regard.
going for the Triumph though. Okay. I'm pretty sure either way is a win. Maybe one is like slightly better, but Penzo in a very good spot here to say the least.
Yeah. He's loving the 18 subjects, my man.
Yeah, I mean, Penzo doing a masterclass in Skippy right now. I have learned so much about how current Skippy works. Not sure if it would be as effective on ladder or not, but man, seeing it do so well in this tournament has been an eye opener for me for sure. I seriously didn't expect it. It's just kind of fun to see what Cathari can do. It's more fun to watch the deck like this when it's not so focused on Triumph on 5. It becomes a lot more interesting to see the decisions that Penzo's making and stuff. If he'd been able to just Triumph on 5, I think this whole match might have been a little more streamlined. So I'm having a lot of fun watching this.
I mean, the only reason something like this, actually, a deck like a Cathy deck like this can actually perform is because there's no Triumph of Europa at turn 5 right now. Because imagine what would have, like, Pensacola would have already won the game if Triumph was at 5.
I got distracted because I just saw in the chat. I know they're delayed, so this is them reacting to a while ago. But I'm cute just said Q Flux goated caster, and I forgot about everything you were saying. I just want to say I'm cute. You're right. I must be goated. Thank you. But yeah, Cathy wouldn't have had a chance against 5-cost Triumph, so it's a lot more interesting to see it in this form. I do agree, and it's fun. It's fun to hear you break down these matchups. You've got a really good mind, really understanding the dynamics at a high level. Cyrene here, you think this is able to save him? Is he about to succeed? I mean,
No, definitely not.
Yeah, he's done.
Definitely not.
Yeah, okay. Oh, the logistics lets him clear the subjugate. I was missing that interaction. So Penzo has 3 damage on board. 4 if he skippies and gets the Magna effect. Not lethal yet, at least. Feno in an incredibly terrible spot, but he is at least hanging on. Fair to say.
I mean,
Looking for
once he's
outs, as we
mass,
say.
like dropping off the mass would have been essentially better than this Triumph with the 18 subject, I think, since it's so buffed.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he could have cleared the mass the same way. Cyrene would have had to attack in and die, so he couldn't have gotten that Cyrene token with the logistics synergy. So mass makes sense because like he has to use more removal to clear it, or he just dies. And either way, not that it's that huge of a deal though. Penzo's so far ahead that the difference between those two lines probably not enough to matter here. And let's just see how this plays out. 1 damage to face. And Cyrene gets cleared. That's all from the Magna muster. And, I mean, Penzo is just 1 turn away from lethal again. Feno is really, really putting up a good fight, but ultimately he's only able to stall. The thing he needs now, I guess he could top deck Cindy to clear the board again, right? That's his only hope. Because he's already used volley, so Cathy volley's not possible.
Triggering the Saboteur at the end was just like, oh my god, so depressing.
That's the craziest thing about Skippy is getting the extra Saboteur procs in certain matchups is so devastating. It's actually incredible.
I mean, look at this board. In the end, it was like everything was used, everything was done, every possibility.
Did he orbital his own face, Quinto? Is that how you end it there? I think he did.
Oh my god.
He waves and he orbitals his own face and says, I'm out of the tournament. See y'all next time. But top 4 finish. Leave him with some prize money. Not bad. Excel, take it away, sir.
Dude, guys, like that was a very back and forth match, Mike. I was looking at it like Feno just said, "You don't take me out, I take me out." That's the orbital strike to face. Like I sometimes do that when I feel like I'm losing. Like, oh, you have Alvaro, I take myself goodbye Alvaro or something like that. Like anyway, so yeah, it was back and forth match, and we see some master plays from these master players. For example, like that Sipis play, Sipis back and forth. Like, where do you think that turnover and got the advantage for each of the player? What do you think? What was the turning point back there? Let's start with Flux.
Turning point on the last match? That's a good question. Like when did Penzo really have the lead? That was a tricky match. Honestly, I am having a hard time picking out the exact moment. Quinto, can you think of like where was that moment when Feno was? You know what it was? Turn 4-ish. Feno had a whole handful of cards, fleet supports, logistics, burn spells, but it was all 3 costs, 4 costs. He didn't have any way to like combine a few cards, get something going, open up space to get those. Like he had no effective, reasonably tempoed way to set up his stuff in time to then be able to answer. So by the time he did get the relics down and started using the burn, he was forced to use orbital on units and not on face. And at that point, Penzo has 29 health, and it's just Feno's hopes just drained away. So I feel like that turn 4 spot was where Feno just had an impossible turn. There was really no right answer there.
Yeah, like it's like a very very impossible position to be in. Like, and during that last match, Kinto, like we saw Penzoken just had like an overwhelming amount of swarms. Like with this kind of matchup, right? Like how did he get to that point wherein, okay, it's gonna be hard for Feno to just push out the burn straight to face and just redirect his damage towards the units. Like, is that really one way you can win against Kathy?
I think more than that is that Penzoken played to his house in this situation. He knew that making strong units would be able to deal with an artillery volley. Like in the end, we saw an insane artillery volley just because of the logistics mastery from Feno. But without that, artillery volley was totally out of range for the board that Penzoken had built. So it was more about playing to his house. Definitely the 18 soldier was key because he could buff. Like it's the same concept as with Earthen. Like you can buff the 18 soldier and put your board into a place where artillery volleys can't stop you. And also that artillery volley is a 3-cost spell that you will have to use it with more energy unless you have a board. That's why Penzo decided to, instead of buffing, killing his own adjutant and buffing it to clear Feno's board was better than to just leave it alive, because then the artillery volley was gonna be able to do more harm. So yeah,
that's right.
I think Penzo played it magnificently in that scenario, and it was really good, really good.
Listening to you explain this, Quinto, feels like watching Hikaru, the chess grandmaster, do like all the arrows on the board and look 5 turns ahead. Like it's such good analysis. I love it.
Yeah. Dude, like I love the analysis as well. Like you found out like some of the lines as well, guys. Amazing cast for the top 4 right there, and we have Penzoken moving forward, and he's just gonna be waiting there. And let's just have a short review of the matches so far. Okay. And again, as we're waiting for the matches to be reviewed so far, we're gonna be saying goodbye for now to Flux as we switch over to our next caster.
Bye. See y'all later.
All right, and again, just a review as to what happened over at the previous match. We have Penzoken winning against Feno with a 2-1 after beating Sparkling in the round 2 with a 2-0, and again at round 1 beating Gorak with a 2-1 as well. And over at the other side, we're going to be seeing Wasted Time versus Head 3968, and that's going to be Head being the cards player and Wasted Time being a person of mystery so far. Now, this is going to be an amazing match, and we're going to be bringing our casters back. It's going to be Kinto and the Factor. Here we go. Oh, man. There we go.
Hello.
The Factor, man, every time I see you back on the screen, it feels like you're sinking and sinking. It's like
I know, it does look like I'm getting smaller, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, you're sinking.
I'm
and
not
sinking,
though.
man.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like I'm the same chair, but yeah, every time I look at the camera, I'm like, oh my god, I'm getting almost like a hobbit. You know, like I'm just
Yeah,
like super small. Yeah,
yeah.
I'll try and sit a bit more. There you go.
There you go. I mean, well, it's a good match that we watched a while ago, and we have to have you here for the second semifinals match because this is going to be another, how do you say this, another banger of a match, so to
Yeah,
speak,
banger. Yeah,
because
another banger.
yeah, another banger of a match, so to speak, because we have one specifically unknown player plus one that hasn't broken out quite yet in a few tournaments. We have seen Head in previous tournaments, but not in this high of a place. So, man, this is going to be an amazing match. What do you think is going to happen here? Let's start with the factor first before Kinto. Any
Yeah, do you know
predictions?
what? It's so difficult to call because on the one hand, you've got Head who
Mhm.
has just defeated in the previous round the current world champion Yarla, and
Mhm.
he's not only just defeated him, but of course he came through the qualifiers. He's beaten some good people along the way, so like he must just be brimming with confidence, and
Yeah.
he's a good player, right? We know he's a good player.
Mhm.
As you say, he's probably not quite got as far in these tournaments as maybe he probably would have wanted. On the other
Mhm.
hand, we've got Wasted Time, who just nobody seems to know anything about really, including
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
And I would love to see him get to the final. I don't want to. I know that sounds bad, but like it would be such a great story. I think for the league that we had someone completely unknown that just comes in and tears up the rule book, gets to the final
Yeah.
with Penzo. As we keep saying, like one of the people's favorite. I'm super happy for Penzo. So congrats to Penzo getting to the final. That'd just be
Mhm.
incredible. So I don't know. I think either way, it's a win for like
Mhm.
this broadcast in the tournament.
Mhm.
I just hope we get a good game. I hope we get another
Yeah.
banger, as you say,
Yeah,
as we
dude.
say in
Like,
the UK.
yeah, that's why I said it, man. I know
That's what you
it's
said it.
your yeah,
Yeah.
I know it's your vernacular right there. But Qflux, what do you think? Before we go into the deck reviews, yeah, okay, yeah. Before we get into deck reviews, any short prediction as to which way it's gonna go?
Um,
Hello?
is it
Yeah,
me?
You said my name,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I'm out.
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
ask
I'm
them.
sorry.
Sorry,
I heard the factor. Yeah. I
yeah.
mean, not sure. Not sure. I would say. I don't know. I don't know about this one. What about you, the factor? What do you think?
It's gonna go
Well,
either way.
yeah, I gave my prediction. I think I'm happy either way. I think for the story, as I say, I think it'd be great if Wasted Time gets there. But in terms of bans, I, probably ban wise, I'd expect Kathy to be burnt or burnt. I keep saying burnt.
Yeah,
Kathy burnt banned. Yeah. Other than
yeah,
that, it's probably going to. If it's not Kathy, it's going to be Universal. It's one of those two. It's one of the like I saw that consistently when I was playing in the Open. Is that everyone that you would face if they had Kathy or Uni, you'd ban one of them, and then they would also do the same to one of yours as well because we all know that they're two of the strongest decks in the current meta. So
yeah.
either Kathy or Uni, yeah, for sure.
So yeah, of course, that's gonna be amazing insights right there from our casters. We're gonna be reviewing the decks right now from our second semifinal match. And here we go. We have Head here, Head 3968, with his Sipius deck. I like this PFP right here. It kind of seems like he is in a band. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I want to
looks like a
see
rock
him.
star.
He looks like a rock star indeed. Like, of course, but yeah, I mean, let's see if he is a rock star in this tournament. With this first Sipius deck, let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah. So we have Head's CPU's list really similar to the ones that we have been seeing with the Memento of the Fallen, the Convergent pack, no Aegis inside in this one. We also have one Mayamancer, which is different from what we have been seeing. The Master Poisoner, long time no see, my friend, in this one. And one genetic correction. I think those are the main highlights. The rest is, I would say, pretty standard for a CPU's deck, the usual suspects overall. And well, the Radiant Legion that has been also being used in these decks lately. So yeah, really interesting list here from Head.
Yep. Let's see if Head will get ahead again with this deck. And let's look at the next deck that he's going to be bringing. And again, guys, just to give you a heads up, I say head too much right now, but give you a heads give you a heads up. There's not going to be the band deck that we're going to be reviewing, but this is one deck that people feel that they can face. It's a Uni Workshop yet again. What do you think about this deck, the Factor?
Yeah, this is interesting because what you'll see here is that there's no Alvaros, but there is only one Miasmancer. Usually we see two in this type of deck. And then to make things even more interesting, there's a Master Poisoner in here, which we don't see very often anymore. We used to see them all the time. So the Master Poisoner's in there. I like it just to kind of give him the ability to hit and to kill something really big, take it off the board. So it's pretty cool. The one thing I also would say is that because he's put that in, he's opted not to do solitary confinement. So rather than doing both, he said, okay, that's going to be my kind of effective big removal. But then aside from that, there's not a great deal of kind of big difference from the decks we see. We see the Desmond in there like usual, 3 hackers. Then you see, of course, Wong, Freydis, Cyrene's in there. So you see a lot of the one copies of for the legendaries. And then Cyberdeck's in there just for that nice control. And Drone Printer's in there just to kind of help him cycle through the deck and keep looking for those big explosive turns with from once you played the hacker. So yeah, it's the deck that we're very familiar with, apart from the fact that we see probably slightly less on the Miasmancer and then the Master Poisoner in there, which is kind of cool.
Dude, this is another amazing take right here with the Uni deck, and it got him this far. So let's see how far he goes. And I mean, it's gonna be one more round before the finals. But yeah, let's see if Head is gonna be moving forward. But of course, what is gonna be stopping him is wasted time. Let's look at wasted times next, and it's gonna be, oh wow, did Kathy just move forward? Oh man, we've had the previous match with Qflux and Kinto right there, but that doesn't mean that Kathy not being banned will give you that win. Let's see if wasted time will get this one. Let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, we have seen this list is more tuned in to the burn side of things. We have the logistics mastery, the 3 fleet supports, the scimitar captain, 2 of them, Cendrillon. And then for the units, we have the 1 cost there with the Crimson Fleet Machinist, the Red Sun Scout, Trigger Happy Trooper, all the early units that we see. Usually no Bloodhound Transport, and then the whole burn package there alongside the Artillery Bowly and a Solitary Confinement. Really interesting list here from Wasted Time. We saw how he performed against BlizzconJan, so really excited for this matchup.
Yep, really excited to see this indeed. And this is another interesting take to a Kathy deck, especially with the discards already present. And yeah, let's look at the next deck that Wasted Time will be playing. And okay, Wasted Time is going to be playing a Sippy 2. So we have 2 Sippies loaded up for our 2 players right here at round 3. So let's listen to the Factor to break this down.
Yeah, I'm still kind of a little bit shocked actually that Kathy was allowed through, just looking at the decks there from Head. But let's see, because Wasted Time is also going to be bringing, as you say, Sippy. We saw a great match, didn't we, where Sippy did end up beating a Kathy Burn. That was kind of cool in Feno and Penzo. This is, again, probably there's not much we really need to dive deep into here that we haven't already said so far in this tournament. We see the Triumphs. Triumphs are there to bring back the things that are from the dead, and they've been cut down to 2 since the card got increased to 7. Mementos on there as well. 1 copy, of course, because it's a legendary, which you can use to pass around all your low-cost units that you're going to want to play first, so that you can try and get the board nice and wide. And then when you do that, you've just got a nice setup for tons of damage, which you can pair up with the high density genetic replicator, and of course other things that buff the board, like the subjugates, the Valorusi standard bearers. So it's got all the ingredients here to be a successful deck. It's just a case of is it going to be able to get the job done quick enough? And I think, to be honest, it probably will. It's a really still strong. Sippy's still strong. That's a great thing. The nerf to
Yeah.
Triumph was needed. I think a lot of people were in the community were maybe a bit anxious that it was going to kill Sippy, but actually all it's done is it's just shown that Sippy's still really strong, even with the Triumph being at 7, and it's a good strength now. I think it's a decent, a balanced strength. So yeah, good to see it still getting playing tournaments.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of a stretching out the possible inevitable loss from a Sippy, but it all depends on the pilot as well, on how he's gonna be playing it. And yeah, we see some adjustments from our players right here, and from what it looks like, we're gonna be having kind of a Sippy mirror. There's a possibility that it will happen, and there's also again we have two Sippies, we have one uni workshop and one Kathy deck. So with this kind of lineup, it kind of feels like really strong decks are in the lineup right here, right? So like all of them are strong, nothing lagging behind, no shroud present from both of these guys to be
No,
played. So what does
no.
that mean, right? So man, this is gonna be exciting. So again, looking at these lineups, what do you think will be the possible like first lineup to play or first deck to play, especially with these bands? Let's start with the factor.
Um, I'm not sure because I think I want to say that for wasted time, he just goes with Sippy to begin with. Reason being is I just feel like his Kathy can just win quite easily against. Well, I say quite easily, but like the fact that Head doesn't really have in his uni deck Alvaros to combat the. There we go. See, here we go. Sippy mirror. I thought that
All
you'd
right.
get Sippy out the way, and then you would kind of think, okay, if I can get that win, great. Then Kathy should be relatively straightforward. I'm
Yeah.
interested to see what this is gonna be like. Cool.
Oh, yeah, this is like we're just getting into it right now. Sippy from both of these guys, they just want to get that Sippy out of the way, and now we have a Sippy mirror. And it's now Head 3968 versus Wasted Time here for round 3. Let's see who moves forward with our casters, Kinto and the Factor.
Oh, yeah. Just looking initially at the two mulligans here, both had really good cards that you kind of want to see in your opening hand. Just only a couple of changes, I think. Wasted Time actually done his mulligan really quickly. I think he was very happy. Whereas like Head's relatively happy. He's just trying to cycle through, find something else. You don't need the subjugate. That's not bad. He's opting to redraw the Valerusi Standard Bearer. Always, and do you know what? That kind of paid off in a way. Gets the Scipion and then gets a Magna. Pretty strong hands from both, right, Quinto?
Yeah, for sure. Here we see Head definitely with a striker option, two strikers. The Scipion and Magna also has the replicator. Can use the Tawila too by banking any of the units he has. Definitely this Reliant Gamma being able to stay on board next turn might be an issue, especially
Yeah.
Wasted Time goes on with his Scipion. I
I
would
mean,
see Head trying to clear the Scipion and not being able to deal with the Reliant Gamma. This is what I think could happen here.
I mean, what I love about this is that Head's just immediately telegrammed what exactly he's going to be doing the next turn. Just throw as many units down as you can, get the tabula down, and it's going to be a genetic replicator. What's also interesting as well, in the top right, we've got some like stats around. I think it's this. Is it the stream or
It's
the
his computer.
feed? Yeah, is
Yeah,
it computer?
we're
See
seeing
some
Wasted
stats.
Times. Yeah, we're seeing Wasted Times perspective. So yeah, that's definitely like the stats right now.
Yeah.
We see there a 0 ms latency. What is this?
I don't know. There's a lot of stats going on there. Yeah. Interesting.
Okay.
Anyways, we're distracting from the actual. We've just seen a great turn there actually from Heads. Was able to.
Here from Wasted Time. This is gonna end Head's game. We see the Sabo here dropping in. He gets that token to clear the striker, and next turn we'll probably see a Magna, the most logical play from Head, since he will be able to trigger a full-on Magna in this scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. Got some. It's kind of interesting because, like, with the knife, I always feel like in these situations where you've got the knife so early, but you don't quite have a board, is your tendency to just hold on to it, knowing that eventually you'll get the board, or do you think, you know what, like it's too far away, like I'm going to bank it? Do you ever bank the knife in these early situations, Quinto?
I mean, it depends. You sometimes have to bank it. Sometimes you know you can use it and you save it. But usually you definitely don't want to bank it because it won't generate a token. But sometimes you don't have to generate it. Either way, definitely, like for example, Head is keeping it because he knows that Magna will give him tempo. He will be able to drop stuff, and then next turn he has the opportunity to play the knife, even though it's gonna be on the same board he has right now. On the other hand, Wasted Time here has a recruiter, a 3-cost recruiter, big nerf, but well, actually it's not a nerf. If you see the stat increase as part of everything, I want to say it's a nerf. It's just it's a higher cost.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably. I agree. It doesn't feel like a big nerf that like it is a nerf. You know what I mean? Like it's still used.
Could dare to say it's even a buff.
Yeah, it feels like that a little bit because it's still being played almost on a nice curve.
Yeah, changing the stats is definitely the biggest. I would say the weighted biggest change, but the stats is also like from 1 to 2. It's a big difference too. So
yeah, definitely, especially combined with like genetic replicators, where that then becomes say 2 to 3. Like having 3 attack on the board for a unit is big because there's a lot of units that you almost need 3 to be able to deal with them. So I agree, man. I think it's a good change.
So definitely here's where Head clutched it. I would say this is a big clutch here from Head. Managed to play the knife. Now has a big board. It's gonna be difficult for a deck like CPUs to deal with this board. And this is where I was saying in the last matchups how the knife it's super powerful if you manage to drop it on a sticky board using CPUs, and if it's the mirror, it's more important than anything because CPUs just doesn't have the ability to deal effectively with all the units on the board. But this Radiant Legion might be able to help Wasted Time here. This is really nice.
Yeah.
Lots of units dropping in the board. However, for Head, he has also a nice set of units that he can play next turn. So we'll see.
Ooh.
I dare to say that Head has the advantage here just because of the memento.
Did you also see as well?
Russian Explorator here for Wasted Time could change everything.
Well, he's got one. He's got one in the bank. It was revealed. He's got one in the bank, so he can basically play the tabula.
He's gonna cook next turn.
Yeah, he's got one. I saw it revealed. Okay, that's why I was like, oh, this could be interesting. So I like his thought pattern to just set it up for the Exalterator here.
Yeah. Either way, Head needs to I think Head knows that he needs to clear this board.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how it ends up in terms of the knife, where it lands overall.
It's actually so wild as well, isn't it? Like that, how we were just looking at last turn, how Wasted had basically no units on the board, and then all of a sudden, in the blink of like one card, it's just gone so wide, and has then presented a problem that you're requiring your opponent to answer. It's just so cool to see. It wasn't so cool when it was happening always on Triumph Europa, but on 5. But it's cool when you've got a nice unit like that can just like get you back in the game.
So the thing is that I think Head's in a tricky spot here because if he goes I think that the only way to get out of this one is going didn't happen. Was going 18.
What was you thinking?
Something
Yeah.
I believe, because
Okay.
now the Drussian still clears everything here.
Yeah. And then when it does, you then lose the knife, don't you? Which is a bit
Oh,
of a
well.
shame.
That Reliant Gamma actually clutches, and then Head gets Drussian. Interesting,
Oh wow.
because now Head will keep his memento. However, it might not be buffed. If Wasted Time clears it in such a way where he clears all the rest of the units and leaves the one with the memento like that, it could be good for him, because that would mean that he didn't bounce the knife
Here we
for
go.
his opponent,
Yeah.
and that unit won't be able to clear him as efficiently as possible. He will lose the Drussian either way, sadly, but
Yeah. But then he keeps on top of the
overall,
board, doesn't he? So
it's a good matchup of tempo here playing CPUs. Like, it's not like what you see usually where it's like it's skewed to one player more than the other.
yeah. It feels like a game of cat and mouse, you know?
Yeah.
And I like that. It's really cool. I like that these games, the Sippy mirrors, they're very much about the small little differences and just trying to be as clever as you can, as smart and efficient as you can with the energy in your decisions.
That's
Perfect
what I
for a
was
TCG.
saying about, like, going back to the CPU's days pre-Triumph of Europa, where it was more like that, because after Triumph, the one who got the advantage could just drop Triumph, and then the advantage was even, like, the advantage was compounded once the player that had the advantage played Triumph. So right now it's not like that. Right now there's actually a possibility for the other player, in this case Wasted, to actually come back to the game.
Oh, that 6/7 Kun Incipient though is quite nice at the moment.
I'm here talking that Wasted has a chance, and then there's a 6/7 Kun Incipient on board.
That's a bit of an issue. I mean, he has the genetic correction, I guess, right? But
yeah, but I'm not sure how genetic correction will work in this scenario.
yeah, because it's just going to change it. Well, it changes it to you could change it to the 0/1, but I don't think the stats change, do they? Because the stats are attached mainly to the knife.
Yeah, exactly. There's not much that can be done here.
He's actually opting to bank. Yeah.
Triumph tried to clear everything aside from the memento, from the Cunning Incipient, essentially.
There's quite a few units in there already, isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay, so order here.
I don't know if the Saboteur is worth it here.
I was thinking the
too
same.
costly for the value.
Yeah.
But I guess he has to do it. Either way, Wasted Time wouldn't have been able to actually clear stuff with his Triumph. So he's just trying to do the best he can with what he's got.
Yeah, it's actually like looking at the units in his waist. There's no Triumph. There was no standard bearer, so he couldn't bring stuff out and buff it, could he? That's been a bit of a shame. As you say, the best he could do, really, from that.
Yeah. So really interesting here. Head actually has the tempo advantage, but if he gives an inch, I think Wasted Time is just gonna capitalize on it. He still has a replicator, has the knife, has a Triumph, has Cyrene. So it's really interesting to see this. And actually, Head doesn't have a clear trade here for this Reliant Gammas from Wasted Time. So he's gonna have to sacrifice his whole board in order to deal with Wasted Time's board, giving him the breathing room he needs to just drop that Triumph and get the ball going.
Exactly, he can bring get the Triumph and bring it back again. Yeah, exactly. And it's tough as well, isn't it? Because when you're playing in this mirror, you can't really ignore the board in front of you. You've always got to make sure that you're staying on top of it. Because the moment you say, I'm just going face, I'm ignoring the board, is then the moment where you lose your own board. Because you didn't deal with them.
Exactly. So here we see a CPU's draw clutch for Head, gets the Convergent Mass and Convergent Domina for a really nice combo that can be played in 2 turns. I think he had... I'm not sure if Het already banked.
I don't think he did. No, he didn't, did he? He already had the Tabula, and then he got the...
Yeah,
oh, he did,
he banked
apparently.
already. So,
Wow,
yeah,
okay.
in 2 turns, he can go with a really nice combo there.
10-10.
Convergent Mass, a 10-10 Convergent Mass, but oof. What are we gonna see? What are we gonna see here? What is the play here? Triumph? Triumph again?
Yeah, I mean, I would be wanting to get a big board going again as quick as I could. But the problem is that his Triumph, I don't think, is going to allow him to keep units on the board, is it? Enough units on the board, really.
I mean,
mean-
Wasted Time needs to focus on trimming down the board, Head's board. That's his goal right now. He needs to go from the beat down to the one who is beating up. And in
I
this
think
case,
this is kind of cool.
yeah, he can do it with Cyrene, sort
Yeah.
of. But
I
then
mean, he's still got some energy.
There's nothing else. It was a Cyrene play just to clear stuff, but aside from that,
He's going to break the
probably a
Convergent
Replicator.
Mass, and then play the Replicator and get that set up for the Triumph on the next turn, right?
yeah. I mean, what if he plays the knife on the adjutant here, just to make sure it sticks? I don't know.
I don't know. I would prefer to sort of get this set up for the Triumph and then try and get knife after Triumph.
Okay.
I think that just maybe sticks better. And maybe he's
It's gonna
thinking
be
the same.
Strong turn here for Head. It's gonna be a strong turn. Okay, he can play Domina and Convergent Mass. This is over for Wasted Time.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, the Domina allows it to hit directly, doesn't it? And that's 9/9.
Yeah,
That's
and he plays
hitting.
first the Convergent Mass in order to buff the rest.
Yeah,
Okay. So
and then he could.
we're talking
could
about
basically-
15, 17, 18 damage. Right to the face. Is he gonna clear Cyrene?
Yeah,
Is it worth it, or just going face?
I think
here?
so. No, I think I would be clearing the Cyrene and then getting
Just in
the
case, I would
counters
say.
going
I mean,
more.
He has the memento in place.
Yeah, exactly.
So he didn't play the Domina. Okay, he played it with Tabula.
Yeah.
He has the memento in place, so he can just bounce it off and deal even more damage. So
Exactly. Yeah. I think clear the board, bounce the memento around, get it even bigger. Oh. What?
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so he didn't want to
mean-
lose the Scipion. I mean, I guess it's still fine. I just thought that he would be trying to get more going on the memento and keep the Domina alive, no? I
I
don't
think
know.
either way it's fine. It's like he has that Convergent Mass already. The only thing he really needs to do, like the only thing Head really needed to do was to clear the board. No matter how
Yeah,
he did
he's
it,
done
he needed to do that. So he got it out of the way. He now has a board that can be contested and is essentially presenting lethal.
Yeah, this
No
is
matter what.
lethal, isn't it? Yeah, this is lethal next turn for him. Ooh. Yeah,
Actually, clear
I
the
mean,
incipient, but it will bounce and it's
yeah, that's so horrible, isn't it? That you bring the Magna on, you want to clear something which is like a 5/3, but you can't because you know it's just going to do you more harm.
yeah.
That's horrible. But yeah, even
So-
with the units here, he's one shy, but then he's got the subjugate, so he can still do it.
Okay, Ace actually doesn't do anything, so Head is gonna just go face here.
Yeah, he's going to go face, and he's going to be able to get this next turn. Yep, subjugate, and there you go. Get something else. Yeah, he knows. Well played though from Wasted. Like very well played from both. Actually, I really enjoyed that. Didn't you, Quinto? It was like it was almost like a game of chess. You know, two chess masters going at it, trying to plot
Yeah.
their moves and like what's my best optimal plays, and it was so cool to watch. So yeah, the first blood goes to Head there, but it's far from over. because now he's won with his Sippy. He has to win with his uni workshop. But we know as well that, you know, for wasted time, he's got Kathy Byrne because that was let through. So what are we thinking here? Next game, does wasted time just think, okay, I want to get a win with to take it to the third game. I'm going to try and get Byrne going, or does he stick with Sippy?
Good question. What is he facing against Unishop, right?
Yeah, Unishop, yeah.
So I would.
The other thing as
The
well to
thing is
keep in
that
mind.
Unishop can deal with Markolian aggressiveness if, for example, Unishop goes first. I think Wasted Time has more chance going CPUs on this one. I believe
Really?
the 18th
Okay.
Trigger can really help with the passive of Unishop and really set up a better tempo with CPUs. That's my take.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, because I think that, you know, Sippy can be so quick in the early game, right? And look, you're absolutely spot on. You're absolutely spot on. So he figures that he's got the best chance to at least win this next game, first of all, and take it to a third decisive game. Playing Sippy, getting that nice aggressive early tempo, getting the board going wide. We know that Uni Workshop does not really have good ways to deal with wide boards unless their board goes super wide and explosive from hacker turns. So he thinks his best chance is to get this one quickly by board dominance early. Will we see it? Let's see the mulligans. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good answers
So
here for Head.
yeah.
Initially has the whole package there with the Cunning Diplomat, Saboteur. Well, Cunning Diplomat's not like wow, but PS8, Saboteur, definitely two cards that you want to have in your initial hand against CPUs to stop a bit of tempo. However,
Yeah.
I mean, the CPUs can really ramp it up in terms of tempo, and Unishop can get delayed on actually dealing with it. So yeah.
Yeah. What I love as well here is that ordinarily, I think in a lot of Sippy matches, you wouldn't necessarily be keeping the half early, but he knows that half is so important in this matchup if you get it early. And so I like that he's kept it. We might very well see that played on 2, just so that he can disrupt any type of ramp into the hacker, because once that gets going, it's going to be a real trickiness for wasted time. But he's got some good cards here. He's even got the, you know, the memento. I probably got that a little bit too early again, but still, in a deck which is heavily reliant on spamming the board, it's never bad to have it. If you've got double 1-drops, which he does have, he actually banks the half, can always bring it back with the tabular. So good start for both, actually. I think they've both got good cards to deal with the other.
Yeah. Good thing for Head here is that he's on the play, so his passive triggers earlier, which is something that you usually want to see in this matchup. It essentially buys you a turn by going on the play. So that's really good. If he manages to stop wasted time early on and then ramp and then get, for example, a hacker into some high rolls, that's essentially the way to win in this matchup.
Just make it as difficult for them as possible to directly build the board and then hit you, and just disrupt until you stabilize and then start to get the things you need, right?
Yeah, correct.
So we're thinking double Reliant Gamma here? I think so, no?
Yeah,
Double
for
Reliant
sure.
Gamma?
But
Yeah.
look at that slinger in Head's hand, ready to
Yeah.
deal with it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, that's so, like, these are the things that happen when you're playing Unishop that actually help you in that regard, where it's like, okay, these are the things that have to happen are happening for Head. That's what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. Like they're falling into place perfectly for him when he needs
Pieces
them.
are falling
Yeah.
into place, and now
And
he has a
the
token
hacker.
at the end of next turn, and has the hacker. So he's pretty
As you say.
in a good position.
Yeah. Like, we were wondering, like, because that's if you don't keep the hacker, of course, in your opening hand, then you really hope that you kind of get it within the first 5 turns rather than having to cycle through. Just naturally being able to draw it is amazing, because then you can use the
It's perfect.
cycle, cycle cards like rummaging to then go and find the hacked cards, right?
Yep. Yeah, so wasted time is going with knife on his Reliant Gamma. He's thinking, I'm not gonna let this Reliant, I'm not gonna let my board die here. So, and
No.
it was a good play actually, because that Memento is just gonna bounce. But no, it's not gonna happen because there's another Slinger. The Memento can actually bounce on the shield pot, right? So, Head is still not out of harm's way versus this Memento. It's
Okay. Ooh,
a
that's
stealth wave.
actually not bad at all.
Yep.
Getting the glaive. Is he gonna
But
bank
he's
it?
gonna have to
Okay.
bank it. He wants the Sautor, wants the hacker, and wants the Slinger here. I mean, either way, taking out the Reliant Gamma is super important.
Mm.
So if you have to bounce the Memento here, it's okay. Head
The glaive, you
with
mean,
a
no?
really nice board, also with really nice tempo, which is something that you want to have against CPUs. The Memento didn't bounce into the shield pot and was wasted. So now Head with a clear advantage here. Wasted time thinking about going with this Recruiter only for draw, which will not be able to stick around too much. The Drussian is good, but it's not what you want to see if you don't have a board.
No, it's not at all. It's a little bit tricky actually here.
And now Head easily and comfortably going to play his hacker.
Yeah.
Big.
And this is great as well, because he plays hacker, and then the board that he's already got can very easily and comfortably clear the board in front of him. So with ease, actually, there's no problem at all. They're not buffed. There's such
this is
low
why
units.
like, this is a perfect scenario for Unishop, like by far. Like he had the Mercenary Gunslingers, the PSAs going first, which was like, because if let's say he was on the draw, that Reliant Gamma would have not been able to kill it, so it would have survived.
Yeah.
So those are like really little details.
The small details. Yeah. That make the big difference.
That tip the balance. Yeah, for sure. So 18 subject going strong, really key unit in this matchup. It's really good dealing with the passive tokens, trying to get it out of harm's way, buffing it to a place where that can happen. But we're gonna see a big turn here for Head with this Ramayan Researcher and the Take It or Leave It. We're probably seeing some great high rolls coming in here. Let's get ready for it.
Yeah, I'm all for this. This is what we're here for. We haven't really seen Universal go super crazy yet, have we, at this tournament? This could be it.
I mean, in the Mayor, we didn't see it perform.
Double draw. Oh,
this is not
not super great. No, not super great at all.
There's still a drone printer there for extra draw. Well, actually,
yeah, I'd be putting that down.
Actually, no extra draw from the drone printer, since it doesn't have the energy for it.
But he does have it, no? Oh no, but then he can play he can
actually draw
the take it or leave it.
Yeah, with the take it or leave it. I mean, yeah, clearing the 18 subject, clearing the Aegis, leaving nothing to chance
here.
It
doesn't do it though. Fair enough.
Paid off. Head with a paid off can actually get something good, like the converted mass from it.
Okay, Domino coming down from wasted time here. Quite nice just to clear that. Try and reduce some of the damage whilst building his board.
Going too fast. I think he's getting desperate. He should have. I would think he should have banked the Conincipient and played the Tabula in this case, but well. Okay, more draw. Head not finding his ladies, but can go with his spade off.
Would you be playing paid off here? Would you, just to try and steal the convergent mass? Because I guess it's like one of the biggest threats when you're going up against
you will
Sippy,
find
right?
you will find a 10-10 unit and give only 4 energy to your opponent, and you know that unit might cost you troll. And
he concedes. He concedes. Wasted time. Just saw the writing on the wall, and he did not want to waste time.
He knew that he was in a
at all.
tough spot here.
Yeah. Wow. So that's it. We see Head progressing to the final. Wow. The relatively unknown Wasted had a fantastic run, but he met his match with Head. So I'm waiting for like a nice, clever kind of snappy one-liner here from Excelsior. I know you've got one set up. So give it to us, okay?
Okay, so I'm just gonna combine what I said a while ago. Wasted time did not waste any time losing to Head while he got ahead. All right.
How do we rate that? We need to start doing like a rating system where the chat can rate good or bad, and or we need to have some sound effect where it's like a boo or something or a cheer.
But yeah, it was fast. It was fast. Like one of the fastest we've had for this series as well. Like we've seen Wasted Time have 2-0s in the previous matches. Now he gets 2-0'd himself. So that's like kind of a narrative in itself. But I've seen here over the chat like some fanboys from cards. Specifically one of our production members here, like who's playing cards as well. He also is proud that one of the top players from cards is also here at Parallel. We accept any TCG players here, guys. Just keep on playing. I myself am playing like multiple TCGs. Like I played Marvel Snap prior to this, to Parallel TCG, and even prior I played Hearthstone. So just like all those skills just port into other TCGs as well, and specifically Parallel for now. And we see these players just keep on coming, and it's a good sign, right? So yeah, I'm
big
happy
time.
to see them
We
here.
welcome them all with open arms, no discrimination. Everyone's welcome. Get involved, and especially for opens, right? I mean, what a great way to kind of like start to build your reputation by coming in and playing in an open where you don't need to like necessarily have X amount of like points or X amount of position rank wise. You can it's open to everyone. So just come in and just start playing. If you, as you say, if you've been playing other TCGs, try and bring those skills across. And then you'll find a lot of those skills are very, very transferable in this game, Parallel TCG. So there you go. Clip that and put that as your promotional video, Parallel.
That's right. That's right. We already got that for you. We got that covered. And guys, like I'm gonna be asking this because this has been like a really quick match. Why was it quick? Okay, let's start with Kinto right now.
Why was this match quick?
Yes.
That's your question. I mean, usually when you're playing against Unishop and you have all these factors around, these are the factors.
The factors.
I mean, it's like you're facing Unishop, they are going first, they have all the answers like the slingers, the PS8s, they establish tempo early on. Like, I mean, as CPUs, you are the one who needs to establish tempo, and if you don't have it by turn 5, then you're pretty much done. And then Head played the hacker, which was just a ticking time bomb. So that's it. That's essentially it. Wasted time, recognized his position, and decided to concede.
Dude, like how many of us had that experience? Like, the opponent just had like everything. Just had like the hacker have an early out or an early summon, and of course you put that unit down. Everything just jumbled. Sometimes you get a 1-cost lady. Sometimes you get 2 costs, and even with the presence of a Desmond Walker, everything just gets back to 0 cost, and it's like all free reign, and it all snowballs down. And I think we already have our 2 finalists. Who are they? Just to give a short recap, the factor. Our 2 finalists are the factor.
Our 2 finalists are, we do need a drum roll, don't we, for this here? Our 2 finalists are Penzo, the people's champ, the unofficial people's champ, and Head. So Head versus Penzo. I think this is a fantastic final. I'm really happy that Penzo, as I said at the start, I wanted Penzo really to get to the final. I'm so glad that he did. I'm also really happy for Head as well, though, because I just think it's a great story in itself. And he has not had like an easy way to get to the final. I mean, let's be honest, he beat the world champion. He also beat Patrick, who's, like he's no pushover Patrick. He's a good player in himself too. So both of these are worthy to be in the final. I can't wait to see who's gonna be the Open 4 champ.
All right. Yeah, this is gonna be a good chance for Penzoken to just get his break. And talking about breaks there, guys, we're gonna be going for a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna be having the finals for the Parallel Prime League Open 4, and it's gonna be Head versus Penzoken. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back to the Parallel Prime League Open 4. We're going to be having the finals with our two finalists. It's going to be, guys, of course, before we're going to be saying that it's going to be our finalists right now. Amazing matchups that we did already. With
drum roll.
Well, drum
I
roll,
was gonna
guys.
drum roll for you. Sorry.
Let's do it together, guys. 1, 2, 3. It's gonna be Penzoken versus Head here at the finals. I just wanted to like keep you at the hands reach of your tournament watching right here. I'm betting a lot of our players right now, guys, are watching the tournament and also grinding the ladder. So like yeah, there's like we can do that. Like, man, they already did it, and you can emulate the players right now if you wanna be as competitive as they are. But again, fan favorite right here, we have Penzoken and Head, a pro in another TCG scene, already breaking out into parallel TCG, is now in the finals, and we're going to be seeing, of course, them battling it out for a lot of points and some cash prizes as well. And looking at the two players right now, who are you vouching for? Like, there's no bias. We're just saying that which ones are we feel are going to be winning, but there may be some kind of small bias right there from our casters. But let's start with the factor.
Yeah, so I said it before the break. I think it's a win either way because I think Penzo's been wanting to get back into tournament scene in the Parallel League, and I think he's been wanting to get far. He's now got to a final of a tournament this season, which is great. And then for Head, this is kind of like a cool thing because Head's come from a previous other TCG. He's now in this one and seems to be hitting the ground running. And this is just a great way for him to kind of really start to build his rep within the parallel community. So either way, it's a win. For me, though, I've said at the start of this show that I want Penzo to get far, and he got to the final. Now I want him to go and win it, and then I'll be pinging him a message after. I hope he does. But yeah, no bias, right? But yeah,
no
Penzo.
bias. Yeah, Ben.
Yeah.
Okay. Or before we do this, of course, we know here our guy here, Q-Flux, is a drummer and a band member. Let's start the drum roll before he.
I should have had it set up. Next time I'll have a snare drum.
Yeah.
I'll get it in between.
Yeah.
I could have had it ready. It's in my closet right now.
Let's
to annoy all the neighbors. But
let's go drum roll before Q-Flux reveals.
I don't have it. No, you gotta. Next time, I'm gonna get a real snare. I'm gonna get my drum. You guys are gonna make me. I'm calling an audible. You guys keep going.
No. Let's go back. Now he's back. Anyway, okay. So we have here our two players. It's gonna be Head and Penzoken.
Did you really go and get it?
Top players right there. But I think I think Q-Flux is gonna be just getting that the drum right there. But we've seen their decks a while ago, and looking at the Sanctuary website, and for those of you guys who are like new to the to Parallel TCG, we already have a website that already has all the things that you need to know about tournaments, and it's easy to use. Like I'm pretty sure like Q-Flux is gonna be coming back, but guys, don't worry. We have the factor. The factor has us right here, guys. But then you've had experience of using the tournament website. How has it been for you?
Oh, all of that, and we can't even hear it, Flux. The suppression's blocking it out.
You can't hear it?
No. Suppression's blocking it out. It's too low.
Oh wow. Oh no. Oh wow.
It's not tuned up. I'm sorry. I'm done fooling around.
All right.
No, fail. Clip that, guys.
Failed, but I tried.
Man,
Next time I'll
that. Yeah.
We tried, guys. But yeah, no worries. Yeah, Q-Flux, I appreciate it, man. And you know, no bias, no bias pick. Who do you think will get the finals?
It's biased. I'm going to turn off the bias after I answer this question, but it would be ridiculous to answer this question unbiased. That's contradictory. So my biased answer, which I will then turn it off. Penzo! Let's go! Win, baby! Win your first tournament. Gotta do it now. Let's go, Penzo! Come on, baby! Let's go! Okay, now I'm going to be unbiased for the rest of the finals.
Right. So yeah. So we have two Penzoken enjoyers right
Could
here.
you hear that one?
Yep, I did. I did like
Slightly.
No suppression issues there.
Yeah, it was suppressed for a while, and then like you know, it's out. But you got the answer right through. Two Pensokens for the votes right here in the chat. If you are right here over at the finals, type it in. Who you think will win? Will it be Head or will it be Penzoken? I'm seeing a lot of different players right here, and I want to see the action right now. And I mean, we have seen over at the tournament website who they are using. Also, okay, it's Penzoken. It's going to be using the Ogen Core Workshop and Scipius. And over at the other side, Head is going to be using Scipius and Kathy. And now, from what it looks like, this looks like the decks that have been played by Feno. Is that right? Am I
looks like
wrong?
it.
Yeah, man. What do you think? What do you think about the this matchup? Let's start with Qflux.
Bro, I just feel so dumb that I thought Skippy was dead and every single player is playing Skippy. So I really just need to reevaluate my understanding of Skippy. Aside from that, I feel like it's an easy commentary for Defactor and I. These are going to be some fast matches. Really, just the uni is going to be a little bit complicated. Other than that, I feel like this should be pretty chill, pretty easy to follow, and it's going to really just come down to which of these amazing players is able to dig deep enough to find that extra level of skill, or Lady Luck might determine everything. We'll see what happens, but it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I correct myself before I ask you again, the factor. The Earthen deck of Penzoken wasn't banned a while ago, so it's kind of a different situation we have here. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, the thing with Penzo, just speaking of Penzo specifically, because I don't know Head enough really to talk about like his strategy and how he kind of tackles these types of situations. But like for Penzo specifically, it almost doesn't matter what's banned for him. He's just very, very good at adapting, and like he's got one of those brains where he just sees things like 10 steps ahead. And that's kind of what you need to have when you get to a final. I'm sure Head has got the same as well, which is why he's here in the final. And so I think, regardless of the bans, I think what it will probably come down to is just being able to make the most optimal plays. If you can make the most optimal plays and the least amount of like mistakes or or non-optimal plays, then in theory, over the course of the round, you should come out on top, unless, of course, as Qflux said, Lady Luck has her way with things. But you know, like both of the decks that they brought are fantastic. I've enjoyed watching them. I agree with Flux. I didn't really expect to see like a ton of Sippy at tournaments, but yeah, it's been interesting. We've seen that, so yeah, good for the meta.
Guys, I just have to correct myself. I looked at the deck right now of Penzo, and it's not necessarily a uni workshop. It is an Ogen Core core deck. So
Okay.
Interesting.
this is gonna be
Okay.
interesting. I'm seeing some interesting plays here. Of course, there's a Ruthless Juggernaut that we have here over at our poster. And now, guys, we're gonna be
Yes.
starting the first match. It's gonna be Penzoken and Head at the finals with Scipius versus Kathy. Guys, you know, we have here the Factor and Qflux casting this amazing match. Take it away.
Here we go
right.
for the final. Flux, how you feeling about this one?
I'm interested to see if this Cathari can just make quick work of game one. Penzo get in there with the lead. I don't know though. Let's see. What is I'm getting my bearings here. This is Kathy versus Skippy. Yes, sir. So we
yeah.
get to see a run. We get to see it be run back, right? We saw Penzo take out Feno's Kathy, and it was really domination in that game. Feno was behind the whole time. But Head's going first here. Skippy generally prefers to go first, so that gives Head a bit more of the tempo start. Head with a double Sabo in hand could be good, although we know Penzo doesn't have any relics right now, so those could end up being dead cards. The thing is that Head's hand is just super slow and reactive. 2 Sabos and an artillery volley, so that Machinist helps a lot, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I agree with you. I thought that hand wasn't so good, but getting the top deck in the Machinist kind of transforms things a little bit. And he also is able then to get, wow, the Red Sand Scout too. That's pretty nice,
the bank
actually.
here. That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'd
Probably
like
Gunslinger.
to keep. Yeah, I was going to say Slinger, but then the Slinger can be quite useful as well. He opts for the Sabo. That's not bad. I mean, how many Sabos is he running? Because that could come back to haunt him a little bit, right? But if he's only running 2, then he might need another one, and then only having 1's a bit of an issue. But to be fair, he doesn't need it at the moment. We can see he doesn't need it at the moment, but he didn't know that. So that was a little bit risky in a way to bank like another one, but at the same time, you've got one in your hands, so you can still deal
Makes
with it.
sense.
Great start, by the way, for Penzo.
Yeah, it
Look
makes
at
sense
this
because
here.
he's banking the Sabo because he has to take risks and keep his tempo up. If he needs both those Sabos, he just takes the L, but this way he's hoping to draw something to go with the Gunslinger, and he does. He has second wave Soldier. He can combine that with the Gunslinger here. Definitely still a tough bank, though. Every bank is tough because he has to bank before he can play both units. He can't get that draw first. And Penzo's board quite wide, right? Yeah, I mean, what do you think his best play is here?
I was going to say, like, yeah, taking out the standard bearers to play because you need to get rid of that immediately. The longer that stays on the board, it's just a nightmare, isn't it? So I think the other units, they're not, I mean, of course, you'd like to get rid of them, but like that was the big threat. And it does mean that he's going to
bank the
artillery
volley. That's
volley.
tough.
Yeah.
That's
That
tough.
is a bit
That's your
rough,
best,
actually.
That's your best board clear against Skippy for sure. Cindy's not as good. He just has to bank it because the knife is an important part of his win condition. The Sabo he needs for a relic answer. He's like can't hold on to that volley, but that could come back to bite him.
Yeah, he drew it too early, didn't he? Which is a shame because I agree, like it's one of the best weapons just to kind of keep on top of the board. But here we go. Penzo keeping the pressure going, gets the Sabo down and can play, of course, the Tabular just to get the extra buff as well. Puts that buff on the striker there. So this is exactly what you want, isn't it? If you're Penzo, you're like, okay, I just need to be going as wide as I can. He's kept hold of the genetic replicator. He can play that on the next turn if he wants to. And that's actually not bad play either, just to keep his board buffed. What about for Head? Is he in trouble here, or what's his
Feels
play
like Head is probably regretting banking that artillery volley right around now. It's starting to feel like he actually kind of needs it to deal with these early boards. But I mean, what's he going to do? He could knife and play the 1-drop, right? He could knife to make his vehicle 3/4, hit that subjugate, and then if he plays Trigger Happy Trooper, Penzo doesn't have an immediate way to clear on the board, but no, he's going for the early Sergeant. So I'm guessing he'll burn 1 if he does that. He's changing his mind. Let's see where he lands here. So he does play the Trigger Happy, banking the knife, which makes sense. He doesn't have a wide board. He's not close to a wide board. He's hesitating, but I think this probably makes sense. You can't bank a second Sabo, right? Head definitely.
No, you can't.
He's deep in the tank on this bank. I think he's got to bank that knife. And he does. All right, let's see. I'm guessing 1 burn, kill the subjugate. Let's see.
Yeah, that's the big play, isn't it?
Yeah. Is he going for a double?
Is he?
Wow, a double burn, unexpected. Energy. What else is he burning on this board? That's a big inflection point to factor. We're going to have to think about that later in the match. Was the double burn correct? Because that's a big decision right there.
I mean, like, technically, the next turn, he can still play, of course, like rummaging, right? So it doesn't set him back too much. And he's then been able to clear most of the threats and leave a 0-1. I don't know whether I would have personally done that, to be honest with you. But I also like it. Like, now I've seen it. I'm like, okay, I wasn't seeing that. It wasn't, like, for me, the necessary play, but actually worked out pretty decent. Just, I think when you play the Ruthless early, you don't really want to be taking more than, like, 2 energy, do you? And, you know, I think taking 2 early could hurt.
Here's what's going to happen now. Penzo is going to have 2 more mana every turn, both playing tempo decks, aggro decks. So, like, Penzo's got a huge tempo advantage for the next few turns. Head's going to need to be able to get a board clear or some way to kind of equalize that out. He's already banked volley, so I think he's going to really need to get good value from Cyrene, or maybe if he can draw his Cindy. Penzo doesn't have... Penzo's got a good hand for sure. Cyrene, and he's also Recruiter plus Relic, and then the Triumph chilling until turn 7. Neither player has established dominance on the board, and that
No.
double Sergeant is definitely giving Head a chance to be the guy who's in charge of the board, but still, it's a big commitment. It looks better than I expected, to be honest. I'm surprised how good this looks for Head.
Yeah.
Given that he burned 2. I guess he might just have to play Kathy next turn. Next turn could be awkward for Head. That's the one thing I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the next turn probably is looking like Kathy, isn't it? Whilst the board's not as wide. And you just okay.
Interesting to kill
Okay, so
the
he left the
token.
2/2. Yeah, he
He's
left the
doing that
2/2 there.
because he wants to protect
to
his
keep-
2/1 if Penzo
Yeah.
plays the Relic, I think. But it's a big commitment to do that. Here comes
So as you
Cyrene.
predicted. Yep.
See, here's the thing. Penzo has Cyrene here on curve. Head next turn only has 4 energy. Doesn't have access to Cyrene yet. These are the little things now where Penzo has more options, more resources, and it's going to take a while, at least another 1 or 2 turns, before that 2 energy difference stops feeling so dramatic. That's a long time in parallel, like 2 turns, 3 turns in the mid game. That's a lot of time for Penzo to have so many more resources. Still, in spite of that, Head seems to be holding up a good defense, shutting down Penzo's early attack. I think
the
Penzo
Slinger.
being second has been a big factor here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, Slinger is actually pretty big because you can ping the Slinger down, hit the Siren, you can clear the Siren now, and you can still get, that's it, the second wave soldier, get some draw. I quite like this. He gets a Catherine's Rally Cry as well. Not sure whether that he needs that massively, but
Good
that was
synergy
nice.
with
I like that. I
Harpo
mean, we were.
later.
Yeah, we were kind of thinking, is he going to get Kathy? But actually, that's just quite nice and clean. Keeps control of the board. Gets some card draw at the same time. Really decent.
Banking the second Saboteur now, finally given up on that. He's got such tough banking decisions. Study Head's banking in this match. If he ends up winning, the early Sergeant play and the banking decisions are both worth really taking a second look at. Penzo going for the draws, opening up his options a little bit. I mean, here's the thing. Just after Head banks that Saboteur, now Penzo's ready to start deploying the relics. The timing on that is very fortunate for Penzo.
Yeah. Like he
Very
had one in the
fortunate.
waist as well. So I don't think he hasn't got any more relic removal. So that could, over the course of this game, that could really be the advantage here for Penzo. Not being able to
I think it's
remove
stacking
these.
up. It's stacking up.
Yeah.
Head doesn't have Sabos anymore. Penzo has extra energy. Penzo's about to have +2/+2 and on almost all the stats for the rest of the game. He's also got Triumph on 7. The advantages for Penzo are adding up. Even though at a glance it looks like a close position, I really think Penzo is pulling pretty far ahead. I'm curious to see how Head tries to fight back. He's going to make a good attempt. This is where the pro players really prove themselves, finding those lines when mere mortals lose faith and just give up. So we'll see what he does here, but definitely the advantage is stacking for Penzo, and it does look like a Harf Rallying Cry synergy. He might also be able to cast this Trigger Happy Trooper, probably bank the Poisoner, and that Alvaro is kind of nice, a chance to potentially get a little damage on Penzo if he wants to cast the Triumph, although that's a little bit, couple turns off still.
That was actually a pretty good rally cry, wasn't it? Being able to get the Bannerman, which comes in, gets the passive, and then also getting the Alvaro on board. Quite nice. Plus the Trigger Happy comes on. So still kept a good board here. I like
Head's
it.
taking advantage
It's just
of
a good
here.
game.
Yeah, Head's taking advantage of Skippy having no board clears, right? So yes, Head is down on cards. Head is down on all the resources. Head down, no pun intended. He's got no resources, and so he needs to be fully aggressive, establishing a board, trying to rush. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he has resources to push Penzo down from 29 health. It's looking like Penzo is establishing a very stable board with a lot of advantages, but you can see what Head's trying to do, trying to get wide, trying to get aggressive, trying to get any board state where the tempo is significant enough that Penzo's lack of clears will hold him back. But with Cyrene, with Magna, with double Relic and a third one in the hand, it just, Penzo has all the answers, grasping at straws.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is that he's done literally no damage to Penzo whatsoever, and he's running out of cards in his hand. Plus, he doesn't have any direct burn, so he just doesn't have a way to like get this game done. As the game goes longer and longer, it's going to be more and more in favor of Penzo. So yeah, I think it's looking a bit ominous for Head at the moment.
Yeah, it's just harder and harder for Head to find feasible lines to fight back. I mean, he's up against +2/+2 everything, more cards in Penzo's hand. It's a brutal spot, and like you said, it's just he has done no damage. He has done no damage to Penzo.
Mm.
He has so far to go. How does he even begin to get this back? I mean, I'd be tempted to play Cyrene, but it looks like he's thinking about the Rallying Cry. Okay, he's banking Rallying Cry. So a buff Cyrene hitting the board second.
Yeah, because the issue, and you know it very well, right? Because you play a lot of Cathy, and you have previously as well. Is that the issue? Is that like Cathy can go head to head against Sippy, but not over like 10 rounds. Like you have to be able to see the game out quickly, otherwise they're just going to overwhelm you eventually. And as we get more and more into this kind of Triumph range, plus with all the other units and the replicators still that are going to be buffing the board, you're just going to end up just contesting a board that like you can't go head to head, like toe to toe with them over the duration. And I think we're seeing it here where like for Head, like he's got a board and it's fine, right? But like if that board dies, then he's only got Cathy, and Cathy can just be blocked by tons of things on the board that he can bring back from a Triumph. So it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, this is really showing why Burn Cathy is favored over Unit these days. In a situation like this, Unit's just done, but with Burn, you can at least have that win from hand a turn before they hit you in the face. And so if people are figuring out Skippy again, and if you're running into some Earthens and some Oggins and stuff, it starts to look like Burn Cathy just has way better ways to finish the game while still having a lot of that same early game consistency. So you can definitely see, I mean, when Head is this far down on resources, behind on energy, health, or at least tied on health, about to be behind, it's like it's just he's way behind now. But you can definitely, I mean, he's drawn a lot of cards, he's had a lot of opportunities to do stuff. It just hasn't worked. It's just making at least this version of Unit Cathy just doesn't feel like it's performing very well in this game, at least.
No,
maybe
you're going up against you're going up against a deck which can spam the board just as well as you, and then buff its board way better than you, and then can bring all that stuff back as well. And I think Head just saw that. He's like, nah, I'm never going to be able to get through that. So the first game goes to Penzo.
I think if Head had maybe not banked those Sabos, I don't know if it was possible, and there's some hindsight, but at least the relics felt like they were the thing that made it so, like, not only is Penzo pushing tempo, pushing extra energy, he's also just got +2/+2 on everything, and there's no way to remove it. So it's like no counterplay for the most important thing to deal with, and what do you do with that?
Yeah, I felt a bit sorry for him actually, because in that position, when you're looking at the cards he had in his hand, you're like, well, you probably do need to bank the Sabo, because you need to try and be aggressive and push for as much damage early on as you can. The Sabo is not going to help you really do that. That's just really there to serve one purpose, but you don't have a need for it yet, so you might as well bank it. But like if he had not drawn those early, I think it might have been a slightly different game, but I think the ultimate result would have stayed the same, just because I don't think that Unit Cathy can outlive basically a Sippy deck, unless you've got Burn, where you can just say, okay, I've lost the board, now we just go direct face and just try and sneak the win, and he just doesn't have it. So yeah.
One thing worth pointing out, I think if you flip the situation a little bit, if you give Penzo his relics in the hand early, and you have Head draw those Sabos later, instead of Head starts with the Sabos and Penzo draws the relics later, if you flip that, then most likely Penzo plays relics early, Sabo answers the relics, Penzo loses tempo, Head never needs to use the early Sergeant, they stay at energy parity, and then that early game to a very different mid game, then Cathy looks like. So definitely the draws did play a role, and perhaps that's a bigger factor than we're giving it credit for. But definitely Burn at least would have had a second way to try to push it.
Second win.
The Unit was kind of lacking that backup attack.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it, I think, you mentioned it earlier, like almost the reverse, where we saw earlier in the tournament that Penzo was up against Feno, right? And Feno, like, he lost the board, but he was just thinking, okay, what burn damage can I do just to try and get it? And he wasn't able to do it, of course, but that was his alternative. And I just feel like with that deck, if you lose the board, even if you lose the board early, what is your next win con? Because you're not going to be able to reclaim the board back unless you kind of have things like logistics mastery combined with, say, artillery volley, which of course he had to bank really early, or logistics mastery with Cindy, because then you can do wide damage and for a lot of damage. But if you lose the board, I just don't really see with that deck how you get it back, especially when you know that there's triumphs in Penzo's deck, and then he can just keep bringing back the board later and populating. So I think it's interesting, isn't it? The evolutions we see with Kathy, that unit Kathy used to be the big thing. I really respect that Heads brought unit Kathy, and it's done well for him in that he's got to the final here with this type of deck. But yeah, I think it was just a tricky game. And again, the draws, as you mentioned, didn't necessarily help in that sense too.
That you're in commentary mode because you just said something about respecting someone bringing Kathy. So you're very professional, and I respect that.
I know. Yeah,
that hurts
I've got to put that broadcast kind of face on. But no, honestly, I think everyone always kind of gets an impression that I don't like Kathy, but actually I do. And I have to say, like, so many of the units and the cards in Kathy, they are cool. But yeah, just in moderation. I'm a Kathy in moderation type of user. Anyways, on to the next game. What we think?
Real Ogden.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. So I've cut you off there. So Ogden plus Skippy. Why don't you break down how you think this matchup's going to go?
Yeah. So, like previously, Algan actually performed pretty good against Sippy. This was pre Europa nerf. Like, if you built Algan Core well, then it was able to kind of like eventually establish a board that then whenever Sippy were bringing stuff back, you had enough on there to kind of keep on top of it, especially with repeater cannon. And I can see that Penzo has one repeater cannon in his deck. And this is actually a crucial card, repeater cannon, because if you can get it on a unit against this type of deck, it's going to be so difficult for them for Sippy to get on the board. So I think that Penzo, looking at his deck here for Algan, he does actually have a lot of cards that can deal with this Sippy deck. It's just a case of, can Head now really get a very quick start? Because we know that Algan's not super quick.
The answer seems to be yes. Head has an aggressive and powerful opening hand, and Penzo has an awkward, slow opening hand. So definitely advantage to Head at the start. Penzo, I mean, he's got 2 forward mechanics, a Reclamator, and an SMR. It's good on turn 4, but it's not good right now, this hand. So very tricky.
It's good the next turn, though. Sorry to cut in. It's good the next turn because the Reclamator allows him to play the workshop the next turn and basically overclock it for free, so we can get the token the next turn.
Reclamator lets him overclock it for free. Is that right?
Yeah.
Something's changed with the overclock stuff recently, so I didn't realize that was... okay, that's really good that he's able to get that early token. Okay, that's going to be big. But it is one of those things where he's basically floating 2 turns and then starting. So this is going to need to be a really strong burst to counter the Skippy opener. And Head has double Relic and Magna. It's a hand. So we're definitely going to see... The Cyrene draw is good, though, too. Like, Penzo does have a lot of comeback cards in this mid-game. He's going to need to perform well, redeem the Ogden Core vibes.
Nice.
Please bring some hope.
Did you see what I got? I got fragmented plating.
Oh, my goodness. Useful. That's 1 damage AoE to everything that dies. That's going to clear at least 3 of these units on Head's board, unless he does play that Relic, which he very well might. The question is, does Head play Magna, or does he go Relic plus Gamma here? I want to see Ogden win, just so that Rev in the chat. See Rev in the chat. He's like the #1 Ogden fan in the community, I feel like. So I'm just, for his sake, I want to see an Ogden win. But Head putting up a very strong showing with this Skippy. Really interesting. It's just, I feel like he has to play the Relic with 5 units on the board that will all get buffed. you gotta play the relic. There's no other way.
Yeah, you do. You do need to. Yeah, it's a little bit messy though, isn't it? Because you've built this board up, and now, I mean, you have to get through it. You can't allow it to stay there. You
Yeah.
can't cleanly like deal with all of this. You're going to lose so much of your board. But he had an amazing start, didn't he? Head here. As we were talking, I was looking at his board, and I was like, oh my word! Like he by turn 3, he's super wide already. Had all the right ingredients, but now that Reclamator really caught Penzo up, and yeah, like it's the recent change they made to the Reclamator. I think is fantastic. I've actually ended up putting 3 of those in my own Algoncore deck.
The
It's just
change
a
was that
nice
now
little
it
bit
affects
of energy.
overclock, right? That's the change.
Yeah, that's right.
So that
Exactly
this wouldn't have been
yeah.
possible with old Reclamator. Penzo probably would have just
No.
lost right there. It's actually a huge difference. And on top of that, the fragmented plating, we missed that it actually gave a defender as well as the AoE effect, which means that not
Yep.
only is there this AoE time bomb, there's also the double defender making it impossible for Head to get like good
Yeah,
value on his trade
exactly.
here. It's just so devastating. It's crazy how good that is.
Exactly.
So that's very
And
cool. Definitely.
yeah.
Ogden's gotten a lot of buffs since people took it seriously. So it's always one of those things where someone could like figure it out all of a sudden. Wait a minute. It's been viable for a while and no one noticed. You know, it could be a thing, just like Skippy.
Well, it really needed it because it's not been a great position for a while. But since they
Yeah.
buffed it and put some love into it, wow, it's definitely still like I think you can put some really good competitive decks together, which you see on the ladder. But it's one of those which is also really tricky to pilot, right? I think you know it as well, having played
Yeah.
Algoncore a bit, is that there's a lot to think about, but it's also super fun when you like almost crack the enigma to Algoncore.
Yeah, you have to live and breathe it, I think, because it is. There's so many
Yeah.
upgrades, and the overclock gives you different combinations that you're not used to, and it's a lot of stuff. Definitely favors people who can think on their feet and move quickly. Locking back into the current situation, Head with 4 energy after the bank. Great hand, just a tricky banking decision. Magna making a ton of sense, though. He's got to get rid of one of these
Yep.
defenders. But it's going to be 1 damage to his whole board, man. That hurts. Now, if Penzo's able to remove the relic, it clears a lot of the board. But as we can see, Head doesn't know this, but we can see Penzo does not have any relic removal. So, good spot for Head. He knows this is a very extreme matchup. Head is extremely aggressive. Penzo is very much the one who wins the long game. And again, Head is not getting a ton of damage in the opening, although this is definitely much better than game 1 of this match. So he's got a much better shot. It's like an even match as opposed to him being in a bad position, but he's definitely not far ahead. It's pretty even right now.
Yeah, I have to say as well, I really like that. I was keeping an eye on Penzo during that turn here for Head. And after his board got cleared, there was almost like a nod of approval, a small little nod of recognition from Penzo, like, yeah, you done well there, man. He's like, appreciate it. So yeah, he's done fantastic. Like it looked when Penzo was able to get that token down and then of course like get the nice buff from the fragmented plating. I was thinking to myself, God, he's going to lose his board here, Head, to try and get through that. But he's done so well to maintain a lot of it, using the Magna so smartly, just biding his time. He didn't trade into anything too early. And he just thought, okay, this is the moment where I can clear it. So yeah, done fantastic so far.
The key there, he could have played Relic. He could have played Magna a turn earlier, played Relic plus Gamma, and that was the winning line for sure. Now Penzo pushing back with the Cyrene, unfortunately for Head. Cyrene plus Defender token. You can really see Penzo doing exactly what needs to be done with Ogden, which is lining up your plays so that when the token shows up, you have other stuff on the board. Just really like making sure your Defender token is combined with other things to make, in this case, Head's position as frustrating as possible. And sure enough, it's like, not only does he need to deal with this 4/3 Cyrene with 1 token already on it, he's also got a big Defender Juggernaut in the way. However, Head's got a lot of good cards in his hand. He's got all the options open. It's just a question of if he uses them correctly. So Penzo at 23 health. What Head needs to do is keep this pressure. He needs to keep getting damage to face and answer these threats. It's a tall order. Do you think he can do it? That's the question, Defector.
Yeah, I do think he can do it, actually. I like what he's got in his hand here, especially the fact that he's got Subjugate, he's got kind of Incipient. I'm assuming he's gonna bank it, is he? Okay, fair enough. And then what? Get another unit. Is it a Subjugate play here? Or is it, okay, he's getting double Relic. Nice, okay. I do like it. I think he can keep going. I think he's going to get to a point soon where he might just need to draw a Triumph because his board is getting whittled down. And
So it's
with
interesting.
Algoncore,
I'm going to jump in here. It's interesting. The previous match, Head ended up really far behind because he had less cards, less energy, and Penzo had the relics. In this case, Head has the same amount of energy, slight card disadvantage, but 2 relics on the board, giving him the +2/+2 stat buff to everything. So this is a much more mixed situation where on one hand, Penzo has an advantage on some resources and is trying to build towards a stable, controlling situation, but Head has the advantage with these relics giving him the stat buffs, and he's able to try to leverage that to push this damage to face and shut Penzo down before Penzo can draw his late game cards like a Sestmir, like an upcycle into whatever, like an AOP to deny the whole board. Like, you can really see the dynamics here of Head having certain advantages and being aggressive versus Penzo trying to build into the other advantages that he's starting to set up. It's very interesting. And here is that upcycle. So something's about to happen. I'm not sure what he's got selected with that.
I don't know what he's banked. Yeah, if he's got something massive banked in there, oh god, that could be a big game swinging turn there. If he's got, like, say, even if he's got like a Tetsu in there, that could be massive, because in the Tetsu, even if it dies, what's he got?
He's got the
Tetsu.
You read his mind.
Boom.
Very nice.
Boom. And he already paid the Reclamator. He played it, so now he can overclock really decent amount. Oh, he only gets Ambush Claws. Okay, it's not bad, but you would have wanted something a bit better than that. But still, getting the Tetsu down at this point, fantastic. And of course, even when it dies, you still get 2 units, so you can keep board pressure. That was brilliant.
That's really nice for Penzo. Perfect time to find the upcycle. And now he's got plenty of draw as well with a second researcher in hand to complement the one on the board. Head has a Drusian in hand, which does give him a chance to set up lethal once he gets some other stuff, if he can find a Radiant Legion. I think he was running 1 or 2 copies. The Skippy lists are all a little bit different, so they blend together. But yeah, if he can find Radiant Legion or maybe a Convergent Mass, and then a Convergent Domina, he just needs a little more juice for that Drusian Exorator's stat buffs to really give him a lethal push. Let's see if this recruiter will give him some of that stuff he needs.
Yeah, you were right as well. First. He's running 1 Radiant Legion and 2 Exalterators. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. 2. Yeah. So the Convergent Mass here is going to be a big deal to keep building. See, Head's continuing to build his advantage. More stat buffs, more pressure, continuing to contest this game in spite of Penzo's Tetsu upcycle. So really interesting. This is a really good game.
Oh, nice. Okay. Sesmir coming in. Lovely. That's brilliant. Definitely. At this time as well in the game, you want to be seeing Sesmir, because you want to be able to play that very, very soon. He's only a couple of turns away from being able to play that. So Ruthless Juggernaut comes in. It's okay. I was going to say snitching's not so useful anymore, so you can bank that, and then you're in a really good position here because you have like some removal. You've still got the personal SMR, which he actually plays, and you want to play that on the Tetsu, so you can keep overclocking it, because the more you overclock it, the more counters you get on it. Here we go. 2 counters.
Yeah, this is so huge. This is so huge because not only is he getting synergy on Tetsu, he can now plan for the Sestmir. He doesn't have to go, do I draw it? Don't I draw it? Now he has a plan. The drones. Wow, that's a big one. So 2 damage.
He can clear the subjugate.
If he had 1 more energy, he could use PS8 plus Researcher even. Oh no, he has that. Right. The 3 damage tokens. Oh, that is huge. The Vox Tech was such a high roll. That is brutal for Head. Oh, otherwise Head would have had to attack with the Researcher into it at least. I mean, Enzo is building up an advantage for real right now.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Like, if he got the Tetsu, almost the Tetsu in many ways is kind of slightly better than the Sesmir, because then you just keep building the counters, and then every time you attack, you're hitting for 3, which is just insane. Well, the counters are hitting for 3.
Yeah, no, it's insane.
Any target.
You're right. I think, and then Sesmir later is like the finishing punch after Tetsu gets it all started. It's a really good order of operations. Still, Head has Convergent Mass in hand, and that will enable him to continue buffing his stats. He's already got 2 relics on the board. If Head can just get these stats high enough, at a certain point, the biggest numbers on the cards tend to result in the win. And he's definitely pumping up. Like, it's harder and harder to do the math as numbers go from 2 to 4 up to like 7, 8, 10, 12. I can't even count that high. So this is very interesting to see who can convert their advantage into the win first. They've both got a strong advantage in completely different ways, and it's the question of who can convert So interesting. Head has a ton of cards. This is great.
Yeah, this is a good game, actually. It really is. It's nice to see that we saw the aggressiveness, like the real raw tempo of Head's Sippy deck really early on. And we're thinking, God, he's almost going to run away with it. But then we also saw some clever plays in terms of from Penzo being able to like energy ramp using the new Reclamator change just to try and get himself back in the game. And with Alcancor as well, it's all about just trying to stay in there as long as you can. He knows he's got board clear too, which Sippy doesn't have. So if he gets into trouble, there's always board clear. It's just so interesting seeing the complete contrasting ways that both of these decks play, but how close it is, right? It's not like one deck is completely running away with it here. This is so close. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's very close. And the only issue I see for Head is that he hasn't fully cleared the board and he didn't do any face damage. And so it's like he's not progressing towards his win condition. He needs to keep chipping face. And Penzo is now, I believe, one turn away from that Sestamir. You can definitely feel that the walls are closing in around Head a little bit. He's going to need that Convergent Mass and then the Radiant Legion combo. He's going to need to really get big value from these things, but it's a very exciting position. It's like the nuclear army. They're both building the nuclear bomb and trying to launch it first right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I love the way you put that there. It's like a nuclear arms race, isn't it? It's brilliant. So yeah, we can see Penzo putting to good use the personal SMR there. He banked the Reclamator, which means that he can then overclock for one less. So he kind of can get the 2 cost option basically for one. And he opts to get the self-repairing Nanite, which is actually pretty good because you can bring it back from the waste by activating it. And it just gives him a bit more stats on the board as well. As you say, this is kind of looking decent because he can play the Sesame the next turn. And one of the issues that Head has is that he's not running, say, like he's not running a direct way to deal with that Sesame. It's always difficult, actually, Sesame to deal with. But I think for Sippy in particular, it can be tricky. But
yeah, because
that
he's not running Poisoner or Solitary Confinement or some of the stuff that might.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even like a genetic correction, which I don't believe he's actually running. I can't see it in the he is running one. Sorry, stand correct. He's running one.
Shield on Sesame, right? I said Solitary, but I was kind of wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's shielded. It's like you can't even really deal with it that way. So very interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, that's the big. Honestly, if Sestamir wasn't in Penzo's hand, I feel like Head would be in a much better spot. He's still in it, very much in it. It's just that Sestamir is the scariest weapon I see right now. I'm just in tension though. I'm tense because I'm like, when does Head drop the mass? When's he dropping the mass? You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Drop the mass, bro. Like I would not be able to resist by now. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I've been looking at that for a while now, thinking, okay, like I want to see that, like like what we waiting for here? But no, I wonder is he waiting for say Sesame to come down and he
so this is a buffed Cyrene because it's a clone Cyrene, right? So it's +2/+2. This is pretty sick. This is that Tabula synergy with the relics I was talking about in a previous match today, where it's now that it's a clone, it gets the buffs. It's so easy to overlook that, but in this case, 6/7 Cyrene, as if a 4/5 Cyrene wasn't enough. I mean, he's gonna wait. You can't go face, can you? Isn't that old? You can't go face. He can't. Wait, he can.
What? He can, but I'm not sure that was the best decision.
How can it go? I thought it wasn't battle ready anymore. I guess it doesn't matter, right?
There is a known bug, and I think it's one of those.
Okay, so they're just allowed to do it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So known bug, and they're allowed to hit face. Gotcha. So that's good. Head is sorry for losing the track there, but Head is chipping away some face damage. I think he's recognizing what I said, which this match can't go that much longer, even though he's done a good job hanging in there. I think Head is probably trying to get there before Penzo draws Sestamir, and of course, it is far too late for that. So
yeah,
we'll see what he does. Because I think that was his idea. I think that's why he goes face there. He's like, okay, I'm running out of time, but Penzo has 2 AOPs, 2 anti-organic pulses that can clear Head's entire board and leave Penzo at least 1 or 2 units. So that's really hard for Head to deal with. Head's position is getting tougher, but he is still chipping away at face. I mean, I'm not sure what he wants to do. Yeah.
He's running out of cards. Like he's down to 11 in his deck. And this is what I meant earlier is that Alcancor when you build it right, can perform so well against Sippy because it can outlast it. And the longer it outlasts it, it gives you more opportunity to get bigger, better units down. And even if that fails, you can just you can board wipe them, and then you just basically run them down into fatigue. And I think for Penzo, he looks so chilled here because he knows that in this position, with what I've got in my hand, I shouldn't really be stressing. I don't have no need to. And I can see that he's running out of cards. I've got 15 still. So he's just chilling, I think. He's happy to take this to fatigue.
Yeah, I think that's right. And it's Head's got so much power now, but Penzo has so much removal. We got to see. We got to see, though, because, yeah, I mean, Head's deck is buffed. Everything is getting +2/+2. He has Radiant Legion to get a bunch of stats on the board wide. He's got Skippy unplayed, ready to trigger musters, including a second mass muster, I guess. I don't know if it doesn't get the buffs from it, I think. But the point is, like, it's just a question of, is all of this built-up power on Head's side going to be enough?
No.
That's not good for Head, that 5/6 Ruthless Juggernaut, right? That's tough.
That is not good at all because we haven't seen yet, and I would not be surprised if it was banked. We've not seen the repeater cannon. So usually the repeater cannon, he's only got one. You're absolutely okay to bank it because you know with Ruthless Juggernaut, and he does run it in his deck. Now he's just got a free one. You can always bring it out with it. So yeah, that was one of the worst vehicles that he could have hoped for. But that being said, the Sesame is off the board, and then the second vehicle was only an armored support vehicle, which is a 1/6. So in the grand scheme of things, that was actually not too bad, was it?
Yeah, it's tough. Head has a big board now, but he's not able to clear Penzo's board, and Penzo has a lot of options. It's definitely Penzo in the proactive position, and Head having to respond from here out. Like that felt like Head's last turn in the driver's seat. Now Penzo starts to drive. It's interesting. It's so interesting. I have to imagine. What's interesting is that Penzo he doesn't have any upgrades on the board, so if he uses an anti-organic pulse, he clears all of his own units as well. But if he doesn't, Head's board is insane, so it feels like he probably has to. He's going to Wong.
He's going Wong. Okay. I wonder if he's looking for the repeater cannon here, because if he gets the repeater cannon, that will really do him a world of good. No, he doesn't find it. Does have the solitary, though. Solitary's nice just to deal with that 10/10. Yeah, that's nice.
But there's only 11, now 12 cards in the deck, so what if he just draws it again, buffs it again?
Can you imagine? Yeah.
It could be nuts.
That's going to happen, isn't it? If that happens, we need to be clipping that like immediately. That's going to be so cool.
I think the double mass game could be nuts. I'm also not even sure what happens to Mass's stats now. I guess it keeps buffing back up. It stays 11/11.
That's nice. So he's got the personal SMR on the Ruthless Juggernaut, and he's just using take it or leave it so he can overclock it. He's looking for a repeater cannon, I'm sure of it. He gets repeater cannon, he can clear a ton of stuff. He doesn't get it, but he does get the thrusters, to give him +1/+1.
It's just such huge boards on both sides. It's such an interesting match. I feel like it isn't that common to see big units on both sides and they don't get cleared, but they're like two armies battling a drawn out battle. So interesting.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? And actually, it's kind of cool because I remember, and probably you remember it as well, Flux, that, like Sippy didn't have those kind of big units, right? But now with the likes of Cyrene that can get big, as you say, making it into kind of like a clone version. And then also with like Convergent Mass, like Sippy, when they get going, they can create some monsters of their own.
The mass buff, I feel like, is the big responsibility for this, bringing the effect from end of turn to from start of turn to end of turn. Just made that card go from almost to absolutely, and so it's very cool. But still, Penzo still has this inevitability factor. The longer the game goes on, the more likely it gets total control. Head has a good hand, but there's only so long he can take all these juggernauts and these huge value units and this and that. I mean, it feels like he's already in a pickle. I would want to play Radiant Legion plus Drusian.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Leaving yourself open to damage.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, at this point, you just need to try and get a wide board and then just go for the big damage, because hold the Mirror Smancer back, right? So that then when you've got that wide board, you can just like throw the Mirror Smancer down, and then just leave the path open to then get the lethal. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the
he's
thing.
heard us.
Miasmancer, get around all the defenders the turn after you build up this
Exactly.
huge board. Unfortunately, Penzo just has AOP easily do it, but and
Yeah.
Head knows that because Penzo is drawn through almost his entire deck. The chance of all the AOPs being
Yeah.
in the bank or on the bottom is close to 0. Nonetheless, man has to play to his outs, and this is how he can try to win. But it is
Exactly.
closing in. Penzo very close to taking down this open.
I
It's
think
going
the
to
other thing
take.
as well is that
Go ahead.
no, sorry. I was going to say, like, just one thing I was going to say, which we haven't seen Head doing that much, maybe just because he's already seen it earlier on, is that most of the cards in Penzo's bank are revealed. So he will have a fairly good idea that, like, there's no AoE there. I don't think there was, I saw one in there
True.
actually. Maybe there's
Good
one.
point.
So if it's not there, then it's coming, right? There's 2 at least that are coming. So as you say, he kind of needs to go for it, because you're not going to be able to outlast Alcancor at this point.
Yeah, it feels like there was he just needed this to happen somewhere earlier in the match. Like by the time he was able to get here, he redraws the mask, but yeah, it's just like the fun is over, the party's over, time to go home. You know, a couple hours ago everyone was having chilling, now you're the only one left drunk and everyone's trying to get you to leave the house. It's just over, party's
Yeah.
done. At least we're quickly approaching that unless Penzo fumbles, because all he has to do is play the card with the 8 on it. And he's clearing the board. I mean, Head has so many cards though that you got to leave room for the unpredictable factor. Maybe when it gets this complicated, studies have shown that Magic the Gathering is more complicated than poker or chess. And this is an example of one of those spots where it's like, you could probably have a supercomputer analyze this game for a year and not even know what's going on. So it's always possible this goes completely different than expected. But I feel like Penzo just has such a good position with these AOPs, the Juggernaut token still coming down. I don't know though, man.
Yeah.
Part of me just thinks Head still has a little something here
There
with this
is.
hand.
Yeah, so there's the AOP. It was about time to use it. It was the perfect time to use it, actually. He's been holding on to it. He gets his token coming down at the end of the turn as well. So you board clear, keep a unit alive, which is a powerful unit that every time it attacks, it can basically make a copy of an upgrade in your bank if you charge it. And he's also got as well the personal SMR. He gets the Vox Tech, which is no good really, although it does hit for 2 directly, so it's extra damage. And then yeah, like I think he was really hoping to get Repeater Cannon. Repeater Cannon puts him well within lethal on the next turn.
Yeah, the time is running out for Head. Last chance to make a brilliant play because Penzo has all of everything he needs. We've really watched this match just slowly shift from Head favored to Head fighting for it to Head running out of time. A classic example of I mean, we said it early on, like Skippy is very much the aggressor. Ogden is very much the controller here. And despite Head's best attempts to use all these stat buffs to build it up, it's looking like Penzo will walk away with the win. Guaranteed now at this point.
And if that happens, we're going to have a very, very happy Parallel AI Rev in the chat. So, yeah, he's going to be well happy to see Alcancor performing so well, actually. And, you know, when we see a tournament where so many people have brought Uni Workshop, not Alcancor Workshop, it's actually so refreshing because Penzo's known. He loves Alcancor. He's known for doing so many interesting, really cool, creative builds in Alcancor. It's so cool to see him bring Alcancor and say, hey, look, you all thought Alcancor's dead, but I'm going to show you it's not. And I wouldn't be surprised after this that the ladder is then littered with like everyone's playing Alcancor, because it's quite inspiring to see.
Yeah, I mean, Uni not making it to the finals and Alcancor probably about to win is a big upset, I think, considering what people think, which is that Uni is unplayable. I'm sorry, that Ogden is unplayable and only that this plus all the skippies just kind of goes to show that at least for tournaments, at least at the high end, at least today, it is not what the people who might be mauling and whining at any given moment say, which is, you know, I mean, yes, Kathy got banned all over the place, but at least it goes to show there's, I don't know, a lot of decks people think are unplayable are actually very playable, and it's over. That's it.
Wow.
Penzo takes down the Open.
Here we go. Penzo is back. Penzo is back, guys. Congratulations.
Does he know that he won?
To
Does he think it's a best of 5?
Does he actually believe he's won? It's been so long.
He's just texting someone like, "Hey, bro, bring me over a pizza. I'm hungry." He's already forgot about it. You're muted.
So cool.
Excel, you're muted.
Sorry. No, dude, he cannot celebrate. You know what? You know why? It's 4 a.m. in the Philippines, and he's probably gonna be waking up everyone.
He's tired. Okay.
True, yeah.
Okay.
You have to be nonchalant about it, right? Yeah, like you have to keep your cool, right? Yeah. But yeah, congratulations, Penzokin, getting 2-0 against his opponent Head, and you know he just had all those matches. You know, it was not an easy route. Like even seeing 2 high-density genetic replicators over at the side of Head, it was very dangerous, very scary to see. Saboteurs are nowhere to be found, but some way, somehow, Penzokin just got that win each and every turn. Like, I don't know, man. I was not seeing some of the plays that he had, like even with the high density the replicator, right? That he played. I didn't even see that, man. It's like, oh, that's how you play it. Like, that's why there are those replicators there. And man, he deserves it. 2-0. What do you think?
You say sorry, you say the replicator, or do you mean the reclamator?
Sorry, the reclamator. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't able to see like the line of play that he was gonna play with the reclamator, and like he played it like, oh, that makes sense. That was like kind of a moment for me. Like, how about you guys? Like, any moment during that match is like, oh, that's how you play it. Like, oh, that's like I didn't see that. Like, and did you have any kind of play that gave you that certain reaction? Let's start with the factor.
I'm trying to think really now. I mean, that was first of all, it was such an amazing final. So again, huge congratulations to like Penzo, and also huge congratulations to Head, because that is definitely not going to be the last time we see Head. He played so good. We're definitely going to see him more in the tournament scene. I think when I'm thinking back at those games, the first game was kind of obviously tricky because Head kind of had the cards that he probably needed, but he just got them too soon and he couldn't build that momentum up. I think in the second game, I was really happy in the second game with how Penzo played it, because like it looked like he was behind, but he deliberately kind of kept the reclamator because he thought, right, this is my way to start to get that token going. And the workshop is one of the most powerful paragons because of the fact that you get these tokens, right? So just being able to speed up the tokens is almost your way of being an aggro deck. Against the aggro decks, and so reclamator is a really nice way to do that. And what was kind of cool is that like it looked for so long like it was going back and forth, and that's what I really enjoyed about that game. You definitely not say like, okay, they've definitely got the edge, but then the tide started to swing a bit more in Penzo's favor, because in that matchup you really don't want it to go until the very end, because Albacore, with all their late game cards, they've just they've got answers to everything, and we saw it. So yeah, I just thought overall it was great. It was nice to see Penzo, the Algon master, showing us how he builds the deck for tournaments. And like, yeah, I hope we see Penzo also more. Like, I hope Penzo's listening. Like, Penzo, I know I keep getting on at you saying get to tournaments, Make sure you're at more tournaments now, right? Build from here, man. Build from here. All right?
Yeah, definitely, man. Like, I think Penzo is going to be watching this, and he's going to be happy that you're getting him the shout out right now. And, you know, he's probably going to be looking at the chat after his match has been finished. But, you know, how about you, Qflux? Like, any match like gave you like what, like mind blown moment, like how that's been played?
It was just great to see Penzo pilot that Ogden deck, seeing the way that he uses the Juggernaut tokens and lines up those big tempo spikes. When I studied with Muka, he always made an emphasis on the tempo spike turns. That was a big thing to understand, because a lot of players don't really realize how important it is to line these things up so that you burst a lot of stuff at once, just so that instead of giving them one thing at a time to deal with, you kind of wait till your moment, and then you give them 3 things at once, and it's hard to deal with all of them simultaneously. I feel like the way Penzo played that match, especially the first 2 tokens that came down, those 2 defenders, both times, I think the first time was after the forward workshop mechanic. Second time, I think, might have been with Cyrene. Maybe that was the third time, but whatever it was, those spikes, those tempo moments with the Juggernaut tokens was really well executed. And I think that is, it's easy to think, oh, how lucky it keeps lining up. It's like, no, he's planning ahead. This is the whole way you pilot decks. Like, it's what looks like it's just working out is actually meticulously thinking ahead. So that's really well done.
Yeah, I'm seeing like he's not playing like, oh, I'm gonna play this card that's gonna be drawn. Like, no, it's like there are things that he's keeping on his hand, and it's like it works towards his favor, and he doesn't have to play all the cards right now. It's like finding out all your options, especially with the SMRs, man. Like, that's amazing. Yeah, amazing match. But yeah, congratulations again to Penzoken, and still congratulations to Head for getting a lot of points in this open tournament. But now let's look at the brackets and see how the day went. And here we go. And looking at the journey of Penzoken, let's start from round 1. And looking at his match, he went in and defeated Gorak with a 2-1. And another match with a 2-0 against Sparkling. Had a bit of a trouble, or rather a slow match against Feno with a 2-1 yet again. And over at the finals, it was quite a challenging match, but not an easy match to finish early, but we saw a lot of back and forth right there against Head with a 2-0. It looks like a 2-0 right here, but from the last match that we watched, it was a very difficult match for Penzoken to win, but still he won, getting that finals and getting that well-deserved championship, getting back into the competitive scene here at Season 2. And with that, guys, let's bring back all of our casters back into the table. We have again, let's bring back Kinto here. Hey guys, no, we've had an amazing day for today, but of course, you know, I just have some like easy questions for you guys. Let's start with Kinto right now. Like, this has been like an amazing day, lots of different plays. I know you have something that you possibly remember during this day. Did anything happen that completely caught you off guard during this day? Let's start with Kinto. Yeah.
What I can say definitely is that I really like Penzo, first of all, winning. Second of all, winning with Core. So, and something that has to do with the big nerf. Like, it seems as if the Triumph of Europa was needed to be nerfed, because this definitely opens up the door for decks like the Core that we saw from Penzo, different types of deck like the aggro brand deck. We saw also the Lemieux, PURP's Lemieux, or the unit burn, or the only mostly burn decks. Like, I mean, different types of decks, different types of matchups. And I could say that it was mostly because Triumph of Europa was nerfed and it was not being used by the CPU's players.
Yeah, I was like, we're seeing like a lot of different changes, but it doesn't seem to stop these competitive players from, like, you know, cooking their own, right? Like doing some home cooks. And I don't know why I'm hearing myself in the Factor's voice, like, oh, they're doing some home
Okay, I hear
cooks.
that. But if I could jump in,
Go.
I think with what Quinto's saying, I super agree. And what I think is happening is there used to be 2 unfair aggro decks, Skippy and Kathy. You can only ban one of them. And so every round in a best of 3, one of the wins is with your unfair aggro deck, Skippy or Kathy. Now it's only Kathy that is quote unquote unfair, strongest aggro. And so everyone mostly bans Kathy. And then what's left is actually reasonable. So the Skippy deck, instead of being like unfair, which in other words, coin flippy, becomes more of a fair deck where you actually have to play skillfully and there's a lot of counterplay. So then it's like you can have one busted deck in every meta and it just mostly gets banned. Once you have 2 busted decks, now all of your best of 3s suck. So I think that's what we're seeing is they've finally, after a lot of work, you know, Veen and now Muka as well, wrangling this set of cards into shape. It's like we're finally there where, okay, there's only one unfair deck and everyone can ban it. So that's what I see.
Yeah, it makes
I
sense,
want
right?
to just jump. Yeah, I want to jump on that because I love that point, and I also agree as well. Is that we've been in a meta where these two decks, Kathy and Sippy, have just dominated and dominated and kind of strangled a lot of the life out of the meta. And players have always found ways to come up with different decks to try and adapt to it. But ultimately, yeah, when you came to a tournament, you knew that it was going to be Kathy, Sippy, and you'd have to you'd ban one of them, and then you'd still be almost at a disadvantage if you didn't bring
Yeah.
one of them as well, right? You almost had to bring one so that you equaled out the disadvantage. But like now, Sippy is still strong, but
Mhm.
it's much more manageable for a lot of decks, right? So
Yeah.
that's a nice balance. And then of course, yeah, we still got Kathy, which we could talk all day about. As Flux says, Alvaro, that's
Yeah.
the solution.
Alvaro.
But yeah, yeah, and it's not wrong either, by the way. But yeah, it's just nice now that, like, for example, Sippy is still being brought to the tournaments. We still see people do well with it, but now it's just not necessarily running away with games, and that we see even in the mirrors, and especially where there's games where it's not the mirrors, we start to see like the real nuts and bolts of this great TCG, like where people are making great decisions, and they're thinking things through in this nice TCG way, which is what I always think of as a TCG. So rather than just like, yeah, they spam the board and they win again, right? So I just wanted to jump on that point because I thought I agree completely. And I'm happy that the team are listening to community feedback all the time. And they're always trying to make the game more balanced, more fun and fair to play.
Yeah, and like this again, guys. I just have to remind our viewers that this is a BO3, so this is a kind of a different monster. When we get to BO5, it's another different mindset for our players. Like, okay, how does a BO5 work when I'm going to be carrying 4 decks? One has to be kind of bait. 3 have to be manageable, and how will they perform against the other type of archetypes? So, going into that mindset, right? I want to ask you guys, seeing like all the different decks that we have seen Uni Workshop, Kathy, Sipius, some Neve, One Brand. We see the old, or rather, the classic Ogan Core deck, but now it's like a kind of a revamped Ogan Core deck that Penzo brought. Like, are there any decks or strategies you expect to rise in popularity after this? Like, we've seen Gafar be popular in the BO5 tournament, but in the BO3, Gafar doesn't have a place. Let's start with the factor. What do you think?
Um, Sorry, can you repeat the question, please? Sorry,
Yeah, yeah.
I was caught off
Considering
guard
that,
there.
considering that all the decks that we have seen in this tournament, are there any decks or strategies you expect to have more popularity from this tournament?
Yeah, well, 100%. I think we'll see more people trying to attempt to do Algon Core, just
Hmm.
because, first of all, it's a fun deck. It's a super fun deck. I've always said it's the most fun deck, in my opinion, to play in parallel because there are so many cool like nuts and bolts to it. And Penzo's such a loved member of the parallel community. So when people see someone like that guy win, and like he done it with Algon Core, and everyone was like, "You can't do it with Algon Core. Are you nuts? Are you mad?" It just doesn't work. I think that's going to inspire people to say, you know what, like maybe there's something there in Elden Core. We just haven't looked hard enough.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I think also as well, Flux mentioned it earlier, and I think also Quinto touched on it. I myself was also a little bit surprised. I didn't expect to see so much Sippy here,
Hmm.
and so I think
Yeah.
maybe Sippy, still gets a bit more play, continues at the tournaments. I think overall it's just quite nice to see like
Yeah.
the decks that people are trying to contest with. And yeah, Kathy's always going to be there, I think, for a while still. But
Hmm.
nice that we're seeing, for example, Brand got brought. I wasn't really
Yeah.
expecting that. So props to Feno for bringing Brand, and he actually had some good success with it. So there's a lot there still for everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna be having the same question to Qflux right now. Like, are any strategies that you feel like would be emulated or maybe copied or maybe even inspired by the next decks in the tournaments?
The thing is, you can't ban Kathy on ladder. So I think a lot of people are going to
Yeah.
get excited to run Skippy or Core, and they're going to lose a ton of games. Didn't go to Kathy, to be honest. Like, that's
Yeah.
the real answer. I want to give you a more positive answer. Oh, yeah, Ogden's great now. Truth is, like, you're going to try to run Skippy, you're going to lose to Kathy 5 times and switch back. I actually think the real winner is Earthen in a ladder where you can't ban Kathy. I understand that Penzo had to top deck the Formidable off of the and use it with the Cyber deck, or else Feno would have burned him. So I'm not saying it's always a win, but Earthen is the counter Q to Kathy. And so I think people are going to try Skippy and Ogden. They're going to lose 200 points and realize it's not the answer. I think the real answer is play Nehemiah, but not Perp's hasty mobilization version that goes out in round 1. Unfortunately, come on, Perp, you let me down this time. Instead of that, he actually didn't let me down. He brought wacky decks and tried his best. That's what Perp does. He didn't let me down at all. Love you, Perp. Point is, though, that didn't work out. We saw how inconsistent that is. So I think the Nehemiah, Altars of Gaia, other stuff, maybe the Cyber deck console, like that kind of thing, to me looks like the real potential winner. Although I know Quinto probably disagrees, so you can ask him next.
Yeah, like thank you for that, Flux, man. Like I do understand your sentiment right there. The competitive meta is different from ranked meta.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have made a lot of mistakes, but you can have those certain decks. They can play really well when you watch it, but this is in a closed setup, right? When you have to bring these decks and you can ban one. Like maybe in a perfect world you get to ban like one deck that you really don't want to play with. But no, this only happens in competitive scene. But in ladder, it's all it's every deck can be played. So yeah, what do you think about this question right now? What let's go with Kinto to answer like what strategies can be played by future players in the competitive scene.
I mean, I think that now that the new expansion is looming, we could talk about subjects like the mental game. We have like Flux has created a really good guide on the mental game, drawing examples, and well, curated a bit by me on what to include in the guide. But overall, like I think this is the realest lesson you could probably get if you're trying to compete
Mm-hmm.
in this regard. So because I mean the meta is the meta. Like we have seen the meta come and go, you know. But in the end, it's the real substance of actually becoming a great TCG player from all the other outside aspects. If we're talking about giving, talking about strategies in the competitive scene.
Is it is it going to be like a kind of a practice on the meta game or mental game or like what kind of what kind of things you need to do like prior to a tournament? Like I think that would be helpful, right? Especially for
The
yeah.
question, Excel, is what can I learn that makes me better at all trading card games without focusing on specific metas? So you can talk about in this meta, this is an example, like, oh, in Magic, and this deck did this, and that deck did that, and here, like, but you want to do it very broadly instead, because if you dig into, like, how does Kathy beat Skippy, that's very important when you're going to grind that game that day. But in 2 years, that specific knowledge will become irrelevant, aside from the familiarity with the cards that might still be in the meta. But, like, the part that sticks is, oh, aggro mirrors, but one has more board clears and one has more ways to refill the board. How does that dynamic play out? When you think of it on that level, that applies to all card games you'll ever play ever, anything with at least combat turn-based type card games. So it's like in card games, the time overwhelm, especially for competitive players and anyone who's dipping into some of the Web3 stuff, and there's lots of games, or if you're just doing traditional gaming and you're trying to play One Piece TCG and Parallel and Shadow and Marvel Snap and Project O, like I think these overall principles, which is why I wrote that mental game guide. And by the way, mental game video guide coming soon. We're gonna do a video. But that's like the next level for me is like, what are these general principles? And I think that Parallel having so many of the top card game players in the world makes it a great game to be the home base for these kinds of big picture TCG strategy conversations. It really feels like there's a lot of literature on this, but it's a lot of blog posts. A lot of them have actually been like unlisted. You can only find them on the archive.org. Like there's really a lot of information that's not documented. This is something I think the Parallel community, if you want to win tournaments, I mean, I don't know how, I think Quinto started talking about mental game, and we're on a tangent now, but man, if you want to win tournaments, if you want to perform better, those are the skills I see the top players really engaging in, as opposed to beginner intermediate players who are more like, what's the list? What's the mulligan? Which is good questions, but they're more
Yeah,
downstream of the big
yeah,
questions.
that's right. Like, I'm thinking of the competitive scene, as you mentioned, guys. Like, we're looking at the Open Four right now, and Worlds is a months by far. Like, it's gonna be months before we're gonna be having Worlds. Like, there's a lot of tournaments that are gonna be coming in, and yeah, you put in a good point right there. Qflux and Kinto, like there are like certain basics and fundamentals that people need to learn, especially when playing TCGs. And I feel like that would be a good topic to like redirect them on. But yeah, like let's mention like the tournaments. Let's invite some of the players. Like how many tournaments are we gonna be having? Like, and also like if you would want to invite new players, what would you say to them, considering the competitive scene that we have right now?
Listen. Shadowverse Open, there was like 1,000 people. Parallel
Yeah.
Open, it's like 64. I just think like the odds are in your favor to do these parallel tournaments because you're going to meet some of the best players in the world, but you're also going to have to win way less rounds to get into the money. Game's
Yes.
intimidating. You just got a high roll. If you play fairly well, you can beat Feno, you can beat Penzo, you can beat Lambi. Just high roll them. It's not that hard. Just high roll. So like, win a few games, cash in, get $1,000, $500, whatever. Like, why not try? Either way, it's the best way to learn. I had this think I want to jam ladder games to get good at tournaments. That's backwards. Playing
No.
tournaments is the
Yeah.
adrenaline shot, concentrated, get better. Like, if you want a concentrated shot of being better at TCGs, do your best attempt in a tournament and you'll build the most skill the fastest. Then you'll be able to take that to the ladder, have a better understanding. You realize ladder is a best of one format with an unlimited sideboard.
Hmm.
And so basically, if you're trying to get started, Parallel's one of the best. And if you're already a pro, Parallel's already one of the best. Get the hell in.
Yeah. Dude, like that's amazing invite. How about you, Kinto? Like, how would you invite players who want to start playing in competitive parallel?
Um, yeah, I would say that um, try the game first of all. Definitely, there's big opportunity as many of the champions have essentially communicated. In the end, if you're good at TCEs, there's a huge competitive scene going on right now. The opportunities are the odds of you winning are high also, and you at the same time will be practicing against. I mean, we have so many great TCE legends right now
Hmm.
competing in the parallel
Hmm.
ecosystem. So, like, from experience standpoint and price money standpoint, it's a win-win.
Hmm. Yeah, dude. Like, man, that's a very very good point right there. And I think I froze. Wait, let me see.
Yeah, you're frozen. Yeah, your video's
Yeah.
froze, but we
There
can
you
still
go.
hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's my camera is still right there. But yeah, guys, like it's already time to start. And if you have
Are you
not
not
yet,
asking me? I don't get that question. I think you were going to
yeah,
ask me
yeah,
as well.
yeah, I'm gonna ask you if
I,
you're yeah, go. There you go. I'm already back. Okay.
I, I
So
had an
it's already
answer
time to start.
nicely lined up. Yeah. No,
Let's go
I
to
just
the
wanted to add
factor.
to, yeah, I just wanted to add to both of those points from Quinto and Flux is that like first of all, it's not too late to get involved in the competitive scene in parallel. Like there's still plenty of tournaments left. There's still plenty of ways to earn points in the league. So if anyone's watching, they're thinking, "Oh, I want to play, but I already feel like too far behind." Believe me, you're not. Like you can start playing today, and you can earn points. There's so many ways to earn. One of these was today, right? And the tournament today, it was completely free to enter. You don't need to spend any money on cards. You can get started with just earning cards in the game, learn the game, and then just
Mhm.
enter these tournaments, and give it a good go and try to learn from some of the players that you see here on the streams as well. Try and watch as much streams or as much like parallel content to understand more of the finer points of the game. But just get started. It's free to play.
Yeah.
And it's one of the best competitive scenes I think in card games right now. So
Yeah.
and it's just very rewarding in many ways. The community is amazing. So there's no like if you love TCGs, there's almost like I want to hear a reason why you would not play it because
Yeah.
there's no reason to not play it. You know, there's no reason to not start. There's no reason to not compete if you are into competing in tournaments. So just get involved.
Yeah. Yeah, get involved, guys. That's the answer right there. And you know the factor,
Yeah.
Qflux and Into. I have one more question, guys, before I let you go. This is gonna be easy. Okay. All right. Listen. If you could describe this tournament in one word, what would it be? Let's
Oh,
let's start
that's
with
easy.
let's start with the factor.
Penzo.
It's
One
not a
word.
word, dude. It's not a word.
Yeah, Penzo.
All
Penzo.
right.
It's a name. It's a word.
All right. All
Penzo.
right. Okay.
No,
Penzo.
I'm saying Penzo because look, listen, serious note. Penzo, as I say, missed out on Worlds last year through no fault of his own. That was gutting for him, right? Because he worked so hard to get into Worlds, couldn't do it, couldn't get there. This year, he's not been as active in the competitive scene as I think he would have liked, and there's a couple of reasons for that. But it's been a little bit of a tough time for him as well, which is why we haven't seen him so much competitively. And I'm so happy for him because to win any type of tournament in parallel is so hard. We know how the level of skill to do it. The players are amazing. So I'm saying Penzo because I'm so happy for him and all the struggles he's been through. I'm happy for him. He deserves it so much. And as I say, I hope that this now can really springboard the rest of the season for him and get him back to where he needs to be, which is like getting to Worlds, competing at the top level. So that's why I'm saying Penzo, because you know he deserves it. So Penzo is the word for me. Yeah.
And so it's
It's
the
a
word
name, it's
for
a
the
word.
factor. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it, man. Like, I understand your answer. And how about you, Qflux? Like, what's that one word to describe this tournament so far?
Names are words. It's a proper noun. It has a grammatical definition. De facto is totally valid. And
Yeah.
my word is triumph, both for two reasons. One, triumphant ending for Penzo, who has been going at it for a long time. And two, the nerf on Triumph of Europa had a big impact on this tournament and the meta. So triumph is my word.
Yeah, thank you for that, Qflux. Triumph. Okay, we have one more for Kinto. What is your word for this tournament?
The word is chef because the master chef won the tournament.
Yeah, dude, like Benzo has been cooking a lot of decks, very creative, especially when creating parallel TCG decks, and you know he deserves it. Penzo, Chef Penzo, triumphant, right there. Just combining all the words that they answered here. And with that, guys, you know this has been an amazing day, and we want to thank our sponsors for making this happen. Also, for everyone who was watching here over at the Twitch chat, thank you for watching and staying with us over chat. Thank you again to our sponsors, the Echelon Prime Foundation, for making this happen. We really thank you for supporting the Parallel Prime League, AVAX, OpenSea, and MoveStyle as well. And with that, guys, we are going to be signing off. Our casters here, Kinto over at below, and over at over here, that's the factor, and over at there, that's Qflux. We have been your casters for today, and reminder for everyone to stay competitive, stay kind, and stay prime. See you on the next one.
Wow.
Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.